way I feel about me. How you feel about you? That's up to you, baby. All I know is, if you feel good like me, do it with me right now. I'm feeling better than I ever been. I'm doing better than I ever did. This my life, it's the way it is. Let the hate die, let love live. I'm feeling better than I ever been. I'm doing better than I ever did. It's my life, it's the way I live. Let the hate die, let the good in. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. You gotta feel good about it. Everybody feel good. The whole world feel good about it. Yeah. I feel good. Feel good about it. You look good. I hope you feel good about it. I feel good. up to some, and they all wanna done. This flow hot as the summer, hot cold in the winter. Early bird gets the worm, yeah, that's breakfast for dinner. This a heat check, we letting it simmer, and I don't like to lose. I've always been a winner. All or nothing, break the mold. The time is now. Don't you fold, push the limits. All of that, cause you can try and hold me down, but you ain't holding me back. You ain't holding me back. It's has to work. I'ma go for mine. Get it? Dig deep up in the trenches, man. It's just a fact of the matter. I ain't trying to be pretentious. Confident they ain't stopping us. From the bottom, I swear there's lots of us. Ain't afraid of no obstacles. I done seen impossible's impossible. What seems illogical to a lot of you, you just gotta pull it out. See, it's all or nothing. Break the mold. The time is now. Don't you fold. Push the limits, all of that, cause you can try and hold me down, but you ain't holding me. You ain't holding me back. Beating a mile a minute, 10,000 hours. Now is the time to live it. No regrets, leave it all on the floor. Get a reward for your pain and shine on them some more. Why not? This is more than rap. I thought I told you. You can't hold me back.
Bir aptal zenginliğin hayalini kurar. Bilge bir adam mutluluk.
We're here to defend our title.
There you go! Team USA are proud of Red Campus World Champions!
Team USA has been grouped here in Istanbul.
Sabır acıdır ama meyvesi tatlıdır.
Canada have made it through here in Brazil. So close but so far. Canada lose out on becoming world champions.
Canada didn't quite win last year, but we're a whole new team. And we're here to take home the championship.
Burası bizim evimiz. Bu sene kazanacağız.
Buradaki tek canavar biz değiliz.
Tutku, hassasiyet ve amaç ile oynayanlar galip gelecek.
Welcome to the unforgettable city of Istanbul. Its culture, cuisine, architecture, and here and now, competitive spirit. It's been a gateway between continents, bridging the gap between cultures, and this week is bringing together Valorant players from all around the world, ready to compete for their country. Welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch 2023 here in the Volkswagen Arena, famous for so many different events, sport, music, big shows. Valorant was here last year for one of their high prolific events as well. And right now, it's the house of Red Bull. I'm not alone on the desk, that'd be weird. We've got the Thunder from Down Under, Jess Goetz in the building, Analyst of the Year last year, right? Don't like to brag though, right?
That. No. I'm going to be humble. But it's a pleasure to be back and a pleasure to have you boys with me. What do we do? Madrid, Sao Paulo, Istanbul. It's a little bit of a world tour. I'm feeling like Mrs. Worldwide today.
3 years on the bounce, that's impressive.
Yeah.
And for the very first time making his Red Bull Campus Clutch debut, we got Vlad, who's a professional Valorant coach. Vlad, for anybody who doesn't know about you, you're a Turkish local. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I did some coaching back in the Valorant days and Giants and BBL stuff, and now I have been casting Valorant games in Turkish language over like 7 years, and after that 7 years, this is my first appearance in the global desk.
You enjoying it so far?
Yeah.
The first 30 seconds have been good, right?
Yeah, awesome. Awesome to be with you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. We started out with 20,000 students, right? And it's whittled down to an elite group that have made it here today. We've already had some competitive play off stream, but it all really starts here, doesn't it, Jess? This is where the pressure heats up.
Oh my goodness, I mean, this is what everyone plays for. Not necessarily to be on land. You want to be a winner. Everyone wants to take the dub, pick up the trophy.
Yep.
But for some of these players, this might be the only time they step in a LAN environment on stage in front of an audience. You definitely want to reach this stage, and for those who have, well, I mean, I can only commend them. I can only imagine the show that they're going to put on for us today.
Well, speaking of putting on a show, right, we've got an amazing broadcast team bringing you all the action. We got casters, analysts, streamers, all sorts of people in the building. As you can see, we got Mimi, Jess, who you already have seen. Van Silly is back for the hat-trick, his third show here on the bounce. Myself and Vlad, then you got Zesh, Kio's back. That's a three-way for him as well. He's back for the three-peat. And then you've got Riv, who's going to be casting, as well as Katie and Ash as well. Now, I mentioned Kio there, right? What would Red Bull Campus Clutch be without his luscious blonde locks? And he is standing by somewhere in the arena. Kio, where you at?
Welcome to Red Bull Campus Clutch 2023. This is what everyone here is competing for. The top 34 teams representing their countries have been here for 2 days competing, and now we're down here at the main stage for the top 8. We're gonna have nothing but the best Valorant gameplay here for you today, and let's get right into the action. Back to you, Ian.
Kio's going to be bouncing around like he does. If you see him streaming, he's always on a trampoline. You've seen it, right? Bouncing up and down all the time.
You know, he bought that house to install the trampoline inside the house. Like, that's his house. He built it purposefully to have a trampoline on the floor.
Vlad, I'm going to ask you to find us a trampoline later, but for now, let's talk about the format. If this is the first time you've ever watched a Red Bull Campus Clutch, what you've been doing, welcome. This week, we started off with 34 national teams. Those teams were split into 8 different groups for a round-robin format. Once all matches were played, the top 2 teams from each group progressed into the top 16 bracket. These matchups were single elimination, best-of-3 series, with the winners making it into the quarterfinals. Now, our top 4 teams who managed to overcome those quarterfinals, which will be played today, they progress, of course, into the semis with another best-of-3 chance of making the last step into our illustrious grand final. That is a best-of-5 for all the marbles, baby. 20,000 euros in prize money up for grabs, and, of course, prizes from all of our amazing partners. Now, Vlad?
Yeah.
There's a lot of regional country pride on the line here, but throw a bit of money in there.
Yeah, I mean,
that ups the stakes even more.
I mean, definitely, like 20 grand is like way too much right now. Like, I want to buy some kebabs with it. Yeah.
Kebabs?
Yeah.
What are you buying with it?
Kebabs? Have you not had them yet? They're amazing.
I've had some.
All right.
You know, the other day I took Ian to eat some kebabs, and he was like,
It's my turn next, yeah? You're going to take me for kebabs
Yeah,
now.
That was
Okay.
72 hours ago. I'm still full. A lot's happened in this tournament leading up to this point right here, live on the main stage. Let's recap what you've missed.
The group matches went pretty well. Thankfully, we went on the first place. We unluckily lost the last match against Korea. It was 1 round difference, so it was really, really close.
We won the first 2 matches like 13-3, 13-4. The last match we lost against Portugal.
We had the match control the whole game. Nothing to say about that match. Taiwan's Jet was a demon with his sheriff. He was just headshotting everyone. Tough match, to be honest.
So how we beat the US. That match, it was like so intense. Me clutching 1v3 and then Valdin kill 3 to win the match for us.
Yeah, duelist got like pretty weird movements as a race. It surprises. They won, so we won 4-0. It was surprisingly easy for us. I thought the Chile would be more difficult.
We lost the game because we make a lot of mistakes. I think if they have a rematch, we can win.
Moving forward into the playoffs, we need to be a little bit more calm and focus on the fundamentals and communication a little bit more. But yeah, I think we are ready to go.
I'm not scared about anything, but they should be scared about us.
I don't mean to be rude, but the group stages are pretty easy for us.
We lost to Turkey pretty convincingly. From the scoreline and from the VODs, we can definitely learn a lot from it.
We were pretty confident going in, and we really showed up today. We went 3-0.
The hardest team was Canada. They smashed us 13-1.
And yeah, we're really confident going into the playoffs after that.
Attackers win.
Pakistan had a crazy sort of breach Astra comp on Ascent. It definitely caught us off guard. It hadn't been something that we'd scrimmed before.
Our first match was against them. We were pretty nervous. We knew that if we were going to win that game, it will give us great confidence. So
stay positive, and as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters, right?
The strongest team we played against was Slovenia. They had really individually good players, and we were not really aware that we are getting destroyed from them so hard.
Yeah, we were better at the times. We had a lot of good moments, so that's why we got wins.
At playoffs, without either of the Red Bull Campus Clutch champions, it's anyone's game.
All right, this is how it all shook out at those group stage standings. Let's take a look. Group A. Portugal and Peru coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Portugal, one of the best teams in the region, and they have Batty with them. They made it 3-0, but until today.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. Let's move on to Group B, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, Group B, you got Czech, South Korea, Great Britain, New Zealand. Obviously, you remember Mama's Boys back in the day. If you didn't watch, they were a team to see in Spain and, of course, onwards. But they bombed out there, and as a result, Czech and South Korea moved up.
Yeah, let's move on now to Group C.
Sweden, they made it really look easy. 4 wins out of 4 games, and they're one of the candidates to become the champions.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're popping out early predictions.
Right, okay.
I'm here for it, Vlad.
We'll come for that.
Yeah, we will. Let's move on to Group D, Jess.
Yeah, look, Indonesia and France. Not a surprise. What the surprise is
There
a
it is.
third place spot there. The USA, they are our reigning champions.
Yeah.
Thus knocked out, and therefore a new reigning champion will be reborn here at this event. So I'm really excited. But the biggest thing from this group to identify is that Indonesia looks like a bit of a dark horse there. So we'll see what happens moving forward.
Yeah, shout out to USA, of course, our reigning champions who won't be here. The same applies to Egypt as well. They couldn't make the event in person, so that does mean, as you said, we will have a brand new champion here in our 3rd year. Let's move on to Group F now, Vlad.
Yeah, Pakistan has one of the best duelist players ever.
Oh.
Like in the group stage, Shooter actually between 2 games, he dropped 46 kills, and 16 of them were with Operator.
Okay.
That's too much.
That is too much. Let's move on now to Group G. And the brand new favourites, you could say, sitting top and pretty there.
You know, we had Australia barely scraping through. I live in Italy now, so the pride, didn't necessarily come through. But the Canadians, my goodness, one of the favourites of the event. I think everyone will be watching them with a keen eye. And Poland sneaking in right behind with them.
And finally, Group H, Vlad.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, brother. We'll get to that. But
yeah,
started
that broke
strong.
my heart.
Started strong, Turkey.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Undefeated in the group stage, and 4-0 from Ireland, and took over the win and got the win, but until top 16,
Speaking of which, let's move into the top 16. So, as you can see, our quarterfinals are lined up there, but we started off with Portugal versus Ireland. Jess, some unexpected results across the board here, right?
If anyone knows the name Barty, you'll understand why I had predicted Portugal to win that matchup.
Yep.
They have players in there that are very competitive-minded, synergy, discipline, leadership. There was a lot of experience on that roster. And for Ireland to come in and go, hippity-ho, we're just going to take it away from you, I was very surprised. I was unexpecting of that result.
Definitely. I mean, what I can add to this, Bati used to play for like Seoul, Portuguese team.
Yep.
He took them last year in the Ascension finals. He almost made it to the VCT EMA stage.
I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know about the capacity of that roster.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
them not moving forward, Ireland clearly has something to show.
Well, here we are. The cream has officially risen to the top. Here are our big countries that have made it into our quarterfinals, as you can see at the Volkswagen Arena.
It's funny you say
in
big.
Istanbul. Yeah.
It's funny you say big because a lot of them are small countries.
Small countries, but with big ambitions.
Well done.
Yeah. Ireland versus Czech Republic. We've got Indonesia versus Pakistan. Peru versus Canada. And of course, one more still to come.
Oh, goodness. If I see Australia pop up on there, I will jump for joy. I'll do a shoey. I don't know if production will let me, but I'm happy. Your girl all the way from Australia is happy to throw a shoey on the desk. But I'll be keen to see who joins them in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the reason why we're waiting on some of these is because, of course, the round of 16 took place here off stream this morning. So it's a long day for a lot of our teams, Vlad.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like, speaking of Aussies, I mean, first game against Sweden, they lost in overtime, and second one, they won it back. So it could have been, like, a really nice touch on the 2-0.
Yeah.
They could have made it to quarterfinals, but I'm really sorry to say.
Is he spoiling something?
Are you about to give the result?
No.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Oh, not
Well,
today, not the Aussies.
Sorry. You'll still
No shoey for you.
Jess,
No
you'll still
shoey.
have a good day. Trust me.
I will. It's going to be great games regardless.
All right.
I couldn't be the only one. I couldn't be.
True.
I do want to give a shout out to all of our 34 international teams that have taken part here in this entire process. All of them, of course, won their national finals to make it to the big dance. So all incredible teams, all incredible players. Commiserations to those who didn't make it, and to our quarterfinalists. Let's see what happens, all right? In regards to teams that we should be looking out for,
Yes.
there are some standout names. We've touched on some of them, but who, in your opinion, is the front runner here?
I am a sucker for Canada.
Yeah.
I mean, their social media leading up to the LAN here in Istanbul. I mean, everything that's happened for them coming up. They're not the same team they were last year. They weren't the same team they were the year before.
Yeah.
And for Canada right now, there's one remaining soul upon which who had gotten knocked out by the other Canadian team last year. And he wants revenge. He wants to get here. He wants to prove. They would possibly, in my opinion, I think Vlad would agree, be one of the most high-level teams at this event. The discipline, the way they scrim, the way they practice and enact themselves in and out of the server is one of what a VCT Pro team would usually do.
Definitely. Like, speaking of the individual, Caillou himself, and dropping 1.5 KD overall with the initiator. I mean, Soa, Sky, that's what I'm talking about right now. And to be honest, he's dropping some MVP stats.
Yeah.
Anybody who's flexing for their player pictures, by the way, you've got my vote already.
Oh, so you're an Instinct fan?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, I'll join you there. I mean, everyone loves a good duelist, right?
Yeah.
And we did speak about Caillou being sort of like, you know, the star player at the moment. He is the star player, so it's not usual that you would necessarily have your initiator be the star player. But Instinct is a quietly considerate player that sort of lets Caillou take the limelight, and then he'll come in from behind, and he's that Mr. Consistent. So I think both of these being the duo that the team needs is why they are having so much success.
All right, you'd be silly not to be keeping an eye on Canada. Vlad, who else?
Indonesia.
Yeah?
I mean, I'd definitely love to say something about Turkey, but
Sorry,
they didn't
man.
make it to quarterfinals, yeah? I mean, as a home country, like, Indonesia, they made it 4 out of 4, undefeated in the defending champions group, Group D, and they made it practically actually eliminated Team USA on the Lotus. It took 34 rounds to got them, but they eliminated them eventually. And they're fun to watch.
Yep.
They play 2 duelists on Lotus, which we don't see oftenly. And like, they have this Rayak, and Ray is like awesome guy, like only playing Rays.
Yeah.
Never Jet.
Never
They haven't played Jet so far. That's really interesting.
What do we think of their player pose? It's not as aggressive as the...
No. I'm gonna hush that for a second. They're APAC players, baby. And in APAC, we do it differently. There's aggression. We don't need the aggression on the screen because you'll see it in the server, I promise you.
All right, well, I want you to be both aggressive with your predictions here.
All right.
Because you know what I like to do, Jess? We've worked together before.
Yeah, we
I like
have.
to put you on the spot. I like to know who you think is going to, when it's all said and done tomorrow night, when the confetti's falling and the trophy's in the air, which team is raising it? Vlad, who's your pick?
Canada, I think.
Oh.
My, like, old prediction is Indonesia.
Yeah.
But I have to give the right to Jess about it.
You switched gears real quick. What about you?
I mean, if I'm going to speak so highly of Canada, I do have to back it up, and I do have to believe that their prowess is good enough to lift the trophy.
Yeah, okay.
Without USA being here, I think that was their biggest obstacle. So I do have to really, lodge myself in and say Canada does look to be the best. The dark horse was going to be Indonesia for me.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, if there's one that's going to come in and surprise us, I think APAC is best pack, baby.
All right, well, I'm going to say big up the Irish.
Really?
Yeah, Irish.
Why? Because they overcame so much?
Yeah, I think Ireland are going to go all the way.
Oh,
I've been
okay,
chatting to those guys. They're full of confidence. We'll touch on them soon because they are going to be on our stage very shortly. But for now, if you are brand new to the game of Valorant and you want to learn a few things, in case you want to impress your friends, maybe win some games, you're going to love this. It's the ABC of Valorant.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Red Bull Campus Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds fun, and it's a valid option if you're looking to open up a flanker for an off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing this super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities plus 1 ultimate ability. Some are diabolical. Others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons or armor. Buy for yourself or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the last player alive on a team wins the round, either by achieving the team's goal or by killing all the members of the opposing team.
Now left in a 1v2. Gets
If somebody mentions default, they're talking the strategy that's getting teams the most wins in their current meta, at least until the next patch. The tried and true spots to plan a spike or defend a bomb site are default.
This is a different variation to try and get value on these eco rounds.
During an eco round, your entire team needs to resist temptation during the buy phase and save your credits so you can make more powerful strategic purchases later. The opposite of an eco round is a
force buy, aka time to spend that money. A strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything you can in an attempt to surprise the enemy and win the round.
A bit obvious, but watch this. G is for G.
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek the angle.
Find what the best spots are to hold an angle.
Okay, that's definitely one way to impress your IGL, in-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right from behind cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving up their position.
Would I be jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KDA means kills, deaths, and assists? And then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek, you're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
They'll never know I'm here because N is for Ninja Defuse. Defusing a spike without the other team noticing.
While you're doing that, I'll be out collecting orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make some noise when you take them, so be warned.
Keeping your crosshairs in the right placement will help your aim infinitely. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asana going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retake happens when a group of defenders gives up their position to regroup, coordinate, and try to retake the site in a more controlled manner.
Saving is another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going to the next rounds.
Pro tip. When you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged, and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware.
Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include Fake Out, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
All right, welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch 2023. This is our third year, and we are loving every second. We haven't even properly started yet. Where's that camera? Oh, I missed it. On the desk is me, Ian Chambers, we've got Jessica, and we've got Vlad as we get set for our first quarterfinal. What's really cool, you probably saw it on the wide shot there, is simultaneously we're running two different broadcasts. We've got the English one here, we've got the Turkish one just over there on the other side. Look at this. And you can see Hey, Vansili, I can see your back. You're looking good, baby. And of course, look at this. A live audience as well. And it is filling up. You can see people starting to enter, getting ready for this first quarterfinal. Ireland versus the Czech Republic. I don't think, as we discussed, either of you expected Ireland to be in this position. But Vlad, they are looking good.
I mean, they're looking good. In the group stage, they didn't look so good. I mean, they won against Kosovo, and they lost against Turkey, and they were dependent on Turkey to win against Kosovo in order to make it to top 16, yeah? But in top 16, they made it to against Portugal, and this was something unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you think about it, Portugal hadn't dropped one single map.
Yeah.
And then these Irish lads have just gone in with zero fear and booked their spot in the quarters. They look really strong.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of a culmination of multiple things for this Irish squad. Number one being, this is not a squad that practices all the time. You know, when you come into a tournament, especially in VCT, you're scrimming every day, many hours. This squad was thrown together like 3 months ago, and they scrim on average 5 hours, not a day, a week. So these boys are putting in some hours. I play more ranked than they've scrimmed for this, and they are on stage right now.
Yeah, for the very first time, Ireland will be on the main stage, and you've got players that we need to talk about. McNuggets, dudes, the greatest name in Valorant, McNuggets.
Yeah, McNuggets, he's delivering like a machine, you know.
Hey, nice.
Out of 3 games, he has 22 positive KD, and he's really good. I mean, I've been chasing this guy for over 3 years. Back in a different game as well.
You must be hungry.
Yeah, McNuggets, he's my man, Connor.
Are you trying to scout him?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it was like 4 years ago for a different game when we were trying to build an international squad, and Connor McNuggets was one of the guys that we tried to approach, and he was just minding his own business, you know.
Really?
Maybe you know better than me, some Irish.
What, Irish terminology?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
No.
Really?
Top of the morning too. I don't know. Okay. All right, well, anyway, let's hear from these Irish players who are ready for this. They see this as an opportunity to get picked up and go professional.
I've been playing Valorant since it came out, and I've been IGLing since the game came out. I definitely feel like leading and managing is definitely my strong point. I think I have a good brain for the game. I like to get everyone on the same page and hype everyone up and make sure everyone is putting people in good spots so that they can succeed. I definitely would like to go forward with Valorant, like with my team, with some teammates, or joining a team as an IGL. I'd love to do so. It is very difficult to get noticed, and Red Bull Campus Clutch is, in the past, a lot of players that have made it far have been picked up by some big orgs. Like Runner for last year, North Macedonia's, they were the finalists, and their Jet player Runner got picked up by Vitality.
All right, well, the Irish guys are having the time of their lives. Like I said, looking, and they said to get picked up and potentially go pro in the future. But there's a team looking to put a stop to that right here and now, and that is the Czech Republic. Now, this is a roster, you know, made up mostly of players who knows what it takes on a stage like this, right, Vlad?
Oh, definitely. I mean, they have been together as four for over 1 year. They made it to Brazil, which you guys casted.
Yeah.
So they only changed one player out of two consecutive years.
Yeah.
And Patagod actually joined, which I'm leaving him to you. And for the last time, they lost against US, which was the big champion for the last event.
Yeah.
So they made it to quarterfinals. This time, there will be no loose ends for them.
Well, they're a strong team. I was quite surprised that neither of you two picked them as potential favourites, but Patagod on screen right now, you love this guy.
I do. I mean, you can't see it on screen right now, but he capitalizes the God. The patter doesn't matter him. It's the non-cap, it's the God. He puts the God in his name. And I think for him, whilst he's not necessarily the duelist, and I really want to highlight this for everyone at home, a lot of the storylines we're bringing are not forcibly, but there's not a lot of duelist stories necessarily. We're speaking about a lot of support players who are stepping up for their teams. And at this sort of grassroots level, to be so good as a supportive player, Patagod's doing that. He's putting the numbers, he's putting a show on. So when you guys see him in the server, do check out for him.
Well, they stepped up in the round of 16 to make it here to the quarterfinals, but funnily enough, despite their dominance, they weren't too confident in the groups.
Moving forward into the playoffs, we need to be a little bit more calm and focus on the fundamentals and communication a little bit more. Of course, we need a few scrims to get ready for the playoffs, but yeah, I think we are ready to go.
They're ready, but they've been training a lot, right? They've been putting in the practice.
I said, Ireland, plays scrims less per week than I play ranked. Well, these guys, they are putting in the hours. I think on average, it's 7 hours a day. That is VCT Pro Tier 1 level scrims. They're 7 hours a day, 5-6 days a week. That is a lot of training they're put into this. So you kind of have to, it begs the question, does like a lot of training come out on top, or does the whimsy of Ireland putting it all together at the last second? I mean, is it synergy?
Of course, like the efficiency is really important part. Right. 7 hours is like some VCT teams that I know, they do less.
Yeah.
To be honest. Yeah. I mean, 7 hours, that's a valid hour.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, when it comes to this point where you're on the stage under the bright lights in front of the crowd, is who has the courage, who has the the determination to make it happen. Well, let's start to bring these teams out onto the stage. They caused an upset and they're ready to prove it's not luck. It's Team Ireland! Jess, it's hard not to love these guys, right?
A little wave to the audience there. Look at all the fans. Louder, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ireland. Let's go. There we go. Excellent.
Well, I did actually touch base with these guys just before they came out. I was like, can we get a bit of cockiness? Can we get some taunting?
Did you see any of that?
I didn't see any yet.
No, I did not see any of that just
maybe
yet.
From Czech.
Maybe in the server. Maybe a little nice shot in the server. A little lol.
Well, ready to crash the Irish party. Welcome onto the stage, the Czech Republic, and it looks like they've got quite a bit of support here with the local crowd in Istanbul, Vlad.
Yeah, definitely. And that moment make me remember my first step onto the stage when I have this goosebumps,
Oh my gosh. The goosebumps of standing on stage, I'll never forget.
Yeah, well, I mean, both of you as Former coach yourself, Jess. Current coach, I know you're out there looking for that next dog, right? Hire this man, he's great. Fist bump for the first time here in Istanbul at the Volkswagen Arena, and you can see that's what it's all about, that trophy in the centre. But these last moments, these last moments here, Vlad, before you get into the server, they're vital, right? You know this as a coach.
Definitely. Like, you know, all the things you brought so far, like all the things you had so far is up to this stage. Whatever you do in the next 1 hour, that's going to decide.
All right, well, one thing they have to decide first, map picks and bans. And if you're not too familiar with why this is important and how these teams strategize when making these decisions, this will help you.
Yeah, so the videos is a tough process, I would say.
There are 7 maps in Valorant, and the higher seed will usually get to choose whether they want to ban first or pick first, and each team bans what map they don't want to play, and they pick what map they do want to play.
The other team picks what side they start on, and in the map that the other team picks, you choose what side you want to start on.
Simple.
So when it comes to picks and bans, we first started off on what we want to insta-ban and what map we do not want to play. We do tend to play more on our strengths than the enemy weaknesses.
Our IGL actually bans every map picks and bans. He considers what's our weakness and what our strong points are.
It depends on how good the other team is. If the team we know is really good, we do ban what they are most comfortable on.
Standing. One enemy.
If we think the enemy has a lower level than we do, we don't tend to play their strongest map.
The meta on each map is pretty stagnant, so a lot of teams will run the same comp. However, some teams will pick what's comfortable for them and try to make it work through their own plays.
As far as our team goes, we're a very sort of flexible team. We've practiced many maps. I think it's going to be hard for teams to look at any previous VODs and get a good sort of read on, what strat we're running. It might catch them off guard. It's definitely an interesting play style.
Maps that we like, we usually start on attack, because we do have a pretty good pistol strat that we've been working on, and then we want to get build some momentum.
One enemy remaining.
We're pretty comfortable in attack and defense. In the group stages, we thought that we were going to be picking attack a lot more than defense, but I think we ended up picking defense every single side.
Yeah, let's play that map because they play this comp and then we can force them. Yeah, that can have an impact on which map we actually choose.
Maybe we might be starting something up, who knows?
One of the things I love, one of the many things I love about the Red Bull campus culture is those educational pieces, because it's really interesting to get into the minds, and we don't really discuss it much when we do professional tournaments, what makes this decision making happen, why it happens, and I love that sort of stuff. Let's get into picks and bans, Jess.
I mean, speaking of decision making, that is a decision that was going to happen no matter which team banned it. Split going off the board. I'm not surprised both of these teams have been banning it religiously throughout the groups. I'm going to be really, really upset, confused. Breeze?
I mean, Czech Republic has been banning Breeze as well, as far as I know.
Yeah, but I mean...
But this is a shocker.
This is a shocker.
This is a shocker.
This is why I was wondering, are they going to ban Haven so that Czech doesn't get it?
Yeah, I mean, Czech Republic has been playing Haven for all the 4 games, and Ireland picks it.
Okay, is Ireland saying, we know this is your best map, and so we're going to take you to it and we're going to try and beat you on it, or is it a big counter-strat game? We've seen you play this so many times now. We have the VODs, we're going to counter-strat you, and we think we can do better. I think that's a huge risk. I mean you and I being coaches, that's a massive risk to take.
That's the only explanation, to be honest.
I love that we're getting some Sunset, by the way.
Oh, I love a new map.
Yeah,
I love a new map.
And Czech Republic actually in the round 16, they played it again against the Polish team, Poland, and they won 13-8.
Are you enjoying Sunset, by the way? Yes.
It's not bad. I think it's one of those maps that definitely plays in my play style. I'm a bit of a more of a supportive player, so you have a big role on that map and there's a lot of control you need. So for me, I enjoy it, but I think there are some players that are still yet to settle in to how to take those power positions effectively.
I mean, new maps in Valorant always have this phase where you can adapt the routines. Before that becomes routine, I always love it.
It's always nice as well, isn't it, when you have an opportunity to watch as a viewer some competitive play on the new maps, and of course a brand new agent too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to see the brand new agent in any of these maps in this. I would love to.
Yeah.
But I think for these teams right now, play it safe, and whatever compositions they go with, I don't think they'll differ too much, and they'll be almost mirror comps. I don't think there'll be full mirror comps between these two squads, but it'll be very, very close.
The only thing is we haven't seen Ireland picking any Sunset yet, so we don't know anything about their Sunset agent pool, which excites me.
What I like to see is the confident composure that these players seem to be showing right now, and for a lot of them, this is a completely first-time, unique experience. And look, I don't want to put a damper on this, right? But you've got to soak it up because you don't know when the next one of these might come for you as a player. So it's like a really tough balance that you've got to find, where you've got to take it deadly seriously, make sure you're locked in, but also stop to smell the roses, right?
Yeah. I mean, it can be really, really overwhelming to sit on a stage like this. And this may be the only time a lot of these players get to be in a LAN environment. It's hard to make LANs. I'll never forget as a coach trying to get my players to all of the LANs, let alone standing there. So for some of these players, this might be the only time. I hope they enjoy it. Yeah. But secondly to that, I hope they put on a damn good show in the server for us.
I mean, we expect everyone to put their best effort in the game and may the best player and team wins.
Well, look what's right in front of you, Vlad. Agent Select is locked in. Your boy McNuggets on Cypher. Talk us through some of the things you're seeing here, Vlad.
I think Jess mentioned about Ireland playing almost the same comp, but the Cypher,
Yeah, not surprised, the Cypher coming in. You know, they've got the KJ, the Cypher. It does feel, especially in the current meta, that this is just a preference thing, especially in some of the maps. Do you prefer KJ? Do you prefer Cypher? You were kind of like, it's going to play out super differently. I mean, obviously it is, but I just think the prowess of McNuggets, regardless if he took Cypher or if he took KJ, I mean, it's huge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, KJ makes you comfortable as a team, and Cypher on the side makes the attacking team really vulnerable in this meta. Right now, McNuggets, they're going to leave a retake for sure sometimes, and he's going to get one and start the 5v4 retake, ultimately.
You thought that when I asked you for a prediction earlier, I was only going to do it once.
Oh, don't do it again, Ian.
Come on, guys. You know I'm going to do this for every single map.
Every map?
Yes.
Okay, all right, give me a second. I've got to confer with the other coach.
Yeah, go on, let's do this.
Right. Do you think McNuggets is the better one? Just map one. They picked it. They've got to be counter-strutting, right? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. I've conferred. I'm gonna go with your boys Ireland.
All right. Me too. I think
I'm going with the Czechs, by the way.
Okay. All right. Fine. I like that boldness. We have got two amazing casters, VCT legends, and just in fact OGs of the casting game standing by. I think we can have a bit of a chat with them actually. Van Silly and Rivington are here. Guys, how are you doing over there?
Hey. Feeling great. Dude, this is going to be a great series to kick things off. And yeah, it's always super fun. What's up, everybody? Merhaba. Volkswagen Arena and merhaba to those watching at home. And yeah, it's going to be a great game. Yeah, we can actually almost touch each other on the other side there.
What's up? Hey, Vans, this is your third year here. What can you tell Riv about how exciting this is going to be?
So, Jess was just talking about before, like, if you're looking at Portugal, they got the upset, right? There's a pedigree around that roster, and they actually got upset. And you got USA that got upset at the same time. So what does this mean? The competition gets louder and harder for all of these teams. So we got a brand new champ. It's going to be very tough. You talk about being hard, Jess. It's tough to get it to at least the playoffs. It's tough to win the Red Bull Campus Clutch because you're going into single eliminations at the same time.
And you have seen how much each team has had to play. Maybe 3-4 maps at most. We have a team going in on full Haven right now that Ireland has to try and figure out, and they do want to. They go in with the Cypher. Van Silly. How are they going to play this Cypher? That's the question. Are they going to be retaking with the Sova, the Breach, the Omen, the Jet? You still have that. But what does the Cypher do? Is he just detecting? Is he then backing up? That's the big question.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So let's kick things off here. The quarterfinals between Ireland and Czech Republic. And yes, Riv, you talked about this right now. The Cypher for McNuggets. Think about this. A new buff that we've seen from this agent at the same time is already in this pistol round. Going on the attacking side for Czech Republic, already looking for that pressure to start things off at the H-choke.
And we see a bit of a different defense too. Usually that Sova and Jet for Ireland would be down towards long A, so they're keeping this utility to retake a site in safe positions on that side of Ireland. So what is Czech Republic going to do to break through this? They already have the lurk coming in from Patagot, so they're going to be able to play the map slowly. They're not losing any ground, and here it looks like it's going to be finalized at C. Let's see how they deal with the trips. Like you mentioned, Cypher has that upgraded kit. If you don't break the trip, it stays.
Meanwhile, you did see on that radar an owl drone coming out on the A side for the Czech Republic too, and it's already been binged out. So you're playing the mind games, double pumping back and forth for the attacking side, and looking at the mid-round calling for the Czech Republic on the attack side, it's more towards that middle. So that owl drone could have been a fake here.
Yeah, and I feel like Czech Republic, without seeing anything at C or assuming maybe that's where the Cypher utility is at, they're going to go ahead and try to rush in to be here. They'll be pinched on both sides.
Camera's already been set up, and a little bit of spam going through, actually. The Cloudburst, and first contact comes towards the A lane. And CMD gets the first blood here for the Red Bull Campus clutch. Patagon holding towards the window, under heavy pressure by 2 players rotating on the outside for the defenders for Team Ireland. Head-to-head against McNuggets. Keep it in corner, keep it in pin. Meanwhile, action ensues inside B as well. Spike has been planted on top of that in favor of the attacking side, but the retake is still so strong for Ireland until these last 2 players have to hold it back.
One enemy remaining.
But Dubes makes it a 1 versus 1. Recon dart to the site, enemy spine in the front. Tap onto the spike now, and also the ping coming through. Hasa with a jump peek. Dupes off the off angle. Right click classic coming through, and Hasa gets the 4K in the round. And to kick things off for the Czech Republic.
Ridiculous round, and how they were able to coordinate what was happening in B site. I was praising on that initial take the side of Ireland, hiding the whole time in the shadows, then popping out to take down the Czech Republic as they entered the site. But this hold, this defense from Hasa with the classic just absolutely lays out Ireland, and they're able to get the 4K coming through in the round. That's going to get the lockdown up much quicker and allow them to dominate some rounds coming up here against Ireland. They may get put back on.
The idea was so good, though, for Ireland, right? They had 2 players coming out from the garage or pinching in. It really came down to those clutch plays inside the B site. But on this eco that you have now for the defenders, there's no stacks coming through. It's just a solo play from Bobber who gets blocked himself. So an early advantage for the attack side.
Piotr with a quick kill there. And they'll decide to go back on the side of Ireland. But still good to see Ireland pushing forward, trying to get that space. Czech Republic's not going to let it happen right away. This is a bit of the same strat that we saw from Czech Republic on Pistol. You have Pata over towards that right side, a little bit of love towards C, but this time they are going towards C. Czech Republic easy in, and it's going to be the retake here for Ireland. 4 members still ready to do that. So this could be a possible round if they come in strong.
I just want to end it quickly so far for this round for the attacking side of the Czech Republic. I mean, you saw the first contact towards that Stewards. First blood already forced the full rotation of Team Ireland. But you saw the rotation going back here, Riv, on the C side. Nobody's focusing on orbs right now on the attack. They just want to get the rounds in. And that may be 1 orb on that C side that could be less. And there's that first contact as CMD falls.
Easy coverage here. There needed to be the Marshall hitting for McNuggets, the Sheriffs. This one's going to be locked up for Czech Republic as they just get themselves to safety without losing too many. I say that. Caster Curse comes through pretty quick.
We're good for those. So a little bit of a contact play, 2 versus 1. I mean, the contact and the damage is there. Comes out to from a flawless round that could have been there for the Czech Republic. Only 1 player staying alive, and that's a great eco going in for Team Ireland.
Absolutely. Huge damage to the economy there. We'll see how Ireland feels about that as they get into the next round. They should feel good about their buys. They know it's going to be hard for Czech Republic to hold all these angles. So I expect Ireland, again, to push up, to get in their face, in sewers, maybe down to that garage area where we actually saw the Cypher playing and trying to hold the area.
Mind you, when you're looking at that retake, although we didn't see too much results coming out from McNuggets with that Marshall, he is also a player known to be really good on the Marshall and the Guardian, so keep an eye out on McNuggets, which is also the reason why it was talked about on the desk.
He has an arsenal. Whether it's the Guardian, the Bulldog, he'll grab an Operator, an Odin. Yeah, McNuggets is wild when he gets on it. They're going to be pushing towards that garage area, and it's been a bit of a move for Ireland. They now switch that Cypher fully into C. McNuggets.
So you talk about his name, drops 2 into the round. The attacker staying close in this bonus round, just trying to get some control towards the C side, but look at it, the spike's already down, all the way down towards lower C. Nothing much you can really do here with Patagod, so how much more damage can you do? I mean, you've done some damage on the armor. You're just trying to pick up a couple of kills if you can, but he already got pinched from behind by CMD on that rotate. And Ireland, this is a great way to start the first gun round, ending it in a flawless.
Yeah. Wild how quick they clap back here. Feeling very comfortable once they get the weapons, and I don't think they have to do too much movement. It's what we've seen from Ireland on defense. They're staying in the sights. This time they reveal a little bit early with McNuggets, but a lot of the times it's having Czech Republic get into the site and then have to search, have to find, and I think Ireland's taking control of that situation very well.
That's a great call, because when you're looking at where they want to take control, it's a standard way of Haven, right? That control towards the A-side choke. So a fault line to get your Jet into position, CMD activating the dash, seeing the face-to-face duel against Patagod, but still stays alive on both ends. Meanwhile, now Drone comes out to get more information, but it still only catches, this time, the Jet, Piotr. Forced to fall back for a little bit, and that's going to be a slight stalemate.
They are really feeling this is going to be towards A with the last few, first round towards B and the last few hits towards C. Great call here.
Flash for a double swing. Already punished coming out from the Czech Republic, as they thought they're going to be able to do a surprise play from that flash and potential dash and a re-swing. CMD trying to bring matters into his own hands on the anchored A sign, but also gets punished, and that's now a two-player advantage for the attackers, and an A side pretty much almost open.
And I think what we're seeing now becomes Czech Republic's game. They wait, they get another peak, right? Look at where all the deaths have happened. They have come to the side of Czech Republic. Ireland's peaking out. They're getting a little more antsy than we've seen, and Czech Republic is starting to realize that. Still, this rotation by Hasa, nobody's seen him. So they have so much control over the map here, whatever they want to take, and it looks like they'll finalize A.
That's a great call. You mentioned your Riv. Them staying turtled in the back of the site, pressure towards the A main, and when they're trying to find that pressure towards the A main, what does the Czech Republic do? They stay towards the spawn, punish aggressive peaks, and now a 5 versus 1 on the pulse plan, and this is pretty much done. Kyrgyz is going to have to fall back and try to save this Vandal into the next.
Looking at a few ultimates that'll be very big. We have that Rolling Thunder coming up. A few of the Omen ultimates as well, but lockdowns are on the horizon. Let's see if Nuggets gets an operator coming up here, if they can fold into that economy for Ireland. It's something that McNuggets likes to get. They can control the map very well from the defensive side, especially if Czech wants to play this. We're going to slowly peak angles. We're going to give a shoulder to see if you're peaking. Perfect situation for an operator on the side of Ireland. So if they can get to that, I think they can stave off a lot of this pressure that they're finding here from the side of Czech. Kyrgyz with the save. Looks like he'll be safe on this one.
Yeah, very far away from everybody else. But you mentioned heads-up plays. What IGLs could do right now this time for the Czech Republic seems to really understand the play style coming out from Ireland right away.
Yeah.
With, 4 rounds already played? The 5th one, it's going to be, let's say we're going to have an operator coming out from CMD. So a glass cannon coming out too, so you want to buy around what the Omen just saved in that previous round from Kyrgyz. And this is what we mentioned before, like that individual play, trying to do the heads-up play. But what does that mean for the rest here, Riv? They're stuck on an island for the last members on the defensive half, or defensive side, actually, to try to make any type of play.
Yeah, much different there from Ireland in the first rounds. We saw them in the back of the site, not giving up any information, and Czech had to do much more go fish to find what they wanted. Hear a lot of noise towards that mid area as they just map this pressure.
Up drop 2 to break the crosshair placement, but Kyrgyz is there to trade right out. But a TP towards the back of the spawn. Shouty is able to get the backstab onto CMD, so an aggressive play to try to take control of Garage, and now Spike is also in control of Team Ireland, but Shouty is still making this a 2 versus 2. You mentioned ults being available. Dubes has one in his hands, and he's playing close here to his Omen. Still trying to watch this Spike, and trying to find at least where Patagod could be.
We've traded sides of the map.
Pretty
offense
much.
Is now defense, defense is now offense. A smoke on the Spike. Interesting. They're kind of just, they want to play it safe. They figure the Spike will eventually be grabbed, but little do they know, they have a very big upper hand here on the side of Ireland. No movement from Czech. They're much more afraid in this situation here as we have this 2-man team.
Oh, that's going to be a timing. Just got tapped, but at least stays alive, so Patagod can actually start moving forward with his teammate to take control of this Spike. But on the other hand, though, Team Ireland still has full kit from the Sova, walking up. And will we have a transfer moving through? And those still committed towards C, and somehow Doom still falls. But now the lineup on the last 2. Kyrgyz is there, 4 in a round, and a Red Bull clutch.
Oh, that late in the round, did not consider there'd be 2 lurking together. Absurd. Your team wanted to lurk together. Oh, the choices, the decisions to be made, and to just be quiet for a moment there for Kyrgyz. Amazing stuff. This first entry kill. This is one of the first times that we've seen the Czech Republic going for Garage. They didn't know what they were expecting, so they kind of went in Foxy 9 style, just jumping up in as the Jet, and everybody would follow through, and it came down to the 2v2 that was Ireland's to lurk around and find the victory. Now we're going back and forth. The economy is taking a hit. We see the Guardians starting to come out for Ireland as they're getting through these rounds, but not with many members. Here back towards mid. It looks like this is, they've kind of tested every site Now they're really trying to feel each other out and educate each other on how they'll take situations back to mid for this one.
You do have a buy. A forced buy coming through. Guardians and Vandals.
What a flash.
Piotr's already set up indeed for that kill in the A-Link. He's trying to gain more space while the spike's getting planted towards this B site. Just around the corner, they'll have opposition. It's Bopper getting rid of our flash and double swing with McNuggets. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the Czech Republic are holding the outside site and playing the post plant style. The contact is not for a flash. Allows for a hat to come out for the defenders after McNuggets picks up the kill into Piotr. Now they observe that the players are playing outside of the site for the Czech Republic as they're playing around this rolling thunder.
This is going to hurt. And they have the dart to go through, possibly in a few, to deny any smoke cover. It's going to be tough for them.
As soon as it's been tapped, Rolling Thunder comes out, delays even more. One-way smokes are being thrown at the same time. And you definitely know that there's no time left. All the rest of Team Ireland are pulling back to save their weapons. But the round still comes in for the Czech Republic, taking the lead now 4-2.
Switching things up. Last round, fast garage. The rounds before that were always to the extremities, right? We'd go C, we'd go A, you'd show a little bit. A quick crawl up mid here from Czech Republic got under the skin of Ireland right away. And that flash to the right side, we saw the flash coming in from Bopper. Yeah, well, the Omen paranoia came in right after that. So if you were dodging the flash, you're still getting blindsided. Really great stuff coming in from Czech Republic to take B and really cause the save coming in from the side of Ireland. We're going now to round 7. Those Guardians are still there, but we've seen the side of Ireland be able to do a lot of damage with these as they go for the set default strats. Now, you can see Ireland just trying to slow Czech Republic down in whatever they're doing.
Yep. Cutting down their losses for Team Ireland. Yes, you lose a round, but at least you still have weaponry this round. Number 7. And those ults are still available here for the defensive half. Think about Dubes with that Hunter's Fury.
And McNuggets now switching over to A. They're just combining all that Cypher util on one site now to try and delay. And you can see what kind of good retake they'd have with the rest of the map if they don't lose it on the way over.
You're right.
And it looks like that may come into play this time. One of the rounds that Czech Republic is really leaving the map open for Ireland to grab. And Ireland is playing it safe. They're actually allowing Czech Republic to almost do multiple strategies here and figure out what feels most comfortable. That can get scary for Ireland.
But you are right in calling the adaptation from Team Ireland, seeing that there's not too much aggression coming out from the Czech Republic on the A side. Let's put our Cypher there. Let's have our riflers fight in different spots of that map. So far, contact play towards this B side once again. Czech Republic, flash and dash forward towards the alien control. Saint Plant coming through at the same time. There's that Hunter's Fury finally coming out, but the spike still goes down. Hunter's Fury out from Dubes, does get a ping. Meanwhile, though, player advantage out for Team Ireland for the retake. Oh, nice little spray through to Cyber Cage as the McNuggets gets picked off here by Patagon. Alert coming out from Hassa. Headshot coming through, and Patagon playing outside once again, leaving Bopper alone on the 3 versus 1. And there's just too many players, too much utility. An attack on the spike forces out Maffin on the swing, but at least he'll get the kill. And another round is tallied up for the Czech Republic.
They're moving so quick here that they can identify if a lurk is happening or not. Right, we saw the play happening in B, and Hassa's already over here covering garage. There can be no lurk unless that's the 1v1 by the side of Ireland. Yeah, Czech Republic's able to do so much with so little. The rest of the agents are able to flood the map and really make sure that what's happening in sight is all they need to look at. Really smart play so far. Let's see if Ireland can get control. I think that's pushing forward on the extremities a little bit here, Vansili. It's taking a bit more control and paring it down to the 2 sites instead of always allowing all 3 to be open.
Just heard the Blade Storm coming out on the attack. First contact, Dubes stuck behind the boxes of default. And a close range Judge, but the upshot moves forward. He tries to run inside the smoke. Oh, from behind, at least gets the Judge kill onto Dubes. And that's going to stop at least any type of pressure, any type of mistakes that could have come out of that. And with the spike coming down, a 5 versus 3. A save round that you have for Team Ireland with a Hero Phantom in the hands of McNuggets. And unfortunately, the Blade Storm cannot find anything on the side of the defender side either.
Last player standing.
McNuggets is the only one to go find something with that buy that they just brought in. This round seems pretty much done once again. On the attack side, Czech Republic now up with another round.
And they're scaling the site too, like getting back into spawn, really giving trouble to Ireland to be able to come forward. And everybody's there, right? Just simple util, up, over. We saw the push forward by Piotr, able to get into the face. And you see how much chaos is being caused right here. Dubes is like, somebody's around me, but I don't know where. There's so many sounds. There's so much action. Czech Republic is creating so much chaos as they hit these sites. And you have to wonder how much that Muffin and Shouty are together on these. They're like, I'm flashing here. Get your paranoia ready, right? Because it seems like it's one after the other. Those flashes keep you blind and then keep you wondering where you are. Crazy stuff here. Ireland. Seems like they're taking a call, going to wait it out, discuss what's going on. Looks like they'll be back into somewhat of a low buy for Karolkis, but pretty good for the rest of the side. And they need to get a little bit more information on I think, how Czech Republic wants to play it, again, through the extremities, but maybe take it to them in mid, right? Take it to them and then retake as a full team. They're losing people on the way in, and Czech Republic is able to get such an advantage with just the one man.
So definitely, as you called that, pause coming out from Team Ireland, trying to discuss that. I think you bring some great points out of that, Riv, because the extremities are sort of contested, more coming out here on that C side if they want to go for a fast exec for the Czech Republic. But if not, on the A sides are always been very slow, and you finish here towards that B side, the flash and dash. I mean, you see it from the attack side. If it ain't broke, don't need to fix anything here. Just keep doing that same execution and play that pulse plant, which works out quite well. At least now a great opportunity to revisit this. You already hear it now this time. Off the timeout, the pressure's coming in towards this A side. Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to clear towards Sewers. CMD with the dash, dashes away from the Hunter's Fury and stays alive as everybody's pulling back towards the A side. But Piotr's already there. First headshot and a second on to Dubes, just across towards the Sewers. And already, the Czech Republic take over the A site.
That is wild how fast Czech Republic takes this one. Bopper's able to get his ultimate up. I think that's initially what they're preventing, is we're seeing the lurk come around. Hassa already ready, always ready for the lurk, it seems. As I said, Czechs in the site, they're able to scale back, scale up, and position themselves for defense almost immediately on these takes. Incredible stuff.
Bullet time coming through, and Muffin picks up the last kill. I mean, after a timeout at this point, Riv, what can you really do? They didn't have to bring the fight towards the attackers here for Team Ireland, and they're still getting stalked.
I think it's perfect that Czech Republic went for the throat off of Ireland's timeout. Like, we'll go fast. What do we see? Breach is off 1 point. Is Breach going for A alt orb? Dash by no matter what, we're going for it. Take control, and that is the motto right now of Czech Republic. They are taking control of everything. 4 in a row so far. Round 6 to 9 has been theirs, and it looks like they could nicely close this out here. So it's going to be a low buy on the side of Ireland, and they are going to put most of their forces towards that left side of the map here, just leaving Dubes on A.
There's that Marshall. First headshot coming out from McNuggets. You see also from that radar, that pressure's coming in from mid, but unfortunately here for Team Ireland, it is a smaller buy that you have. Guardian Marshall in 3 shares. A flash and dash. Once again, the execution going in towards the seaside as a sheriff kill comes out from Karolkis. So the Thrifty might be coming out for Team Ireland right now. Aftershock pushing Patagot away as we're trying to get this plant down. Rolling their out on the defense. A swing out! As Hassa is trying to do whatever he can. Leaving Muffin alone on the 3 versus 1. Hat comes out. McNuggets wants to throw it right away. So they see here that the last player is pulling back towards the A side, and that forces the immediate rotate from Team Ireland, trying to cut their losses again, not only on the economy, but also on these rounds. They really want to secure this one here.
All right. Into position. Looks like they're playing a little 1-1-1 across the sites if it were. And now it's going to be Muffin to push in here. Really great control there by Ireland. I think one thing that helped them a lot was the smoke that Karolkis was able to throw. Denied that instant sight on Piotr's tag. Oof. Quick shot there from Bopper. But yeah, the team was ready to clear that trip for Piotr, but they could not see it because of the Omen smoke. So really great little thing that worked out for Ireland there in defensive strategy is C. And they did not have to play too much of the retake. They got everything in the beginning. A few more rounds are super necessary here as we come into the end of the final half. If Ireland can't get first that pistol round, this could be tough. They'll have a lot of freedom, I think, on attack side. Once you get that Cypher, you have traps behind you that will detect anybody. So they may have freedom to play a little slow on attack side and play it their way. Well, right now, Czech Republic is doing just that, playing their way. Again, the dash towards long A here, and they're just denying this push by CMD by not really giving them much.
Really liking this, though.
Or not.
Knowing that the lockdown was available for Hassa, they played 4 players towards the A site, denying that lockdown from moving down. Even the Recon Dart pinged 3 players there on the attack, and that's going to have them rethink their strategy in round number 11.
pulling back. And this is one of the rounds the Czech Republic doesn't have alert. So we see them kind of try to put that into action. Great defense by Ireland here to make Czech Republic think twice about what they do. 7-5, definitely an easy score line to keep this game going in either favor. So Ireland here grabbing these last two would be in a great position. The defense is set up right to detect this garage hit, and all three members, I should say 4 members on A, are going to come running over.
And that's the thing you mentioned. 4 players on the A side, despite the attackers cutting noise, they still wanted to play those 4 players within the site, still play a 4-1 on a 3-site map here on Haven. And McNuggets, though, is holding the garage, so that's Shouty to fall, and that's no smoke on the execute. You re-execute towards the A side. So the crossfire is being set up. Flashes will have to be important for Muffin, but for the rest, seems they wanted to decide to play the contact instead. And as they walk into a trap. The 3 players are there, and that's another round coming in for Team Ireland that was much needed.
Nicely done. The cooperation and trust a little bit, I'd say, seems to be there now for Ireland, right? They were trusting each other before, but it's holding those positions, watching that one angle, and knowing this strat's going to be the one that works. He's so much more confidence right now in just these last few rounds from Ireland. Never too late to get that back on board here, and it's definitely given Czech Republic some troubles. Great rounds by McNuggets. Finally coming alive. They weren't really, Czech Republic wasn't working towards where McNuggets was, so McNuggets really hasn't been able to get into the game too much, but here, a few first kills in the last 2 rounds, definitely making an impact for the side of Ireland.
Oh, another attempt. This time Hasa with the first blood. So you saw the updraft from the Jet on the top of the boxes trying to get a pick with that operator. And you have a lockdown being placed in a different spot, though, this time towards the A side that doesn't really force all of the defenders to move outside of the site. It allows for them to play towards Hell, but at least for the Czech Republic to rotate all towards the C side where McNuggets is there solo. Fully blinded coming through, Cage coming out, now looks back in it, spots a couple of players, needs some backup. Aldrone is about to ping him, and he's gonna get wallbang, he's gonna die no matter what, but cannot bring any other players down with them along the way. Spike now planet, advantage is still coming out for the attack on this pulse plant. 4 versus 2, and there's not really much we could do here with the last 2 players within the site for Team Ireland. CMD is just trying to re-clear towards the garage. Looks at the wrong angle, and Bopper is left alone. As he comes back up, that's it. Czech Republic are able to put 8 in the half. And finally solidify actually a pretty decent lead on this first map of the series.
Yeah, being able to kind of snuff out that momentum from Ireland will help Czech Republic here, but it's about this pistol round. If we can see him getting both, that is going to be, I think, really big in just how the momentum is played. It seems like Czech wants to play faster. That's what the composition lends itself to. And you have a Cypher, you're almost waiting for that information or getting that knowledge into play, so you get a return on investment of having that agent. Maybe they will speed it up a little bit, but I feel like pace is what Ireland needs to put inside that strategy right now to get them back on par with Czech Republic here. 8-4, as you said, still very viable for either team. Looks like we're going to get a lot of long-range pop shots here with Ghosts almost 100% across the board. Kurokas just looking for a little more utility. Looks like a mid-play once again. Ooh. Oh my god, there's the aggression. Already Czech Republic down mid.
Already has another dash available.
Wow.
Paranoid pushes them away. I mean, those are some nice taps coming out. And as Ireland wasn't able to get any type of early information coming out from this B push, they got surprised. That's a great way here to start off the second half for the Czech Republic. Potentially getting here 2 pistols.
Not ready yet.
Rolling through. They're always having the flank watch now. Like I said, they have the Cypher, so they can continue to look forward. They know everything's coming from heaven or this link to spawn. Time to plant, but is there enough time to set up? 5v3 on the retake. They're looking for the dart. Dart first, and then we'll hope.
Dubes is the first one that's going to set it up. These players are running out from the spawn. Does get a small ping. There's a counter to try to get information out on the defense.
Nice
and there's
chip.
the execution coming through from Czech Republic. Nice little kill from Karakis, holding inside that smoke, trying to get a surprise kill into heaven, but gets denied right away. Dubes and McNuggets, last 2 player remaining. Tap on the spike, one sticking onto it actually, and McNuggets can only take down 1 as Maffin gets all of the trades, and the pistol round will definitely go here into the Czech Republic side.
Oh my gosh. You wondered if Piotr was playing for Ireland's side there at the beginning. How is he so far down? It's like a Nats position. The map starts and he can be anywhere. Absolutely crazy stuff. Goes down on the second entry, being the Jet for the team. Going forward, the rest of Czech making that space. So Ireland gets suffocated under all that pressure. Fist bumps all around, and they do not stop the momentum going in. As you said, grabbing that second pistol round as the tech pause comes in.
Yeah. Actually, that's pretty good if you're Team Ireland so far, right? You're trying to find lots of solutions going into this game. But now with the tech pause, it allows for that room to breathe just to recollect yourselves actually going into the next round. Their eco once again. And what plays can we actually do? This time you're playing on the attack. You're going to try to play a death ball against a team like the Czech Republic. It may seem like you might still get denied.
I think Ireland's best bet right now is to just allow McNuggets a lurk mid in the beginning, default the extremities, make sure there's no movement from Czech Republic, and then collect.
Yep.
Like, switch up the macro, and then get into your micro. Like, 'cause right now, it feels like Ireland is okay with saying, we got this one strat, and we're gonna run it. And they are running the strat well, but it's being figured out by Czech Republic halfway through at the beginning. So you see the ideas, they're sound, but Czech Republic does not want them to work.
You talk about the macro, and actually it gives us time to talk about this so far as we're still moving through this tech pause, is that agent pick. You talk about McNuggets playing this Cypher where usually in this meta, you have that Killjoy, the strong point of the Killjoy for the retakes you can do with the lockdowns and deniability you can do as well. I think the pick is still pretty good here for McNuggets because it really tries to counter that flash and dash play that the Czech Republic has been doing. Unfortunately, though, if you're looking at how it's been played, there wasn't too many of those traps. He didn't catch too many of those flashes and dashes, and that's all, again, to give praise to Czech Republic on how they're really running that attack side with the IGL.
Yeah, making sure that they're taking out util. I mean, they don't have much, but when they can get the shock darts down on it, it's been counting. You know, it's not like you're going to get the raised chip nade on your Cypher trap. So, again, I still like the pick. Yeah. I agree with that. I think Cypher has a place there. I think the Czech Republic comfortability with this composition, the way that they continue to push behind Piotr is just so strong. They provide a lot of space for that Jet to make it happen. And Piotr does it for himself, too.
And when you're playing that Cypher here on that defense, usually that's going to be that strong point. You mentioned now the lurks. How do you activate McNuggets here on the attack? That's going to be very important as well because you do not have, once again, the differences, the pros and cons now of this Cypher versus the KJ. There's no lockdown to create that quick space if you want to explode as much. So maybe it might be a more defaulty play to start things off here for Ireland on the attack and figure out where the positioning here for the defenders for the Czech Republic could be.
All right, let's get back into match. We do see that it was a defuse. That was Ireland making it in. It was the post plant that it had to be pushed onto Czech Republic. So there's a bit of money there for Ireland to use. We are going to get a buy. We are going to get the Marshals against the Guardian of Shouty here at B.
Already got spotted, was trying to fall back, gets the paranoid to delay a little bit more, is able to TP away. But CMD dashed forward, the site's open for them for the taking, and of course by definitely is coming out now after the plant that they had from the first round. Attempt of deniability, denied actually from the aftershock. That was missed here from Muffin, so the plant still goes down.
Everybody's in sight.
Dash back. Piotr trying to get a couple of picks, but just stays within the smoke. And while he stays within the smoke, all of his teammates are falling down. And instantly, somehow, we have a 1 versus 1. A Marshall coming out from McNuggets, just trying to get the Cajun fall back and play the distance to his favor, while Muffin has that Bulldog. Reloading now the Marshall, and just waiting, knowing that now nobody's close to the tap. And with that fault line coming through, a Cage once again to deny. Great plays here so far from McNuggets. Here's finally that tap onto the spike, trying to at least get it towards the halfway. There's that big forward, misses the shot. And Muffin will come in for the defuse. And a rear miss coming out from McNuggets costs them a round.
Very rare. The quick sidestep. What a play. Muffin coming out huge on that one, and it was just a bloodbath when they went in here to the site. Everybody was there to meet, shot for shot, trade for trade, leaving these two up and just over the right shoulder. Allows Muffin the shot, and the team as well. Czech Republic was not expecting that after the Cypher gate dropped. I don't think a lot of us were, but that's the way it went for Czech Republic. They keep the momentum, and that one's going to be tough for Ireland. They still have some buys, playing the economy well for themselves. But now they need to make Czech Republic worry about what Ireland wants to do. And I think we see Ireland now pushing forward a little bit more to make sure that is the case here. Taking that mid space, now backing up to keep Czech Republic thinking, and they are going to get a bit of movement out of that defense. Is it enough, though? Can they get this first shot onto Piotr? Just missed. Just a little info, though. Still a lot to do. You see the spike is not committing yet, Van Silly.
Yeah. But you saw the pressure that they're adding forward here, Team Ireland, towards that A choke point, and the idea of McNuggets lurking towards that middle, trying to catch, rotates across, but you do have a very methodical play coming out from the Czech Republic. Staying very calm because all of this Killjoy utility is still up. There's that first contact coming through, turret gets broken, and Ireland seems to be committed to try to get this plant towards the B site.
Good dodge.
CMD gets full blinded by a paranoid, forced to fall back in the back of Dom. Nice, ADSing down to take down Piotr. And now both sides are being under attack, and CMD still holding his ground. Almost got the flick there onto Hasa, but gets denied. A 3 versus 3. As now slowly but surely, the Czech Republic are trying to inch back within the B site. And that starts off here with Hasa moving in. Nice first contact against Bopper. Tap on that spike, not really planted for the players as Dukes comes out with the Guardian. Once again, a 1 versus 1, and gets one bullet between the eyes of Hasa. And allows here Team Ireland a close round, but a 5th.
Whew, Doob's coming out big on that one. Doob's normally a big lurker for the team, especially on other maps here. We see him being able to be the clutch master here at the end of the round on the initiator. And nice Guardian shots coming through here. Actually, something that Ireland across the board really good at the Guardians. If they are forced onto lower behind, you see McNuggets on that. Bopper, Doob, CMD, they can all use that weapon, and here we see it come into play. A little more money, though, in the pockets. Ireland buys up, and they're going to be forcing Czech Republic down onto a low buy here. Love that space taken. Get the camera down into sewers, realize the push isn't happening right away, and they can get themselves to safety. Easy pushback. A lot of alt orbs, too, for the side of Czech Republic right now, so they could be coming back swinging hard.
And the pings came out earlier there on the attack. They do want to finish towards the B site, at least, unless they find some sort of stack, which is why you had that Cypher McNuggets trying to look for the A choke control. The camera looking down towards Stewards, and he's just going to anchor that up. Meanwhile, the rest are moving forward towards this B side. And now noise will be heard. McNuggets on the lurk, gets that first blood and the hat.
There we go.
This is an important neural theft coming out here for the attack. Now they know the position. The stack was more here towards that C side. The B side's open, and there's still so much map to play, so much room here for the attack to take over.
Being
rotate towards the A.
A low buy round, I think this type of play is what we expect to see out of Ireland. That McNuggets push, that kind of off-the-ball play here as they go for the A site.
The spike is down. Hasa does get a pick off with the Marshall dropping in. Tap onto the spike, forcing out the Hunter's Fury. Not going to come into contact yet, but they do have a disadvantage until CMD comes up from the heavens. So he's the one backstabbing his opponent. Another nice shot there onto Maffin, and that's going to stop the bleed, at least on that half buy that we've gotten here for that Marshall and the pistols that we had for the Czech Republic. So more room to breathe here for Team Ireland as they're slowly making this comeback.
All right. I feel like there was something that happened over in the Ireland dugout where they're like, hey, guys, deep breath. 0-0 game, let's make it happen, right? It just seems like a different style, a vibe that they're bringing in as they enter these sites, as they trade each other and get those anchor kills down. We'll see how they do it here. I mean, this could easily be Czech Republic saying, okay, we don't like the way the last few rounds went. Push again, push again. It looks like that might happen towards long, too. You see 3 setting up on A, 1 short, 2 long to stop what Ireland has been doing here.
Standing ahead.
The gate up, they get that safe camera down. Okay, so their default setup is there. This is where Ireland's been able to spread out and do really well. Already playing towards the lesser numbers here for the side of Czech Republic, but they're going into quite a bit of utility. That's all they have to do.
Trying to work extremities at the same time.
Yeah.
So the ping getting the Killjoy Hasa forced to fall back. They're breaking the turret, and then at the same time, McNuggets swung out towards the A just to try to see if he could actually catch somebody off guard, and unfortunately, he meets a couple of bullets coming out from Piotr. So he gets picked off. Taking space will be hard indeed. They're trying. Piotr's still there. There's that flash, but man, Piotr's looking for that ace. An updraft, recon, right click classic 2 for the cherry on top.
Wow, what a great play as well. Patagod sitting behind, drawing attention just for the Jet. And I think that round, it really gives us a picture of how Czech Republic like to play around Piotr. Giving space, allowing the play to be Piotr's. And obviously you're going to give the ace in the end, but just allowing him to be the secondary attack on that strategy and takes it all. That's how much confidence they have in that Jet, and Piotr's able to put forth that power. Bladestorm ready. They are going to be dueling Bladestorms possibly this round coming from both Jets. Ireland going straight for sewers now.
And it's an early rolling thunder.
Oh no!
Trying to go for that trap play. CMD's moving forward. The smoke's coming out. There's Gurda from behind. And Moffin's coming there for the support. And those are the players falling down here for Team Ireland.
What? How do they move so fast? Czech Republic has just turbo shoes. The play happened and Piotr was literally in lobby here. Crazy stuff. McNuggets again with the smoke frags coming through, tried and true. Another 2 for him.
Sometimes we'll take those.
Up. Yeah, you'll take those. You'll take those for sure. 1 minute left on the round as we are evened up now. But that lockdown could come through if there's one more kill here from Hasa to really switch up the round. That could be trouble. Looks like McNuggets is gonna go on a little bit of an adventure here and get the lurk going, as it's the safety of Dubes and Bopper on the other side. Ooh. A little bit of health here for McNuggets. It's been chipped away, but still feeling confident to be that first peak.
It's gonna be annoying. Camera just got shot off though, so no shorties up there on the top of the boxes. There's that TP away. And then early.
There's a lockdown.
Okay, fully blinded. I mean, fully smoke, fully blinded. McNuggets doesn't care. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds left on the clock. The spike goes down on that C side for Dubes.
All right, reset that timer a little bit longer now. Spikes down, and this lurk here as well for McNuggets to come back around and help, as it's going to be drawn from Dubes towards long C. And there's low health for Piotr here. Hasa has been incredibly clutch, but this is a round Ireland needs to stave off that game point for Czech Republic. Pushing towards the site. They're just trying to get an idea for what they might be able to see.
Important recon dart and shock darts available now for Dubes. Trying to delay with the shock dart first. McNuggets is just looking for that right timing. Off the second time you attack, easy kill, and a second one there with the crossfire setup. No ace, but at least you'll take the round here for Team Ireland.
4K's aces, though, they are getting real good at figuring out what positions are going to be best to just drop. Ireland, as they try to get into defense, as they try to get around a corner and put themselves into position. Good cleanup here by the rest of the side. And we are going to be moving. This is getting tough. Ireland's feeling good, but I think Czech Republic is inching closer and closer to finding a way to get that 12th round, and then maybe the next one. Ireland, however, is going to try to lock that down. And Odin they'll have to deal with from Patagod this time, though.
Change of pace, though, for the Czech Republic. Lots of pressure towards this middle. No operator, though, in the hands of Piotr. They were just trying to move him down with the Vandal and trying to go for some sort of trap play with this fault line paranoia. But for the attack for Ireland, they're still inching towards this A side.
Like a Fnatic version of the strategy, almost.
It's passive plays from Patagod all the way back towards spawn. So they really are okay to give up this A site and want to play the retake, potentially even a heavy flank coming out off the post plant.
Quick and easy take. A lot of these from Ireland have been very, not defaulty, but your base takes. They're going to go flash, dash in. They get the space, and Czech Republic knows at this point they don't want to fight that. They'll go for the retake. A lockdown is ready, and we're going to get some ultimates from both teams here. Here they come.
Oh, I love it. Rolling Thunder coming out for the spawn, so they could actually add that pressure and break that lockdown. But the crossfire is there for the Czech Republic. 2 players fall, but at least the lockdown's down. And McNuggets, they hear the shots, they get the backstab. Bopper holding towards the spawn, and it's up to Dubes, who gets caught as well by Piotr. Did not expect a double flank coming out from the Czech Republic, and they'll get the defuse.
Czech Republic, they get the lurk on the Cypher. That's why you have the Cypher. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, McNuggets was so focused, and it seems like that would be the case. Rolling Thunder, bunch of ultimates coming in. You think you hit the team. Okay, we're focusing that way, but no. Already coming around. Czech Republic is always mobilizing across the map, and you got to be ready for it. Taking one more round. will provide them with a win here on Haven. And it was a pick. Ireland came in, they said, we want this. And Czech Republic have shown in 3-1 fashion already how strong they are on Haven. They could make it 4-1 here with another round.
And they run the same play once again for the Czech Republic, this time not with the lockdown for the retake as they've already used it. So this allows here for them to catch the players off guard with the aggressive plays, but it works out at least for a couple of kills on both ends. A 3 versus 3 of Flash putting CMD just behind the walls, but those players that tried to play the trap play from the garage. Shouty and Muffin falls back towards that C side. The lurk here coming out from the A link. Ground has been taken, plant coming down up. Oh, okay, wait. A full TP that catches. Deuce somehow pulls his weapon out on time. So Muffin solo. CMD just trying to fake out that he was falling back and runs back out for the walk peak and gets the kill.
This place is
Staying
nice,
alive.
but not nice enough to die in.
That's what they want to see.
Get out of here.
All right, what's next? How do they, it's been a lot of A, now we're towards mid. I feel like C has been left very alone for the side of Ireland here. They've only taken it a few times towards the last bit of a round. And we'll see if they switch up the map a little bit more. It does look like they'll set up for a C. They may find that Killjoy utility, and also power and numbers here from Czech Republic trying to read this play. This could be a tough one. They could be just a touch and go.
Oh, what? Okay, Garden coming through, 3 fall, and they were not ready for that for Team Ireland, and that will be a backbreaker if the round is lost here. But thankfully, you mentioned it was a lower buy coming out for the Czech Republic, so maybe an opportunity to do something here with Karokis and McNuggets. These 2 Vandals and the last 2 players are the last hope here for Team Ireland for round number 21 on Haven.
Shouty drank a Red Bull. That's for sure. that was a Wings moment. All right, where do they go? How do they do it? How do they find these frags on the Czech Republic? Just a lurk for McNuggets and Karokis here. McNuggets usually the one to be okay with that first peek, and without the spike, it is going to be up to him. Not in position for a trade just yet, but both members watching their back, pushing forward, praying Mantis defensive style. If they can get themselves to safety here. Now they both look forward as they make their way through garage. This is the best situation, but it's going to be Shouty.
Okay, nice. Little pick moving forward. Hunter's Fury right away. Does not really get a ping coming through. Oh, no, he TP'd right into it. He TP'd right into it, and that's a spike down. 25 seconds left on the clock, and now McNuggets has to go for a clutch. 3 versus 1 as they're all rotating towards the spawn. Shock darts to try to do a little bit more chip damage. McNuggets staying within the sight. Camera is up at least on that spike as he's walking down slowly. Cloud burst 2, up drop on the top. And there's that first ping. Tap on the spike, and McNuggets swings out easily, picked off there by Piotr. And that's gonna end the first map in favor of the Czech Republic as they win it on Haven.
Czech Republic, take it. Telling the crowd, get on your feet, let's go. This is just game 1. They bring the intensity. Ireland able to match towards the end, but just coming up a little bit short. And what a choice, though, for Ireland to come in. Imagine, though, Ireland takes this. How does Czech Republic feel, right? But Czech Republic staves that off. I do like the idea coming into it to pressure the opponent on their own map, and we'll see if Ireland can bring us to a map 3, because it is going to be a tough one next, seeing the momentum Czech Republic have.
I mean, 100%, because the second map that's going to be coming up is going to be Sunset, and that's not a map that Ireland has played, as Vlad mentioned on a desk before. So as you're trying to surprise your opponents to play on Haven and try to catch, maybe it's a way to playing Haven. It's a 3-site map. You could kind of make it work, but they didn't, and unfortunately they're going to have to battle back in an uphill battle.
That Cypher.
Yeah, exactly. So at least that's it for us now for the first map. Let's see what Ian and Adesk have to say.
Riv, nothing but love, guys. It's great to have you kicking things off here in Istanbul. Ireland's map pick, Haven, goes in favour of Czech. Sunset, of course, is just on the horizon, and we cannot wait to continue this series. Czech really set the place there, set the pace there, Vlad, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did whatever they wanted to in the first place, and then, yeah, small bits and something from Ireland when they won against Czechs that eco round, you remember from McNuggets, the Marshall one. They did something good, nothing bad at all. They tried it, but they didn't just catch up with the experience with the Czechs.
It was you know, we talk about surprises at events like this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any surprise for anybody now that Czech have made it this far. There's a reason they're here.
Yeah, I think you look at the fact that Ireland really wanted to take them to their map. Riv referenced it at the end of that cast there. It is a risk to take Czech Republic to Haven.
Yeah.
They did it, they brought it to them, they thought they would be able to, you know, give them a taste of their own medicine. It was a little sour, and I guess luck wasn't in the Irish favor today because it definitely wasn't going in their favor. The synergy of the Czech Republic team, they practice 7 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. That was shown on screen, and I think experience favors all.
I mean, let's go back to into the game, you know, like Czechs won the ball of the pistols, like that synergy. How are you gonna make it happen when you're losing consecutively? Like, it's really hard for Irish to come back from this, but the game, this series has not been ended yet, you know.
Oh no, Hassa had his MVP stolen, and you know where this came from? This came from the ace in round 17.
Yeah.
He was able to propel himself up. A lot of this is just going to be kill-based, as Jet players should be. That's their job. Make the space, and hopefully you get a few kills while you do it. Power positions being taken. I want to really commend, you know, Czech Republic on going, wow, we're giving up a lot of space here in the second half.
Yeah.
They set the pace in the first half, as you referenced, but in the second half they said, all right, we're done. We're going to go aggressive. We're going to take A main, and we're going to just close this off here and now.
What I love from Czechs, the responsive games. I mean, they suffered a lot on B and C as well when they make it to the defense. And actually, in the second pistol round, and then Irish actually made it to force buy decision. Yeah,
they
there
did.
was one round. McNuggets could have done it, and it could have changed everything for the Ireland team. And then the rounds they won from B and C. Czech Republic has actually made some responsive movements with setups on mid, like contact setups, breach util, and pop up.
Vlad, you don't sound like you got too much belief in these Irish lads. One thing you can never do, Vlad, is write off the Irish.
Yeah.
All right, because Jess.
Yeah.
On the flip, if we're going to take a look at some, you know, positives that the Ireland team can take away from this, there were some good reads in there.
Oh my goodness, I'm sitting there scribbling away on my cue card going, you know, what have I got? Round 11 here, I've got round 17 the ace, even though, of course, they lost that round in dominant fashion.
Yeah.
How many times the Irish read Czech like a book? And I thought to myself, wow, that's really good, because Czech is methodical, they're really disciplined, and to be able to know exactly what the fake's going to be, where it's going to be, and what kind of pace they're going to push with, I think it took them about 7 rounds to work it out, and that's high-level cerebral thinking coming out of the Irish team. I don't know which player is calling exactly, but whoever it is, they're damn smart.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dupes, like coming back from the top 16 game and then dropping 30 on Portugal, and right now 1v3 clutch in the Guardian round on the B side. They made it everything to work. I mean, this could have been like ready enough if they could just get one of the pistol rounds, but this is not over yet. I mean,
It's
Sunset,
not, of course it's not.
It's just we don't know anything about Ireland. I mean, like
On
considering
Sunset, of course.
Sunset, yeah.
Yeah, which is where we are going next, and it is, of course, not Ireland's map pick. There is 2 sides to this story. We know that Czech can perform on this map, Jess, but on the same, you know, the same breath, Ireland could surprise us with some unpredictability here.
Oh, okay, Coach Brain, come with me on this trip I'm about to go on. Coach,
I want to jump on
Cap
this as
goes
well.
on. All right, well, we'll bring you in as honorary coach. It scares me to go up against a team that I don't know what comp they run on a map. I don't know how they play it. I don't understand what kind of expectations early to mid-round, and especially late round. How are they paying their post plan? Where are they likely to have players? Do they lurk? I don't have these answers if I'm Czech Republic. Conversely, though, maybe I'm a little comfortable because maybe Ireland doesn't want to go to Sunset. That's why them being able to win this best of 3 now paints a little bit of a picture that Czech could run away really viciously with this. I'm on 2 sides of this. My coach brain goes, I would hate this as a coach if it was me, but part of me hopes for the Czech squad that they're getting a bit lucky that they don't want that.
I mean, yeah, we could have seen them playing on Sunset as well, but Ireland actually decided to either ban Lotus or Sunset, yeah? So we kind of know, we kind of feel like Sunset is the not best maps for them so far. But you know what? They have nothing to lose right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to play by their hearts with this, you know. And,
we're going into the heart territory.
Hold on a minute. I feel like you should have done the team talk for these guys, Vlad, because you're starting to get me all fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
you do the pep talks?
You know, we saw the players from up here. We saw them disappear behind the scenes, like as you do in all professional esports, to go have a bit of a huddle, but have a bit of a conversation. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall listening to this Irish team talk to each other going into this second map, because we've seen them behind the scenes. They are the sort of players that get all fired up and ready.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried for them moving into this map, because they clearly wanted to counter Czech on map number 1, and they'll have the VOD and of course the composition moving into this map. I wonder if they might question themselves a little bit. Is our skills of reading and countering our opponent, are they really as good as we thought they would be? Because it didn't really work on map 1. I want them to be confident in themselves. They read so well on map number 1.
And I mean, if they're gonna win, they're gonna win themselves, you know.
Yeah.
The actual problem was in the group stage. They depend on Turkey to win against Kosovo in order to make it to top 16, yeah? And right now, they can win themselves, and decision is up to them.
As we roll along here, we've got on our main stage our first quarterfinal, of course, which is Ireland versus the Czech Republic. But we also have Indonesia versus Pakistan going on behind the scenes. 13A Indonesia took the first map.
Yeah.
So the favorites that you picked, Vlad, starting strong here in the quarterfinals.
I mean, like, it wasn't going to be easy. It wasn't going to be... I didn't expect that quarterfinal to be go like 13-3, 13-4, because I mentioned Pakistan as well. Like, they have Shooter, the duelist player, who's popping up with operator plays, you know. And the Indonesia, of course, they're starting to warm up, you know.
I think if the Czech Republic get this done in 2, Jess, they might become your new favorites.
Oh, no, because I don't want to sidestep away. I don't want to have recency bias. I don't want to stand here and be like, because they recently won, they're my brand new favorites. I can't skip, hop, and jump away from Canada just yet. So
you see how a man just dabbing, right? This is what I'm saying. The confidence is high in this team.
It should be.
It should be.
It should be.
How are the Irish lads looking? Are they looking chill? Are they looking ready? Are they looking fired up?
I wish the man on the far left side of the stage of Ireland has the best flights, because he is tall, and I guarantee his knees hit the seat in front of him every time he boards a flight. I wish him the utter best.
It's a stressful situation, isn't it, Vlad? Because this is one of those situations where if you are Ireland, it's a blink and you miss it sort of opportunity. You've had the taste of what it's like. You get the big walkout, you get the smoke, you get the LED lights and all that good stuff. But before you know it, you're on a flight back home to Donegal or wherever it is he's from in Ireland.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they must have felt that moment in the group stage as well. I don't want to be too repetitive about it, but right now, what they can do is turn the page. That's a blank page, and write the history.
Oh, the man's a poet.
You are a poet.
Oh, good.
In the second language as well.
Yeah,
this is impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's like when I speak Italian, it's horrific. So I'm going to pretend I'm bilingual as well. Yeah.
Vlad, when we kicked off proceedings, it was a few days ago now, we came out a little bit early for the welcome party for all the players when they all arrived. All 34 teams from all their individual countries. Some of these players leaving home soil for the very first time in their lives. There's like a real mix of ages here, of course. Everyone's a student, but there are some older students and some younger students. But for all of them, it's this crazy opportunity to live like a real pro for an entire week. And this is your first time experiencing it, you know, live and in person. What's it been like?
I mean, this is like what Red Bull provides for these young kids, you know. Like, you mentioned, like, how long was the flight for anyone? And some New Zealand players took like 25
20
hours.
Plus. It's crazy.
Like, that's crazy. That's what happens, you know.
All right, we're into Agent Select as we get set to go to Sunset, Jess.
Yeah, I'm just double checking my notes here to see exactly what kind of composition. Omen, Viper, Raze, Cypher, and of course, Sky coming out from the side. So that's all normal from the Czech Republic. And I don't think I'm going to criticize Gecko yet.
Not
Is that
yet.
a fair statement?
Not yet. I mean...
Yeah. I kind of want to criticize it, though. Part of me is like, I like Gecko.
I mean...
in bursts.
New approaches, like... Double controller, always the safest choice right now in this meta. So we can give credits to Czech Republic after they won against Poland as well. They seem solid. Hasa seems solid on Viper and both Sentinel as well. But right now, I want to see what actually Ireland will show to us.
I mean, it just feels like map control is going to be really, really tricky for them. I mean, I'm just looking at this composition. I'm going, all right, you read Czech well, but what can you do now?
Well, I think the Czech fans want this to be 2 and done. I think everyone who's a neutral in the arena probably wants to see this be a 3-map series. I know that we do here on the desk, and I'm pretty sure that Vansili and Riv want that too. Guys, take us into this one.
Thank you so much, Ian. I mean, I am actually pretty happy that we're seeing a Gecko here on this map of Sunset, and this coming out of Ireland, because now that means they do have an ace under the sleeve. And Gecko is actually, for me, a great agent on this map. We've seen it being used towards professional play in China. It's also a composition that also beat EDG on this, if you're looking at the pro play, and Gecko was at the forefront of that. The utility that you can use for Gecko, as well as all the windows that are available on Sunset,
Yes.
I'm expecting a lot of trap plays and coordination coming out from a team of Ireland that doesn't seem to practice at all.
Right, and I love the fact that you mentioned the windows, but also, in a weird way to think about it, has a low ceiling of the structures, so you can use all your utility over top.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And being able to chuck your utility over top really allows a Gecko to say, it can come from anywhere.
Yeah.
It can come from market one time, it can come from the other side. If they get around to Boba in some way through mid, there are so many pathways if you can take control of mid in this map. And look what Ireland does right away. Take control of mid.
Yeah. And that's something Jess mentioned before. Maybe it's going to be difficult to take the map control, but our aggression, is already coming out here for the defensive side of Ireland. Meanwhile, though, that weakens out towards the A sign, where I also do like this pink coming out here. We talk about the new buffs coming out from the Cypher, and that's being used towards this B side where McNuggets is at, and already depleted one of his one-way cages here towards this B site.
It takes a lot to get past those Cypher trips on this. Yeah, you can blast pack, but it's not a straight blast pack into the site. Even if you're at B or A, you're always doing a little bit of a tricky shot that your teammates can't really back you up on. So Cypher traps have really, really good return on investment here, especially the length that they got in recent updates, and now having to be broken twice if you don't actually break it on that first attack. Here pushing towards the right side, we'll always see this orb a lot of the time to open up that alley.
It's double swing coming out for the first contact. They already cleared towards the right side. A right-click classic to drop ZMD, but Bopper is there to at least trade on that mid-side control. Flash for information, but Czech Republic are moving within this A side for the plant.
All right. Plan easy. Can they get the spawn, though? Looks like they'll try to play towards the backside, right in the toes.
Right as soon as the smoke was about to dissipate, Piotr gets the kill. And that's that Gecko down. Trailblazer on the pulse plant, trying to get some information. That's mapping with the dog spots. No, but nothing as of yet. Flash from Bopper to initiate the push. And a smoke towards the elbow. And Muffin holding towards the back of the site. Kills one before he gets picked off here by the Paranoia. And finally traded off. One player disadvantage. Tap on that spike. Bopper holding just on the outside of that smoke. And does get that connection onto Hassa. And also the paint shells misses. Just around the corner. Shouty comes out to make it a 1 versus 1. Close range and right in. An ace for Bopper. And the defuse comes out here for Team Ireland.
Oh, what a start. A pistol round in their favor. They come in flying on Sunset. Oh, easy. See that? He's like, Bopper's like, no, no, no. Quiet now, quiet now. He's feeling it. That's what Ian was looking for. Yeah, they're feeling it. Coming into the site, Bopper just presenting to that back alley. And still able to get the quick flash out, determine the situation, and get the win. Really nicely done by Ireland to be behind each other on that one. And, you know, hearing from this guy right here, we know that Ireland wants to go further. This means a lot to them. They want to be seen. They want to keep playing. And we're going to see that strength and determination start to come out of them here in map 2. Oh, ouch.
The play was there to flash through the window, and Satchel's right within the right side hallway. Denied right away by a close range judge. Player advantage coming out now for the defenders of Team Ireland. As this is a force play, though, for the Czech Republic, trying to answer right back towards the A side control. They've given up everything else. A death blow right now for these last remaining 4 players on the attack.
Bopper holding real tough on that angle. They're not even moving. And actually just behind Dubes is ready to make that trade too. They start to push back, leave 2 and 3 on sites here as they realized Czech Republic might be doing something, and they are. They're waiting. They're actually waiting for Ireland to move just a little bit to get this defense out of position and then try for at least 1 here. Bopper would be a huge kill, but he detects already. What a play.
Yeah. The good news, at least for the Czech Republic, is you don't know how many was spotted. Already, a mosh goes towards the ground, Molly on the ground. CMD in the back of the site with the judge. Crossfired by Caracas, and looking pretty good though for Team Ireland to hold this site.
30 seconds left.
Nobody able to cross this line through the smoke for the side far. Blind until Mappin comes in. Stinger, spray transfer? Okay, 2 versus 1. He's able to pull back just for a bit, but there's only 18 seconds left on the clock. Has to commit now towards this A side. Upgrades here to a Spectre. CMD low on HP.
Drawing
Vandal
fights.
in his hands too. And as he draws the fight and Mappin walks in, Caracas was there to stop.
Just trying to get him to peak. I think the damage he was doing there really had Ireland scared for a moment. Good damage by Czech Republic, but Ireland come up again with the win. And that's the important part, to keep that momentum going. You do not want these eco rounds to go on sunset. They seem like they just fold over after that. You don't really get control again. Being able to take mid, again, Ireland should be able to keep control of the map a little bit here with a low buy on Czech Republic. It looks like they'll do that actually coming over from market just now. Let's see if Caracas takes that position. So just some smokes. They're trying to throw a wrench in the works here of this A strategy.
Already the dog coming out.
Oh my.
Paint shells to push him away.
Little chip.
Just do a little bit of damage here as there has been some changes over to the paint shells coming out from the Rays with the most recent patch. So you could stay alive much longer here with the health remaining on the attack side. They pull back to take control towards mid.
All right, Tiles is back in. Sunset, you really want to make your opponent always think about more than one thing. If they don't see you in mid, then they're not pressured, right? If they don't see you somewhere else, they're not pressured. You always want to be pressuring Sunset. These options are so numerous. Here through mid, they can go to either site and really start to tear apart Ireland if they can get into this position.
But a contact play once again. Dubes was there for the first kill, but at least it gets instantly traded out. And the pivot goes back towards the A lane. Right into the A side. CMD once again. Shuddy swinging out with the dog coming out on the attack. Seekers to try to find information and delay as much as he can. As Bopper is looking to readjust his positioning, meeting up with his teammates on the rotate from the B site.
Got to note that damage Czech Republic did last round. It's definitely making Ireland suffer on the buy and causing this to be a round Czech could come and pull through on.
This is big too. The Seekers spotted the information on the last 3 players of Team Ireland, and they've upgraded on a few weapons too. It's their turn to set up the crossfire. Double flash coming in for the defenders. Pentagon stays alive. The crossfire is too good. Only 1 player left. That's McNuggets with the Stinger. Hinching in closely as he hears the camera being played towards the A side. Does get the contact, but no cigar. Mappin with the kill. That's a lure buy that you had on the attack that comes in their favor for the Czech Republic.
Able to get that Vandal from Caracas out. Now it's on the side of the Czech Republic. It's just this swing. The audacity is what you love about it. You're like, you know what? We need to take the side. I'll be at the sentry. I'm in. It's just stinger run across the board to kind of identify what's going on in the site as a personal owl drone there. All right, Czech Republic. Feeling that momentum, they'll get a little bit of money in their pocket now, and they'll have to deal with the marshal and the judge. Never fun from Ireland, but it should give Czech a bit of an upper hand here as they can play a bit slower and find the frags that they're looking for in each round. We've seen a big pile towards A quite a few times. Never mid-control for Czech, but a lot for Ireland, and they're going to do it again to pinch Czech Republic here to B.
What a test of waters towards the B side.
Yeah.
This Czech Republic team moving in. You hear the martial shots. Nice utility here to catch Caracas, but somehow still lands a couple of shots before he falls. Player advantage as the plant comes down for the Czech Republic. Bopper looking for timing from the market. Met up here with Dubes. Full utility with this Gecko. Everybody from the Czech Republic is playing the pulse plant. I mean, it's a perfect plant. It's at the staircase. It's easy to ping if there's any smokes or anything coming out. Thankfully, also on top of that, there's no smokes available for Ireland for the retake.
You're safe for days with Cypher utility behind you. Everybody looking forward here to just make sure it's denied.
So that now forces Ireland to flash and move in. That's a judge long range. Counter flash out from the attack. But no bleeding coming out. All 4 players that were pressured towards this B main, stays alive for the Czech Republic.
I saw that going much different. The fake sky flash almost takes out Czech Republic there, but the judge just too far away to do the finalizing damage. All the members of Czech Republic turn around and close.
Also nerfed.
Yeah, close down Ireland. Indeed, it is nerfed, and we see it coming into play there. Czech Republic, they didn't move super fast on that, but they didn't stop moving. And we saw that Ireland got caught using utility in sight. Few people in their face, like really caught off guard there. So Czech, we just said they're playing slow to A. Slow to A, walk up towards B. Now a fast towards A as they get themselves through.
Oh, I love it.
Dupes finds him.
That was heard miles away, and Dupes was just waiting off the corner, and Shouty thought that he had a perfect position, and that's an easy kill for the Gecko. And that's going to stop at least the aggressive push we're trying to do for the Czech Republic towards this A side. Forced to fall back now as the Trailblazer comes out for the defense for info. They're just looking to re-hit. Flash spots information. Hasa is the one that's at the point, right off the right side hallway. Utility in his hands almost got picked off there, but Bopper drops his teammate.
Spike down in a scary spot.
Yeah, out in the open pretty much. That's no smoke, at least to move back and try to pick up the spike as you're trying to make a play. I mean, I respect it. Trying to at least cut the rotations from the defenders out towards the A side. As he falls, that leaves now 2 players left for the Czech Republic. Hasa and Piotr, both in different extremities of this A side, and hoping to punish any type of over peaks coming out from Ireland.
I'm seeing this Gecko as well kind of sit behind everybody and continue to huff util over. Just continue as he took the mosh pit. Get wingman out. Thwarted now by Czech Republic. Great push through. They should get a plant here, but can they hold off 3? The retake ability of Ireland is still there with Dubes.
And also they have a Thresh. So we're just waiting for the teammates to group up, and you're running behind its Thresh right here. Hasa, sorry, and Piotr holding it towards the back. Hey, look at this rotate, actually. They won't catch Hasa, and Hasa has an opportunity to backstab once again.
This is huge.
So you have to try to delay, and Piotr has satchels too. There's the wingman for the defuse first. There's that lurk, the first kill from Hasa, but that wingman still defusing, and it both fall instead. So a defuse comes through for Team Ireland as they regain the lead now on Sunset.
Wow. But yeah, speaking again about Gecko there, wingman I feel like has so much control over both sides of A there. You throw him into the alley, he's gonna find somebody. You throw him to the right side, he can bounce off and go towards the A main side. Really tough for Czech Republic to make it through here. Great kills to make it happen, but still just that utility cover on the site and getting the 1v1 that they were able to on the retake. Even with that lurk around, very nicely played by Hasa to almost get it. 3-2. Ireland pulls the post plant back into their favor. Where we see these coming down to the last drop on these rounds. They are pushing each other to the limit. We're going to get another B play here. Czech Republic slowly walking up, but again, they didn't stop. They kept walking forward to see if they do that again. Seems like they do hesitate slightly, and here we go.
Showstopper to clear the space. One gets pinged first, the spray comes through the smoke, and that's Shouty that falls. Now the Showstopper does not collect any kills, but at least they have the space. They have also a pit for the Czech Republic on this post plant.
1 kill in a Cypher ult would be huge.
Ooh. Nice swing out from Piotr, so that's no ults coming through, no information gained, but at least CMZ's there for the retrade. Bopper looking for that flank. The satchel's in, CMZ is met right away as Dupes gets 2 kills through the smoke.
Just Hasa.
With at least the pit alive, denied by the duel against Karokis, and that's a clean retake by Team Ireland.
Wow, really aggressive and behind each other on these flashes, playing really quickly off whether that flash is going off, whether it's a fake sky flash, whether it's going to be from Gecko. A lot of coordination going into these retakes here. And Dubes doing a little bit of this. Dubes and Nuggets really cleaning up through the smokes today as they're able to finalize another round. That was Raze ult into Viper ult to get into B. And Czech Republic is shut down there. Ireland playing much better here together as a team. They are indeed cracked breakfast right now. Let's see what they got next. 2 post-plant diffuses there. So again, Czech Republic is making it into the site, but they are not able to find their ground. What do they need to do is the question. And it just seems like they're getting sorted out by this wingman Gecko and full retake by Boppers.
So they're conditioning this flash towards the right side, A side, but the hero rifles that they have within this round for Hasa and Patagod are fighting towards the middle. They're trying to get the lurk, they're trying to cut these rotates to break the trip too.
Okay.
Very well done. So maybe if this pulls out a rotate on the other end, that's an A site open, but nobody's budging for Ireland, but Muffin still gets the kill.
That was beautiful. First time they show mid and they wait for the alley push to get that Sheriff kill.
Another spray through the smoke. Dubes and Caracas holding this A side. And now the hero rifles are trying to make plays. Caracas hit by a flash, but a little bit too late. Still takes it off.
I know exactly where you are. One enemy remaining.
Oh, this is actually pretty nice. Neural Theft allows for him to know where the last pair is at. A 1 versus 1 at the off angle and 5 HP left. After that duel, Patagon wins it here for the Czech Republic.
Very big from Patagon, expecting that Neuralink peak too. Really expecting the fact that it would come on the dark spot of it. And that is the clutch coming through. Let's see it one more time. Oh, so tricky, down to 5 HP. But Patagon comes up strong. Patagon and Piotr playing super strong right now. Shouty having some good rounds. Everybody on both teams now starting to turn up a little bit. And that's what we want to see here in map 2. This is, again, Czech Republic's pick. So Ireland feeling good to start off with a bit of a lead here and see if they can keep it going. A lot of ultimates for Ireland, and they're still playing that pressure mid game.
Lots of bodies towards the mid, as you mentioned. Through smoke. I mean, at this point, just keep throwing those smokes around here, Ireland.
And they're
3
not,
kills in a round.
They're not phantom sprays, too. They're vandals.
That's
the
insane.
audacity.
Player standing.
Oh, the ace? Nobody's hunting just yet. They're aware of what's going down. But wow, Ireland definitely feeling good off of this one, especially after Czech comes up with their own round that Patagon was able to clutch out there. Yeah. Caracas saying, I wasn't happy that I lost that 1v1. How about an ace? How about an ace? Well, show us, sir. Show us. It looks like he's going for it. Yeah. I mean, why not? They say, okay, how much damage do you do to him? Not enough.
Worthless dead fool.
What a round.
We're starting off the campus clutch with lots of aces in this quarterfinals. And look at these plays. I mean, what can you really do? You see the combination, at least from that get-go, right? And also, this is the first time the Czech Republic are finally looking for some sort of control towards mid, and the first time that they actually meet that stack coming out from Ireland. They have to be aware of that the next time they want to do. I mean, of course, they did it with that half buy that they had with the 2 Vandals that allowed them before they got the round. But when it comes down to the XX that they're trying to do, you're going to need to use a lot more utility, and they finally do so this time around.
The low buy now, finally. Ireland has forced onto the Czech Republic. All those ultimates still here for Ireland. They're in such a good position to keep these rounds strung together. Oh, that could be a bite. Oh, I'm so low. 1 down already. What's the 5v4 conversion going to look like?
Lovely transfer. Lovely transfer as Mappin at least picks off 2 with the Sheriff. This could have been a solidified round for Team Ireland, but this is still doable now because this dog just spotted Bopper, who now has to reposition. Yes, the spike may be down, but you do have a lurk from Patagon as well, so they have to try to find him. And McNuggets is doing just that.
The Patagon lurk has been super deadly. I mean, this one being a buy for him still, a low buy for the rest of the team.
One enemy remaining.
McNuggets takes him out. This will be another round where Czech Republic do not reach the site for a plant. Ireland has been coming out so much stronger here.
Such an important ult too. Maffin's been deadly in these clutch situations, from stingers to shares, and now a 2 versus 1. I mean, it looks like it's almost an overkill with the neural theft, but it was allowing here Team Ireland to really solidify another round.
Does the spike go up there, right?
Look at that. There was so many flashes on mid. So many flashes on mid. Paranoia, flash, a get-go.
A little lateral spike pass. That was cool. Yeah, there was they got nailed. It landed right on him, right? Basically, just goop in the eyes. CMD with the operator on the raise, the one you usually have jumping into the site. So we actually might just see a full change of how they're playing this right now. And we get the timeout coming through. This is going to be a lot of angle peeking now, I think, coming through until we see that operator take down a single player. Then the movement will feel more comfortable.
And this timeout coming out from the Czech Republic, you're starting to see a little bit that play style that you bring. I mean, you look at the agent composition that they bring out here on the attack, at least for this map of Sunset. they don't really have an agent, an initiator that's going to scan for information for the team.
Right.
So they're leveraging a lot of the Cypher camera and move as a death ball. If not, you're moving into the unknown and you're hoping that your flash is going to try to initiate your race for that space taking. And Ireland are doing a great job with that. Knowing that they can't get scanned, they're playing out in the open for this mid control.
It requires a lot more coordination from Czech Republic, as you were saying. Without that identification, everybody's got to be behind each other. It makes it a little more tough, but it also makes it more aggressive and difficult as well for the enemy team to defend something like that if Czech Republic is entering the site as a unit, as that death ball you were talking about. Here we're getting to round 9. Doesn't look like Ireland's going to want mid, but they do hover all the way towards B, ready for retakes with their ultimates, with Thresh and the rest. This A play again. Oh.
It was such a trap play.
Yeah.
Because of that camera being heard by the Cypher, at least it initiates the showstopper that does connect. Yes, despite them using that much utility to get one, that's an A site still open and a plant coming through here for the Czech Republic.
Cage triggered.
They have a lot of time. Let this fizzle out. The rest of the team of Ireland still needs to get here. And this is rinse and repeat. This is kind of what happened in that first buy round we had, and Ireland was able to crush it. Here we go.
Thresh will connect. Raze moving through, but denied. Protected by Hasa. A 3-on-3 now as the spike is taken away on the attack for the Czech Republic. They're holding inside this smoke. Now the wingman trying to come out for the defuse. Already sticking it. And a goop in the eyes of Hasa on this 2 versus 1. Cages, he can't see nothing. But the round lost. And slips through between his fingers as Ireland are up at 7.
The amount of denial in utility in sight, and line of sight, I should say, makes Wingman so powerful here. It almost looked like for a moment they were just trying to find which gate or smoke to run through to see where Wingman was without finding a person here. It's all that Hasa could see is utility. It was so many angles for that little guy to hide, and we've seen now a second defuse. And a very strong retake here from Ireland coming through.
Nice.
So while Czech Republic is making it to the site, they still can't find an answer to get these rounds, Vansili. Ultimates here, though, they do have Seekers, which will help them control the map. But again, it's the death ball towards A. And they're going to try to get themselves into position one more time by taking out the members of the site. Bopper's been on it.
Showstopper on the attack, activated by Piotr, right moving in at the feet of CMD, and there's that goop once again. As Dubes gets the pickoff onto Patagod. Muffin with the judge, clearing out towards our right side of the A side. Karonk is playing on top of the boxes, cannot connect with 2 of them, as he gets instantly traded out by Hasa. 2 versus 3, advantage for the Czech Republic, a plant safe within the A site. And it's up to Dubes and McNuggets on the retake. Action will be quiet though, as McNuggets is just hoping to catch somebody on an aggressive peek. But the first contact will be Piotr. Crouching down for the kill.
One enemy remaining.
Gets instantly traded out. Muffin at 12 HP, tap on that spike. Moving around the corner. Couldn't get the backstab onto McNuggets. We'll be able to get that spike down, at least defuse at halfway. Turns around Bahas as they're on that counter lurk. And finally here you have the Czech Republic able to answer back.
Big Hasa coming up with the play necessary. Czech Republic was losing a bit there, losing their footing a bit, down to 2,900 and still not being able to come up with the buys of that lost money. Now they switch it around to start to attack the economy of Ireland, but you got to realize Ireland's still in buy mode right now. They're coming out strong next round. Czech Republic have a bit of work to do here to get back with this last round. 7-4 now as we look to see if they can grab it. 7-5, easy to work with as we saw on Haven. Looks like it's going to be a quick B main take. Market's going to be held by Ireland here as that's mid finally. Czech Republic's going to start toying with a 3-2 split.
Guardian cannot connect, but at least does get information. That forces Bopper to swing out as you heard the neural theft come out on the attack. At least he gets once for his trouble. Trying to answer back, camera on top. McNuggets trying to anchor towards this B side. Flash fully blinded as we're going for the CS style of jump peek. Gets instantly traded once again. 2v2, spike going down. 2 shots.
Spike planted.
Coming through from both CMD and Dubes. So the defenders this time are trying to come in from Boba. Pulse plant set up outside once again from B main. Wingman available for Dubes.
Yes.
It's already moving up. Mosh towards the bottom. Beautifully done. CMD now.
Player standing.
Denied by Piotr. And Dooms answers right back. I mean, this is beautiful one-on-one for trade after trade.
Yes.
And Ireland, for a team that we've never seen play on Sunset here, is able to get 8.
That felt comfortable for them, watching how they retake A, watching how this Gecko actually works with the rest of the team, and it's that he's just behind in kind of a triangle form. All the utility goes over, and everyone's trusting that utility. It's been such a change of play and pace from Haven to now, to Sunset here for Ireland. And see if Czech Republic can start to switch it up as we get our sides swapped. Let's see if Ireland still takes mid a lot. That was a big control in the early part of this half, or in the first half, I should say, of how Ireland figured out it was always A for Czech Republic. It was maybe a B lurk by Czech Republic, and they were cleaning house. Let's see how it happens here with the Gecko now on attack.
And on that point, another reason why I love nerding on this Gecko on Sunset on the attack is the kit that he has, especially with the Dizzy being thrown in the air for information, is a great alternative to the Fade Haunt that's usually being used on a lot of these compositions. I think it's like a 94% pick rate at pro play to have a Fade Breach Omen combo. And this time the Gecko is going to be the one trying to get that information to relieve that responsibility of Ireland not having a Fade in her comp.
Are ready to take out the traps. Wingman's so powerful here. So powerful.
Spike planted.
And also a great way to counter from the trips that were being placed from the Cypher on this B side. There is that Dizzy coming out, blinds a couple of players. The advantage comes out for Ireland on the pulse plant. 2 dead now for the Czech Republic, as Bopper was over swinging but gets the information on 2 players rotating out from the spawn.
3v4.
Flash in, blinding a few. Pain shells trying to spread the pulse plant. Tap on the spike, nobody's really sticking it as of yet. Finally, it's a 1-for-1. Advantage still out for the pulse plant, and Shouty, though, gets the advantage here for the defenders, and Muffin trades it back out. This man, Muffin, is always so good as the last player alive for the Czech Republic.
A necessary round here, I feel. 8-4 is still anybody, but the way that Ireland's playing here, Czech Republic needed to get this round to start off and take these first few rounds of cushion away from that pistol to possibly the bonus. So we get into our next. It might just be an A strat here from Ireland. Now we switch it up, and they're going to actually go for a 2-3 split already. Spike planted, partial buy. Beautiful stuff here.
Exactly.
On both sides. I wonder, where's this judge? Where's Piotr? Piotr's on the right. Oh, they're hiding. Piotr's actually, I thought he was going to be just flash ready, looking the other way. This push-up will come through, I think, as far as that edge of the alleyway now for Czech Republic.
You see here at the beginning of the round, in the eyes of Dubes, he was shooting a classic. So he doesn't really want it. They don't want to let Czech Republic know that they're in a buy right now. So using classic also to break the door. It's a great opportunity for them to surprise their opponents as they're all pivoting out towards the A side. But you mentioned his judge, Riv. You mentioned the positioning here for the Czech Republic. It might be Ireland in for a surprise.
Moffin's gonna peek, Moffin's gonna take control, and then it's all up to Piotr as they chase Moffin.
There's that first contact, the judge, and that's 3. Singers to answer back, but a disadvantage for Team Ireland. Another player still holding within the site, that's Shouty. Comfortable of giving the site over to Team Ireland as they're setting up for the pulse plant. Double swing towards the spawn. Dizzy to Goop Asa, and that's still gets them both. That shouldn't happen. That should not have happened.
No way. I was just about to say I love that the observers keep catching the Dizzy because we see the amount of chaos that Czech Republic has to deal with here. How blind they always are. And to lose a 3v5 advantage, that stings. Wow. Ireland knows. They're like, yeah, that happens sometimes. Czech Republic feeling super good. Coming through. Great job on that share, or great job on the judge, and being able to get those last few kills towards spawn with Hasa.
That's it. Judge was still pretty good. Now for both teams, they're very comfortable playing that right corner on that A site. And with this force fire that you had on that previous round, continues for another here for Team Ireland. A hero rifle for Karokis. That's going to be with a Vandal. Patagon almost getting pinged out by a camera, but he breaks it instead. Also has his own camera set up towards B main. That's going to find information right there, but he hasn't seen that battle yet.
Already a tiles push. Ireland definitely playing more of the map here, but I feel like Czech enjoys the comfortability of letting Ireland come to them, being able to retake, kind of playing a tricky situation, as opposed to how Czech Republic was playing more aggressive on Haven. So definitely a different play style here from Czech Republic. Ireland taking advantage of that for the first half. But this might work out. Piotr again with the judge. They're ready for Ireland to feel comfortable in a strategy and then attack right out of the
Molly to deny, information to spot the Viper close, and you're closing that gap with the Vandal. The flash to allow Caracas to move forward. Beautiful assist coming out from Bopper. And numbers are dwindling down towards this B side. Trips are still up, catching now. The wingmen running in for a plant. It will be successful, as Ireland are all over this B side. Camera, though, almost gets a ping here within the smoke. Moffat just holding the other end. Patagon running out from the corner as they never cleared towards the side for Ireland, and a nice flick coming out from Moffat. And Nuggets now with that Marshall. Pulse plant set up, showstopper for the retake. That's Piotr moving in towards the market. It connects. Dubes is now solo on a 4 versus 1. I mean, this is impossible.
Tough stuff. Yeah, the whole team was going to be running through there to take him out. And another nice retake. As much as we saw Ireland flooding through, the fans are ready to see Ireland come out with the win here. As much as we saw Ireland flooding through in their strategies, even without the Gecko, it seems like the flash, the paranoia is, I'm sorry, not the flash, the paranoia, but the rest of the way that Czech Republic wants to take the site has been working just as well. So interesting to see. They have not been deterred by that first half. They feel like they can retake sites just as fast. And it's coming down to this post-plant game. The plants are going to happen. Wingman gets out. There's too much chaos, so it is up for Czech Republic to figure out a way how to get in each time. And 3 successful post-plants to start second half is a good way to do it. Here towards main. I think we're going to see a lot of pressure here. A 2-2-1 from Ireland. Always trying to get a little bit of attention on every corner of the map to start. That was close. I thought we were going to see Piotr get a judge kill right there.
Speaking of which, they're using him at a different position this time around towards that B main. So as you've mentioned that, it hasn't really been spotted yet from how you're trying to gain that B main space for Team Ireland. The pivot goes back towards the A side, though. They have a Thrash to work with, or a Thresh rather to work with, to clear up towards A. Main Nuggets is trying to play the contact. Does go ahead to get against Hassan. And there's that ult coming out from the Gecko. Forcing out the Viper to move away, clearing out the A side.
Almost.
Shouty on the other end from the A link. He's able to get a surprise kill, but running through the smoke and hiding right after. 36 seconds left on the clock.
Wingman's planting.
Still technically here, a 5 versus 5.
30 seconds
temporarily as the wingman goes for the plant.
And here's that retake again.
Counter paranoid towards the spawn to just slow down the retake attempt. And the judge still too strong as of yet.
Last player standing.
Wow. Every time, just blasting through. Piotr disrupts what's happening in alley. The rest of the team is able to focus A link and site. Defuse here as they push Dubes off. Good kills to end it up. Czech Republic still going to have the money to get through, but absolutely dominating. We think, what can Ireland do here in the end? And they're playing back. They're not getting scaled into a position where they're failing. A quick win there, and Piotr was traded, but it was already enough space for the rest of Czech Republic to get into the site and take the team out of Ireland. 4 successful post plants now. Piotr with that operator on defense. Actually going low armor by there too, just to get the operator out. That operator's going to be looking straight through market into tiles. Might actually find CMD.
So we have the op out. And that was looking out towards tiles, and CMD falls. So you're looking for the silver lining on that previous round. Dubes getting 2 kills, getting closer to the ult once again, and the idea to try to get control towards that B orb and potentially get a wingman plant would allow for them to get that post plant ult once again here for the Gecko. But after losing CMD to try to clear that space, they have to rework, rethink how I want to pivot towards this map with Sunset and explore mid control.
Look, they're trying to go towards the op. Can we get close to where Piotr may be? He's moved. It's now Muffin.
Mistimed here. The smoke was about to dissipate. You're trying to go for a flash and a peek, but Muffin was playing so close to the smoke that he wasn't affected at all, allowing him to get 3 kills. And it seems to be this story right now as despite plants or post plants, it's always Doobs alone and the rest are really not able to coordinate the space taking here, or at least the holes from Team Ireland. So you got 25 seconds left. You definitely see here Doobs looking once again to save his weapon. This will be a flawless out for the Czech Republic. A full wide swing here just to allow the backstab to happen.
No.
But the backstab stolen by the op once again of Piotr.
Why not? Get the Raze some more ultimates. A flawless coming through. And Czech Republic. Muffin here just making a statement. And again, the really heady switch to get CMD out of this position after the op, you have to think that's what Czech Republic or Ireland was looking for there. Maybe the op's still there, we can push through or at least close onto B. It was not the case. Now down to some sheriffs and a few other buys here for the side of Ireland. We again look for Czech Republic, who has just taken the lead. A good detect to start this one off. And they are not giving up much ground. Whew, what a shot!
The detect was at least to try to get Piotr into good position to get Sheriff through the box. Yeah, already out. Trying to get the ping towards the back and a spray. Again through smoke. McNuggets with the Sheriff dropping another. An early 5-on-3 advantage for Team Ireland that's looking to convert the Thrifty. An Operator picked up, a Vandal picked up. And a Pentagon formation on the pulse plan. McNuggets getting the up kill once again through the link, and a Thrifty potentially to a flawless. Patagon is solo. Jump spot to see him. That was CMD to get that information. And now we're closing in. No. No. Out to the Sheriff, and yeah, at least Bopper will be there.
Oh my gosh. We've been there. The switch, the swap. I saw him reload and was like, wait a minute.
They wanted an honorary battle.
Yeah, what are you doing over there?
Patagon didn't want that honorary battle.
Oh, dudes with this hit. Boom. Piotr down. Quick shots, quick shots. They're having a good time. They're enjoying it. Let's get back into this. 9-9 now. Oh, remember, this is match point as well in terms of series, grabbing 2 maps. If Czech Republic can close this out. Ireland's been coming on so strong, though, for this match. It does look like they may be able to bring us to a match 3. The op is so close.
Close range off, 1-for-1. Cage just to slow down the aggressive push. Flash, fully blinded is McNuggets, but at least can fall back. Seekers then out as well. As that will initiate a more aggressive push from the attackers. Thorpe towards B. Just running through the orb. He gets 2 kills with it, but it's finally traded out. Paranoia fully blinds CMD as he cannot commit to a kill after shouting. At least McNuggets catches a rotate. It's back on a 2 versus 2. So that's going to stop the bleeding. The surprise play coming out from the Czech Republic. Spike will get picked up. We should get the plant now for Team Ireland.
Quick jump, easy nade. Shouty should be able to connect still here as they have 2 coming from both spots. But that camera going to give a lot of patience and ease here in the play to McNuggets and the rest of the squad. Operator holding an angle.
This is going to be difficult for the pulse plant on the attacker is because this Omen's still alive. Oh, okay. Time here for the Czech Republic to answer back with kills through smokes. CMD stuck in a 2 versus 1.
1 enemy remaining.
And answer right back. Everybody just close your eyes. We're just going to hear the noise and see who dies. It's halfway through the smoke. Spray coming out from Patagon. And now running out of bullets, a dink, but couldn't get the kill. Patagon at 72 HP remaining will still get the defuse out for the Czech Republic as they take the lead now 10-9.
What a god, really, on that one. Playing it so tight. And then finally, after these 2 smoke kills come up, incredible stuff to get those classic shots out, get the defuse. And I love the initial play as well. If you have a raise ulting within arm's reach, your best bet is actually to run straight at that raise, whether you can hide in a smoke or not. And that actually played out pretty well for Hasa for a moment before turned on by CMD. So really cool plays coming out from both sides here as we get another B on our hands. Looks like they're going to be going fast. Seekers out right away.
And stopped in their tracks. Yeah. Snake bites on the ground, a Viper's pit. Even a Wingman's already trying to come out to stun the Viper. And that's going to force now Ireland to just fall back, repivot for mid control. That's where Piotr is at with that operate on the top of mid.
Both teams just throwing ultimates at B to start. They counter each other really well here. And this push just missed the jump peak, so did not see Shouty in the team. These pushes here by Czech Republic and to back off are really making Panini and Ireland think, rather. Looking at how that ult went down and how much they invested in B, you have to think Ireland's safe to go A. Was not the case. Still the operator on the raise.
That's the Omen peeking through.
Yeah.
So he wanted to go for the contact once again, edging up towards the map, and it gets denied right away. And the idea was there to break that utility from the Cypher and force that pivot across. It's against an op. It's difficult to do.
30 seconds left.
So now the last 3 players looking at death ball towards the A site. Denied right away by a single smoke by Shouty.
They're still holding 2 in that ultimate. Feeling very comfortable on the map is Czech Republic right now.
Oh, they won't see Moffin here. Moffin should be able to surprise one, and that's the
Okay,
spike.
that's big. 10 seconds.
No time, pretty much. I mean, you're going to try to run back, pick up the spike. There's no time left. Beautiful flash from Moffin, too. Even a showstopper committed to solidify the last takedown on that very round. And the Czech Republic are looking much better now in the second half of Sunset and really are looking to close this series quite fast.
Absolutely. I think they kind of started to read how Ireland was playing, how this Gecko wanted to enter and approach the sites. They've been able to avoid a lot of that pressure the Gecko put on when they were doing retakes. So it seems like they've kind of flipped the strategy over. And now Ireland is really having to re-coordinate how they're going to use it. How will it work now? And looking at how many rounds they haven't really had a chance to get that into action. They don't have too many more now. The Czech Republic is only 2 away from solidifying this series here. Operator still there for Piotr. So much power coming from that. You don't expect to get it out of a raise, but it's exactly what you want to see when you have a team that's playing fast around the corners. You op them down. Don't let them into the site. It's perfect for Piotr to hold the hard angle and then get the move on the map. So what is it for Ireland to now do? They've had a lot of splits, these 2-2-1s, or a death ball towards one site. I feel like mid worked so well for Ireland this entire map, whether they were firing to market, getting that crossfire on tiles, or just overall getting their first kill to get the advantage. Here Ireland calls a timeout, and I think we remember what happened when they do this. Czech Republic come out firing to make sure the timeout doesn't count.
Definitely very important here. Tournament on the line if Ireland loses a series. They're unfortunately out of the Red Bull Campus Clutch in the quarterfinals, and you're looking at this timeout being important because of the economy as well. Losing this round here would also put them in such a difficult bye. And it starts off well, though. The aggression, as you mentioned, coming out aggressive from the Czech Republic off the timeout, gets denied right away by McNuggets. And to get information from Neural Theft that will allow for them to push forward for a plant within the A site.
It's a very open plant, too. Much easier to defend here from Ireland.
Oh, beautiful stun. Cage coming down, swinging out. Bopper gets the kill. Nara, look at that late lurk coming out from McNuggets. Up towards the top and middle.
Nice dodge.
Just trying to run that clock down, and McNuggets will get that backstab. Now Hassas just going to run in. 2 versus 4 disadvantage for the Czech Republic.
Toxins going up.
Wall coming up, tap on the spike. The flash shot there to assist. It smokes instead. And Hassa playing close to his wall. A second tap coming through. Dubs is trying to set it up. Nice little lurk coming out from Karokias, but it's traded off instantly. A 1 versus 1, there's no time. So we stay alive here no matter what. For Team Ireland, despite losing all of the players. And that's, we've just mentioned it here with, despite them winning that round, it's not going to be a healthy buy.
It won't. They went 300, 500 in the mix there, so you're looking at 3,500 maybe max that a few players are going to have coming into this next round.
With the plant?
With the plant. So that is going to be tough. It will probably have low armor,
correct,
but it could be Czech Republic here really looking strong with the utility and the full buys on this next round. There's the Guardians, a few Phantoms, and the low armor here. Still very doable for the side of Ireland.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the aim of the game is trying to control the ults. I mean, you're very close for CMD and for Dooms, and look at the setup for the Czech Republic. Looking for information with the Sky Flashes out from off, and he has none left, but they do have the Paranoia from the Omen set up to just counter any type of aggression coming out from Ireland. But with the one-ways being thrown, that's just going to stop, really, Ireland in their tracks early in this game.
I love the Doobs call. I think they actually play for Orb and double use Thrash in this situation. Their first one for the space that they want, wait it, second one once they've gained that space for the rest of the site. It looks like they're actually going to go here. Death Ball towards A. Main's already taken now by Czech Republic.
There's a flash. Bopper gets the kill. The Paranoia, as he swings out, gets greeted by 3 players, and that's the disadvantage as well of not having a scan agent in your composition. So that only leaves 1 player within this A site, but it's Muffin, and he's good in these positions. Not this time around, though.
Well, there's the first Thrash. Second one should be coming soon if they even need it. And there's another smoke kill by Karukas.
You already see Patagod
30 seconds left.
looking to upgrade his weapon and potentially save it. Plant coming through for Team Ireland, and they're going to tie this game up.
They are absolutely going to tie it up with a bit of a lesser buy, too. Moving together, knowing that they did not have a main space, and it had to be fought for. They didn't just walk right in, considering everything right now that could happen. And that's how we're seeing Ireland come back in here. Czech Republic hasn't been able to throw him a curveball in I don't know how many rounds here. And Czech had such a run here on the second half.
It's pretty crazy, too, because the flash that was thrown there by Bopper didn't actually catch his opponents. They were able to see and still couldn't win that battle on that first contact from Piotr. So, as we talked about the economy being very tough for Ireland, it's tough this time around for the Czech Republic. Losing that one puts them on a half buy. Vandals, Marshals, Guardians, and Stingers. But not set up for anything crazy. You're doing a default. You have 2 towards this B side, marketing passive plays towards the A side, which will allow Ireland to really get a lot of space at the beginning of this round.
Yeah. You see the Cypher cam and window down towards B main there, actually just turning on and off as Bopper saw it. The Cypher utility allows them to not have to worry about their back. Look, they're all just looking forward, up towards tiles, down towards mid, and now they can go towards A, knowing they don't have to worry about a flank on the other side of the map. This is how Ireland's been playing it, and what they've hoped for is a little bit of movement out of Czech Republic here. It's a low buy. They're trying to separate maybe a judge from somebody else and get these 1v1 trades going through, or even just for themselves, flawless. Let's see what they can do.
See the bait coming out from CMD as well, being the 3rd player entering in behind the Dogs. So he really wants to go for the trade so they could get the showstopper off the trade. Now with 30 seconds left on the clock,
30 seconds
they
left.
pick up the Orb instead to get the showstopper out. Clearing out towards that right side. It's a 1-for-1, at least in the front of A main. And advantage then comes down for the attackers of Team Ireland. Plant comes down, courtesy of Wingman. All the players playing a little bit further back now for Team Ireland. Waiting for the tap on the spike to happen as we're inching in now for the Czech Republic team.
Pinned in the middle of the site around all these members.
And with the neural theft, that will get information on the last 3 players on the pulse plant for Team Ireland. Beautiful molly on the ground to push the back even more, and the push right after. Sticking on to the spike, it's Muffin. Patty going 2 kills there, and the last one coming through. Wow. The Czech Republic, they take the lead, and now the series. And now, at least a series point.
Match point.
That is incredible stuff coming out of Czech Republic. It was necessary for Patagod to find the frag, for Patagod to get the uplink. Once they knew where the members of Ireland were, they instantly moved in, no hesitation. What a protocol to switch on and be able to take that.
No reaction off that beautiful retake from the Czech Republic.
Cold. Oh my gosh, 12-11 here. They pull one back in a post-plant success. Czech Republic, like you said, on the verge of taking the series, and all of Ireland is moving towards B main.
And it's an off angle. Will they check this? This is the first time you're seeing the position here of Hassa. As the main focus is just trying to break this trip. Trigger discipline, information on 3, and Saneem Labs, that's 3 and already 1 left. Caracas at least has the assist at the wingman for the plant, so he could get into better positions. And also, thankfully, the defenders of the Czech Republic are still far behind. All to get information. I mean, they have seekers on top of that too, so they'll definitely know where Caracas is setting up. As we break it towards the B main, falls back as well. Trailblazer also on top.
Ooh, identified.
Paint shells then behind, hit by a paranoia. On to Spike now. The swing towards the left about to come up, denied right away by Shouty. The defuse will come in for the Czech Republic, and also the Czech Republic moving forward to the semifinals of the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
What a hard-fought second match, especially after Czech Republic feeling so comfortable on Haven, taking it in a dominant fashion. They come to Sunset, a map we haven't seen Ireland on, and they put the pressure on. It comes down to that post-plant success, the second half for the Czech Republic to get under the skin in the retakes of Ireland and be able to find those diffuses one after the other.
100%. I agree with you there on that second half. The retakes so beautiful for the Czech Republic. It looked so good on the way they were working towards that map for Team Ireland, but when it came down to that post plant, playing so far back outside of B main, outside of position on even A plants, they were playing so passively that it allowed so much space to be gained here from the Czech Republic. And last but not least, that Viper wall up for the retake. Keeping that Viper alive from Hassa has been a pain point to not allow Ireland to win those post plans. So Czech Republic, they were very drilled on those retakes, and that was their game plan moving through.
I love the Gecko. I love the way the Gecko was played. I love how much chaos it was causing on the map when you can't see it, and the amount of util we just saw Czech Republic looking at if they were to go for the wingman, if they were to try to find any of that util. It played really well. Loved how that situation worked out for the side of Ireland, but it does come out the victors of the Czech Republic and a very strong 2-map series, especially to finish out the second half like that and show that they still had that in the tank.
And silver lining at least, though, for Ireland. I'd give it up to them as well.
Absolutely.
Props to them, too, coming into trying to play into the strengths of the Czech Republic, right?
Yeah.
Taking Haven against their opponents.
I like that.
Also going into Sunset where they never showed their hand on that very map, learning how the Czech Republic plays, and really almost brought this into an overtime or a round that could have been potentially moving into a third map for this team if they're able to actually upset Czech Republic right there. I mean, they put up a great fight with that Gecko in the comp.
The firepower that Ireland has, we saw Bops coming through, we saw the smoke kills coming through from McNuggets as well as Caracas all the time. They have a lot in store for wherever they're going, wherever they decide to go, because we heard from Ireland that's their objective, is to keep going, keep playing, and we see that the players have that in them here. Moving on is Czech Republic with that win, like you said before, and the other matches as well. There's going to be some darn good games going on.
Oh yeah, it's not over yet. There's still so much to happen here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. This is only really the first game that's been happening on stream here. Of course, we have another series that was currently happening at the same time. And then we're still waiting here to see what's going to happen in the second. We have a second quarterfinals coming up too. 2 actually more quarterfinals happening. One that's going to be on stream, of course, and the other one that's going to be off stream. But looking at this, looking at the stats, the MVP, I mean, you do definitely have to give it to Muffin on how he's played that map on. The amount of multi-kills he was able to bring on that map of Sunset, and saving the team here for the Czech Republic on that aggression that was coming out from Ireland.
Really versatile in the fake flashes to the real flashes, switching up how it was working, being able to quickly identify traps with the dog and have the team follow up with the kill. Yeah, it just seemed like Muffin always had those 2 cents to be like, oh, we just need to do this for, you know, you can get that in, and then when you needed the clutch, you had the clutch. You had the clutch. A lot of 3Ks there and big plays from him. Ruckus, a great game from the controller position as well for the side of Ireland, who did suffer the loss to Czech Republic.
There was also a great opportunity as well for Ireland to add a little bit more value to that Gecko. As much as I was nerding it and also really liking how they were doing it, they were just missing a little bit of that Gecko when they're doing like 4-1s on the other end and not really using Gecko to support the rest of the team to enter these sites. But at least he's there for those plans. We're going to give props as well to the wingman. Big shout out to wingman. But at least now we have the winner's interview with Keo there over on the floor, so let's toss it over to him.
Alrighty, I am out here with the winner, Shouty from Czech Republic here. First off, how are you feeling making top 4 out of this tournament so far, securing your spot there?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing. Last year we ended top 8 actually, so we improved a little bit. That was our goal, and yeah, now we are just focusing on the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I mean, the improvement is there. Top 8 last year, top 4 this year. I mean, hey, maybe we can get top 2, top 1, make your way all the way up to the top. Let's talk about it just for a second. It was getting a little dicey there in that 11-12 situation or 11-11 situation. You guys were on an eco round. That was definitely a round that was kind of looking in Ireland's favor. What kind of was going through your guys' minds as that play-by-play happened?
Damn, to be honest, I don't really remember exactly, but in ecos we usually just try to something creative on the fly, you know, something new. I think we played some little bit slower round and then we just regrouped somewhere. In the end, it worked out. You know, here on LAN, it can get a little bit harder. Like every round is really hard here. You know, we need to be 100% focused all the time. So yeah, we won it thankfully, and we won the game. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, you gave no free rounds. You didn't give him a chance in the eco round there. That's awesome. Okay, so the potential other opponent that you might be going up against is either Indonesia or Pakistan. If you had your pick, who would it be?
I think probably Indonesia. They were looking kind of crazy, scary. They were looking really on fire. I think it will be Indonesia, but I think it will be a really close match actually.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from you. That was pretty solid. I think we're throwing it back up to Ian now. So here we go.
Going to be on deck the entire experience, talking to everybody and you know, just bringing us the atmosphere, but also the winners' interviews as well. Mr. Shouty there, he was buzzing for obvious reasons, but he mentioned about the hard work that this team has put in, something that you've picked up a lot on, right?
I mean, we were speaking about the fact that they were playing 7 hours a day, as much as Pro Tier 1 teams put on the board for their scrims. And whilst this is a university sort of grassroots event,
I mean,
they want to win and they're putting in the hours. And I think that showed here today.
Definitely. That was exactly what I was going to say. Like the hours, the work they put in helped them prevail. The experience from last year helped them prevail. I mean, today we saw Czech Republic having so many diversified default plays that won the runs for them. But give the props to Ireland as well. Like Sunset, this could have been much easier for Czech Republic than Haven. That's what I thought at first place.
Yeah.
But they made it suffer, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland definitely woke up what felt like for the first time inside and outside of the server at the very start of the first half and throughout. But then, you know, it was checkmate in the second, wasn't it, on Sunset? But that means that now Czech Republic are our first semi-finalists here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch in Istanbul. You touched on it there. Their experience well and truly paid off. And they stepped up to the plate when it mattered, Jess.
Yeah, I think this round diff that they're going to walk away with here, they said they felt a little sort of shaky coming out of those groups. They weren't completely confident with the results they put on the board. I think with this round diff against Ireland, I wouldn't be too satisfied. I actually would be more hungry. I would say we should have dominated. We should have been confident. They didn't even play Sunset. That's our map. That's our turf. Why did we struggle so much? I think a lot of that came down to the fact that they weren't prepared for the composition they were going up against. They didn't adapt to it well. And I think rigidity is something that they're going to have to work on moving forward if they want to make it to the grand finals.
The only thing I completely agree with you on Sunset, the Haven thing, which you also mentioned previously, the main problem, they had until today 3 votes that could have been watched by the opponent. And so, and discarded as always. So I will still a win is a win, but on Sunset there are some problems that need to be taken care of.
Yeah.
Let's give a shout out to Ireland. We love these lads.
Yeah.
I was delighted to see them step in onto the stage for the quarterfinals. It looked like at times, I know that you had your doubts, but they were making the map work for themselves, right?
I was so pleased to have sat down and watched that match for Ireland. They're going to walk away from this. They're knocked out, and there's nothing they can do about it. But they can look back on that VOD and go, wow, we put up a really solid performance. And I sat there gleefully. A loss is a loss, yes. But that was a win in my book if I'm Ireland, and I walk away and I said, that is something we look back at our strengths and the minor weaknesses they had. Maybe I do eat my words. I eat my words. Maybe Gecko does work. Maybe the Chinese have worked it out. And
You've never eaten your words before. This is beautiful.
I mean, look,
somebody clip this.
First for everything.
To be honest, that was lovely to see Gecko on the sunset.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they use Wingman is for the retake, and actually it diffused like 3 times in a row. This is to start every single retake. So the way they used Gecko was completely for retakes and completely rotation-wise, and Molly to clear off angles in the clutch scenes.
And they want to continue their journey together as a team. And one thing's for sure, you cannot put a price on LAN experience like this. They are loving every single second of it, being up there on the big stage and feeling that pressure. Hopefully it should pay dividends in their Valorant journey. Time will tell, but we need to move on now to our second semi-final. It is Peru, quarterfinal. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Oh, hold on.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Quarterfinal, it is Peru versus Canada. Let's start off by looking at this Peru roster. They're a hardcore team, Jess.
I was not necessarily expecting to be standing here talking about Peru, so I definitely went back, reshuffled all of my notes, went through all of their games, and I went, okay, what makes Peru so special? And I worked out it's the same thing Czech had going for them.
Yeah.
They are investing time.
Yeah.
They've invested time as a roster together. They invest time to scrim together. And I think it's going to be a common theme that I probably bring up on the desk for the next, 24 to 48 hours, is that if you invest time, it will pay for you, and the dividends are ringing strong.
Yeah, Vlad, it's again, they want something big to come from this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just like Jess, I mean, home country, Turkey, they defeated, and it happened in just 2 maps. I mean, not even the 3rd map.
The local fans are not going to be huge fans of them here, right? Because they took them out.
Definitely. We're not fond of Peru, I'll say.
Come on!
You gotta say something nice. You gotta say something nice.
Definitely.
Some of these players, Fab. I mean, I was talking to you about Fab.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of him.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think if he doesn't pop off today, I would be highly surprised.
Yeah, definitely.
Highly. And it's crazy that these players that are support players are also popping off so much. Maybe this is what Peru has going for them, is that they're strong fundamentally in every role. Maybe that's what's working for them.
I mean, individual performance always required on every single team, without any individual performance, coaches, you and me, no matter how we prep and theoretically we do the right thing, without any individual performance, you cannot deliver. You cannot get any good results.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the opposite for the Peru team.
Yeah, Jess, you mentioned Fab there. I love it when you highlight a player that we need to be looking out for.
Please do.
Just because in the past, this has been proven to become a platform for players to get seen, to get recognized, and get picked up.
I remember the Vitality trial pickup. Who was that? Which team was that?
I mean, that team, Anubis, I think.
Yeah, yes. Anubis at the time,
but
yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name as well.
Yeah.
You've got the local team Foot as well, right here.
Yep.
And they had players as well.
Mr. Fallen.
Yes,
he competed in the first campus clutch event. The final they lost. Although they lost, he was shining already in two years ago. Yeah. I remember that. I casted that game in Turkish language myself.
Ah, so you're a Red Bull campus clutch OG.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
he was there with us.
My third as well, but the remaining 2 was in Turkish language. So.
I mean, Fab, I have to remind everyone, I want to hype him because he's actually the youngest, at least from what I can find in the bio, he's the youngest player remaining at the event. And to be able to put up such results, I worry for him on stage because it might be a little overwhelming for a young player to come out and have all of these eyes on him. Yep. But I hope he, holds steadfast and shows us exactly why we're hyping him up so much.
All right, we're hyping them all up. Let's hear from the teams themselves.
My goal, like everyone here, I think it's to win the tournament and be the greatest of everything. I want to win because this is my last tournament. I want to do the best of us.
They've got a tough battle on their hands. What were you two doing then?
We were actually whispering about the player,
Yeah.
to be honest. And you know what? Vlad actually worked out who the trial player for Vitality was.
Who was it?
Shalaby,
Yeah, Shalaby,
The
yes.
star player back then. All right. We'll move on from the star player.
We will. And let's move on to a star team, because in theory, these guys are the favorites. They are trailblazing their way through this tournament, and they are going to be looking at these quarterfinals as just another stepping stone on their journey to their first Red Bull Campus Clutch Trophy. I am talking about Team Canada, hugely popular, big following, and they want to do their fans proud.
I mean, we've said this on previous tests before, but let me just bring you guys in on the inner circle that we have about Team Canada. It's who I picked to win this event, number one. Number two, they are playing and performing and behaving in and out of the server just like a Tier 1 VCT team.
Yeah.
They have every bit of equality. They have every character, the archetypes of the players as well, the roles that they feel. Everything feels pristine. It feels a little too perfect sometimes the way they play. Everything's really nice. And the man on the left side of your screen, Vlad, you have not stopped saying this man's name.
You love him.
Yeah, I love him. I love him. I mean, he's giving the MVP stats so far, like 1.5 KD overall in the group stage in top 16. And I mean, he's the single, remaining player from last year's squad.
Yeah, the Canadians. I mean, I can't believe he's the highest rated player. I mean, maybe after that match, the stats will have changed. We don't have them updated yet. But before that match began, he was the highest rated player in all of the tournament.
Yeah, just another reason why these Canadians are confident they're taking the trophy home.
Team Canada may have came second last year, but we're going to win the World Championship this year. We'll make sure of it.
Hugely popular, hugely confident. When they say, you know what, we're doing this. We talked earlier about, the welcome. It was like an opening ceremony that we did together. First team I chatted to was Team Canada. They came right up to me at the bar.
They're cheering up.
They came to me like, Ian, we're winning this year. Just don't even worry about it.
Did they not ask you how you were? Nothing. They just said we're winning.
It was like, Ian, how you been the last year? It was like, Ian, just say no, we're winning this year. And I looked at him and I was like, okay, fair enough. You're the first team to say it. I love that level of confidence, but they're backing it up.
Yeah, and they are. And putting results on the board is all I care about when I get on the analyst desk. I don't, you can tell me as many words as you want, but I have to read the stats. I have to read the numbers. And if you're not putting numbers on the board, I can't really say that you're the greatest team here at the tournament. So for now, they definitely look it. I think they even mentioned that they didn't feel super confident in their group stage. Is that what they said, Vlad? Which shocks me considering the results they put up.
They just don't want to reveal them power,
Okay.
Another team that scrims properly as well, Jess, right?
Oh my goodness. You guys have to, I don't know their social media handle, but they film everything.
Yeah.
Everything they do, every crack, every game, everything is like just hyper. It's like a Big Brother house. You know what I mean? They got cameras everywhere. I don't know how they live this way, but they do. And I mean, I just love watching it. I'm like a fly on the wall and I'm like, yes.
This is a real chance, though, on the flip side, for Peru to kill a giant, right?
Oh my God!
That's the what you want on the big stage. If you're gonna make it out onto here, you want an opportunity to shock the world, right?
What do you guys call it? Like Canada endgame monster, something like that?
Endgame boss, is that what you're saying?
Endgame boss. Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Maybe they come across with endgame boss too early.
Oh.
What do you say?
It's actually funny because we've spoken about multiple teams in previous years that have had problems going up against the big boss, the final boss, too early. And I think that that's going to be a problem here for Peru is, what if Peru's secretly one of the best teams here in the tournament? We're talking top 2, but they come against the top 1 team way too early. I mean, that's viable.
I mean, that what happened back in Brazil to Czech Republic, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Like last year's quarterfinals, and now they're going to semifinals. Now no USA, but there's Canada now.
I think what's cool about this is for a lot of the players, they're all sort of figuring each other out once they're getting into the server on the stage environment. And for us as well, we can make our predictions, we can make our big calls and whatever, but we don't really know until we get into the first map, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm making an educated guess that just based off the map pool of Canada as well, I think there is more depth. And in a best-of-3 environment, this is something you and I always speak about. Best of 1 is way different to a best-of-3. Team Canada has so much more in the bag. Like, Christmas is coming up, and their Santa bag is, infinite. Right? The maps can just keep flying out as they please. Peru is a little bit more limited, and they've got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer missing. So it's not all...
I don't know where you're going with this analogy, but I'm here for it.
It's Christmas, baby. I'm just trying to keep you guys all in the vibe.
But I mean, if you ever come across with any EMEA team, you should know you don't pick or leave it open, the Ascent map. Yep. You don't leave it open, but Peru actually prevailed against Turkey on Ascent, yeah? So they won in Lotus as well. So we can maybe see Peru is actually going to do something more than that.
Yeah, well, if you've just joined us, welcome. This is the Red Bull Campus Clutch 2023 World Finals. And we are, of course, in the amazing, unforgettable city of Istanbul, which is also this man's home.
Yeah, mine.
You live just down the road, right?
Yeah,
You picked me up in your Green Goblin, that car that you...
Green Goblin?
He calls it the Green Goblin.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, nice.
We went for a drive and I could literally feel every single piece of gravel underneath me. It was just brrr. But I loved it. I loved it, Vlad.
I mean, like, there's no other, like, there are lots of celebrities, like Valorant celebrities.
Yeah.
I picked it up with my car, you know, like,
wow.
Like one Swedish coach who's like Navi's coach right now.
Yeah.
And some like English players like Joe Luzu, maybe you know of him. Like lots of different guys, like many Turkish stars.
And everyone just goes home and forever never forgets about the Green Goblin.
Definitely. They all text me, you know?
Yeah, well, this, like I said, this is the Red Bull Campus Clutch. This is a student Valorant tournament. It's really different. Each of these players are representing their universities. And what I love about Canada, the captain actually said they all went to the same university, not to study the same thing, not to maybe get a degree. They all did that to play Valorant.
When I read this, I thought it was a lie.
Yeah.
I was like, when I chose my universities, I chose because they had a good course or it was a good university.
Yeah.
And they've said, no, we all went to, you know, St. Clair's because we're playing esports.
I mean, I'm not gonna like, not exactly the same thing, but my university also offered some decent youngsters to scholarships for esports.
Yes.
Yeah, I was kind of lucky to get one. I mean, but this level is something else. Yeah. Like you said it yourself. Like they had to pull them through like a lot of teams in their own school, you know, and the abroad they did the teams with it.
Yeah, no, I think for them to be able to make it all the way here after how many different Canadian players fight throughout their own regional, because you have to understand, you don't just get a ticket to fly to Istanbul for the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals.
You got to earn it.
You have to beat all of the other Canadians, and I mean, KU's the only guy that's even made it out of that death brawl to get here.
Yeah.
I mean, that is such a huge fight, and that's just in your own country alone. So I think that region is very tough.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, my man.
Go.
I mean, would you imagine, like last year, they became second in the regional tournament, yeah? And the actual finalist who made it to Brazil became second. Maybe KU's team actually could have been doing much better in the Brazil as well.
To know that there's that much depth in Canada, that both of the teams, the first and second, could have gone to the finals is crazy.
What's crazy is we got another quarterfinal, but we're experiencing a little bit of a delay. We are going to get there. Yes, we are.
Is that what we're feeling? Is that why we're blabbing? Is that why we're yapping?
That's why I brought up the Green Goblin. That's because I had time to fill. It's coming up shortly. Peru versus Canada. We'll be with you after the break.
In my zone, I'm really that fly. Time is of the essence, don't let a second pass by. No losses, only lessons, they testing the stats fine. Genius with the flow, mastered the craft, I'm a mastermind. And I'm on with it, mama on her own living. Building big in my city, feeling King Kong with it. Ain't a little words, but boy, that money, long-winded. All off with these songs, did it, I'm trying to bring it home with me. Hand in the pot, but I have my whole damn arm in it. All in it, boy, they all give me. Hit them with the authentic. But I have my whole damn arm in it. All in it, boy, they all give to. Had to flip the script on them. No cookie cutter for the dough. All about my chips on me. Quit the 9 to 5 to set the city on fire. Went from living where they died to living the full life. Fuel to the flame. We got that gas, boy. Trailblazer, better be careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, action, time to get it cracking. It's a fact, we make it happen. It's that magic, lightning that you set it off. Cracking, it's a fact, we make it happen. Careful what you ask for. Lights, camera. Hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. Take a bite, full moon when I howl at night. Nocturnal, no sunlight. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better run when I'm out in my cage. Hungry, got wars to wage. Carnival, run the rampage. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. When I take a swipe, 'cause I am sharp as a knife. Everybody run for your life. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better hide when they set me free. I'm leaving you R.I.P. Watch out when I'm off my leash. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals 2023 here in Istanbul, Turkey. My name's Ian Chambers. I am on the desk, and I will be for the next 2 days of jam-packed action with Jess, Gert, and man like Vlad. Are you ready to get back into this? We've got another quarterfinal lined up.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
No, go again.
Let me do this again. You ready?
Ready, ready.
I want hype, I want energy, I want you to blow the roof off.
All right.
More energy, more power. Okay, ready?
More energy.
You ready for another quarterfinal, Vlad?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah. Jesse, you ready?
Yo, oh, baby, you know I'm ready. I'm born ready.
Well, it's Peru versus Canada, and we are going to be very shortly bringing out our players onto the stage. And then after that, of course, we get into map picks and bans and all that good stuff before we get into the server. If you are just joining us and you want a bit of insight into what goes into the thought process of map picks and bans, this will help you out.
Can you tell me a little bit about the map ban stage? Like, I'm not too familiar with it.
Yeah, so the video is a tough process, I would say.
There are 7 maps in Valorant, and the higher seed will usually get to choose whether they want to ban first or pick first, and each team bans what map they don't want to play, and they pick what map they do want to play.
The other team picks what side they start on, and in the map that the other team picks, you choose what side you want to start on.
Simple.
So when it comes to picks and bans, we first started off on what we want to insta-ban and what map we do not want to play. We do tend to play more on our strengths than the enemy weaknesses.
Our IGL actually bans every map picks and bans. He considers what's our weakness and what our strong points are.
It depends on how good the other team is. If the team we know is like really good, we do ban what they are most comfortable on.
Standing. One enemy.
If we think the enemy has a lower level than we do, we don't tend to play their strongest map.
The meta on each map is pretty stagnant, so a lot of teams will run the same comp. However, some teams will pick what's comfortable for them and try to make it work through their own plays.
As far as our team goes, we're a very sort of flexible team. We've practiced many maps. I think it's going to be hard for teams to look at any previous VODs and get a good sort of read on, what strat we're running. It might catch them off guard. It's definitely an interesting play style.
Maps that we like, we usually start on attack because we do have a pretty good pistol strat that we've been working on, and then we want to get build some momentum.
One enemy remaining.
We're pretty comfortable on attack and defense. In the group stages, we thought that we were going to be picking attack a lot more than defense, but I think we ended up picking defense every single side.
Yeah, let's play that map because they play this comp and then we can force them. Yeah, that can have an impact on which map we actually choose.
Maybe we might be stratting something up, who knows?
Good stuff. Now we are into the quarterfinals stage here of the Red Bull Campus Clutch, but to get here, just off stream in the last couple of days, we had the group stages and the top 16 bracket. Let's take a look at how that all unfolded, especially that top 16, because those matchups, those best of threes were played out here just before we got here. So for each of these teams, they have to show that stamina, they've got to show that determination and the ability to go long, because this is going to be a long day for some of these teams, Jess. Just let's recap some of the names that have dropped out and some of them that have gone through.
Oh my goodness, there's so many different teams. I mean, I just want to applaud all the resources that goes into getting this many teams.
It's a lot.
To play in a LAN environment, whether it's on or off stream. So shout out to Red Bull and the partners, of course. But something that sort of, saddens me a little bit is that Australia wasn't able to push past any of the rounds throughout the groups and whatnot. So I was a little bit sad there. And I think the APAC representation really falls on Indonesia. I'm looking down the bottom left there and I'm like, Indonesia's where I'm going to place a lot of my hope for the APAC region.
Hey, well, I think that's actually the first time we've said that out loud on stream, right? Indonesia are in the semi-finals up against the Czech Republic. So that's who the Czech will be taking on tomorrow. And how are you feeling about that, Vlad? The team that you picked out to potentially go on and win the whole thing are one step away from the grand final.
I mean, giving the credits to Jess as well. They are
Jess is underdogs, right?
Yeah. Not only underdogs, but dark horses.
Dark horses, yeah.
Placing underdogs would be like...
That's true. That's true. Give them some respect, Ian, please.
Fine. Okay, they are the dark horses.
Right, what about on the other side then? I mean, obviously we're doing Peru, Canada, but Sweden, France?
That's a tough one to call.
You know what? That one is actually my worst nightmare. Is when I have two teams like Sweden and France, I'm like, ooh, either could win that. I can't predict it. I don't know who to put my money on. And when you ask me for my prediction, thank goodness it's off stream because I couldn't give you one.
What about you, Vlad? Are you willing to put it on the table? Sweden, France?
I mean, Mene is actually France's coach, and he's a friend of me. And we come across, and I saw how he was hyping up the players in the round 16 between game, and I trust him. And the players, young players, trust him. I trust him. I think they stand a chance against Sweden, but Sweden, they're really powerful as well with Wishes and Ale. They're both Polaris players.
Yeah.
I mean, so experienced.
Polaris is such a good region and play
is,
style. So that's so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, they've gone through the ringer.
Yeah. This is a truly international event for obvious reasons, not just the players, but the talent team and our streamers as well are just flying in from all over the world.
Did you see how many there were?
Yeah,
I walked downstairs and I was like, how many streamers are here right now co-streaming this? Also, get your drops, go visit their streams.
Yeah, I mean, even Kia, in between doing his interviews and stuff, is just sat directly beneath us streaming this.
I saw Tiffy. She had, I don't know, I hope you can hear me, Tiffy, if you've got your earphones on too tight. Okay, unlucky, but she had the most peculiar sitting position.
What's it like?
She had like one leg up. I can't show you. She had one leg up on the chair.
I'll lift you up. I'll put you on the table.
Yeah, and then one leg down, and the chair sort of twisted. I don't know if Tiffy's viewers know that she sits like that, but I'm just letting you know. I'm going to take a sneaky photo. I'll post it for you guys to see exactly how she sits.
Oh, she's one of many that will be taking part in a show match as well tomorrow. So tomorrow we've got some semi-finals coming your way once we determine who's going to make it through. We've got a show match in between and then the grand final where we will crown our world champions in a best of 5. But that show match as well, right? Some big Turkish names in there.
Yeah, I think there are lots of Turkish players, foot esports players in it, and Alfajar, one of the VCT best players in the world, is actually playing the show match as well.
Also, how often do you get to go up against Tarek as well?
It's crazy.
You're going to bring Tarek down a peg, just jump into the server. I mean, Tarek's a good player, we know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're a foot player, how often as a European player would you get to go up against North American people? I mean, not often.
Should be exciting.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've got some technical difficulties and issues going on the stage that we are currently dealing with as we get set to bring out our next 2 teams under the bright lights. But while you wait, if you are new to Valorant and you want to learn a trick or two, check this out.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Red Bull Campus Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds fun, and it's a valid option if you're looking to open up a flanker for an off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing this super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities plus 1 ultimate ability. Some are diabolical. Others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons or armor. Buy for yourself or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the last player alive on a team wins the round, either by achieving the team's goal or by killing all the members of the opposing team.
Now left in a 1v2. Gets the
If somebody mentions default, they're talking the strategy that's getting teams the most wins in their current meta, at least until the next patch. The tried and true spots to plant a spike or defend a bomb site are default.
This is a different variation to try and get value on these eco rounds.
During an eco round, your entire team needs to resist temptation during the buy phase and save your credits so you can make more powerful strategic purchases later. The opposite of an eco round is a
force buy, aka time to spend that money. A strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything you can in an attempt to surprise the enemy and win the round.
a bit obvious, but watch this. G is for G.
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek the angle.
Find what the best spots are to hold an angle.
Okay, that's definitely one way to impress your IGL, in-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right from behind cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving up their position.
Would I be jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KDA means kills, deaths, and assists? And then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek. You're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
They'll never know I'm here, because N is for Ninja Defuse. Defusing a spike without the other team noticing.
While you're doing that, I'll be out collecting orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make some noise when you take them, so be warned.
Keeping your crosshairs in the right placement will help your aim infinitely. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asuna going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retake happens when a group of defenders gives up their position to regroup, coordinate, and try to retake the site in a more controlled manner.
Saving is another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going into the next rounds.
Pro tip: when you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware. Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include Fake Out, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
In my zone, really, I'm really that fly. Time is of the essence, don't let a second pass by. No losses, only lessons, they testing the stats fine. Genius with the flow, mastered the craft, I'm a mastermind. Now I'm on with it, mama on her own living. Building big in my city, feeling King Kong with it. Man, a little words, but boy, that money, long-winded. All off with these songs, did it, I'm trying to bring it home with me. Hand in the pot, but I have my whole damn arm in it. All in it, boy, they all gimmick. Hit them with the authentic. Kinda set it off in it. Hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. Far from what they used to, had to flip the script on them. No cookie cutter for the dough, all about my chips on me. Quit the 9 to 5 to set the city on fire. Went from living where they died and living the full life. Fuel to the flame, we got that gas, boy. Trailblazer, better be careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, action, time to get it cracking. It's a fact, we make it happen. It's that magic lightning that you set it off. Cracking, it's a fact, we make it happen. Careful what you ask for. Lights, camera. Hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. take a bite. Full moon when I howl at night. Nocturnal, no sunlight. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better run when I'm out in my cage. Hungry, got wars to wage. Carnival on the rampage. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal, I am an animal. Predator in my bones. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. I am an animal. I am an animal. Draw blood when I take a swipe, 'cause I am sharp as a knife. Everybody run for your life. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better hide when they set me free. I'm leaving you R.I.P. Watch out when I'm off my leash. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal, I am an animal. Predator in my bones. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. In my bones, take what I want and go. I am an animal. I am an animal. I am an animal. Wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. I am an animal. Predator in my bones. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. Yeah, I feel good. You feel good about it.
Yeah, when you look good, you feel good. That's the only way I feel you should. Coulda, woulda, never did it for you. Gotta do it for the love, do it for the culture. Feel it in your soul, life like a roller coaster. Got its ups and its downs, but you gotta keep going. Don't stop when you still got motion. Stay dedicated, daily devotion. Gotta move like water. It all started with a dream and a dollar. And if it ain't what's good, don't holler. To every hard worker with a blue collar. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. Put a smile on your face. Never let them take your joy away. Let the sunshine make your day. Take your hand of your loved one and dance the night away. Or get away and escape on a vacay. Life's a marathon, not a relay. It's up to you to do what you love to do. Let no one stop you. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. Ooh, I feel good. You see how I look? I look good. That tell you everything you need to know about me and the way I feel about me. How you feel about you? That's up to you, baby. All I know is you feel good like me. Do it with me right now. I'm feeling better than I ever been. I'm doing better than I ever did. This my life, it's the way it is. Let the hate die, let love live. I'm feeling better than I ever been. I'm doing better than I ever did. It's my life, it's the way I live. Let the hate die, let the good in. You gotta feel good. I feel good about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. You gotta feel good.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals 2023. This has to be one of my favourite events of the calendar year, and we are all set for another quarterfinal in just a matter of seconds. It is Peru versus Canada. Just briefly, Jessica, Vlad, you first. Who's winning it? Who's winning it?
Canada is winning today.
Oh my goodness.
You're so confident.
That was good.
You're going to say the same thing, though, right?
I mean, I have to say the same thing. Everyone knows I think they're going to win the whole thing, so they better win this because it's one step on the way to achieving what I think they're already going to do.
You don't think there's a slight chance that Peru could cause a bit of an upset here?
The only other dark horse outside of Indonesia probably is Peru. So yes, but I would say, you know, statistically, as analysts do, lower chance.
All right, it is now time to bring out our first team for this next quarterfinal. It's time to sprinkle some South America on the main stage. It's Peru! Look at them, they're fired up, they're ready, they've traveled a long way to be here. Draped in flags, the fans are coming out for them as well. And they're looking good, they are looking strong, they are looking confident, Jesse.
Yeah, as you should. Oh, what is this?
Was that a dance?
I don't know if that was a dance or a little like high bump movement. Whatever it is, I'm feeling the vibes after that. Like I was feeling a little low and now I'm like, yeah, I'm on the train, okay.
Yeah, they're giving the energy for sure.
Yeah.
All right, their opponents want to take the trophy on the long flight home to the Great White North. It's Team Canada. Yeah, that little bit of an ovation there for Team Canada. What are they carrying?
So the front has, I don't know what that is. They're all holding teddies of some kind, but in the middle, someone's holding the Grinch. And I'm wondering if that is some kind of metaphoric symbolism for Peru, that they are going to be the Grinch to their Christmas. They're about to deliver the worst present. It is a stocking full of coal, and Peru need to avoid that. And I don't know if it's symbolism, but I love it.
All right, well, here comes the fist bump. Boom, there it is. Both draped in red and white, but only one of the teams will make it into the semi-final as we have our huddle-ups before we get into it. And looking at this Canadian team, and Vlad, you know this because you're a professional coach, right?
Yeah, I mean...
They look like they were born on that stage. They're super chilled, super relaxed.
And Peru is actually like building the motivation levels higher than ever. Like they're talking to...
Uh-oh.
I like this. A little bit of Bob going on.
Oh, Peru, we're building the vibes. What are these guys doing? Are they summoning something? Is this kind of summoning circle?
I don't even think they're having a team talk right now. I just think they're singing or rapping to each other.
You know, one can dream that they are rapping to each other, that they are doing the most beautiful verses one's ever heard.
All right, we're into our map picks and bans processes. These teams take their seats, and they're just a matter of meters away from that Campus Clutch trophy right there in the center. It might be the closest they come for one of those teams, but let's talk about picks and bans, Jess.
I mean, Ascent coming off the board, that has been Canada's primary ban every single match they've played, so I'm not surprised to see that come off the board. And then picking up the split as well. I mean, this is kind of bad for Peru because it's a map that Peru's been banning. So what do you do?
It had to be like either Breeze or Split, and they got ready to play Split for sure.
They didn't have a choice. You get one ban each, as you can all see on your screen, and Peru had to kind of, you know, bite the nail and take Split on the head. That should be a good map for Canada. And then Sunset coming back into the mix. We're guaranteed to see yet another Sunset as map 2. And you and I were talking about Sunset as a map, different composition, what works, what doesn't. So far, we've seen multiple comps sort of work in different ways.
Definitely. That's what we saw from Ireland, didn't we?
Yeah,
like Gecko Edition, and it worked. To be honest, it worked more than it worked than we expected. And
I can't wait to see Harbor from Peru on that map. But I haven't seen a Harbor today, so give me Harbor on the board. Speaking of map number 1, Split. Of course, it's the Raze map. I love to see the Razes come out on top.
It is.
Zudo and Instinct. The Instinct's your boy, so this is the man you've got to be looking for.
I'm back in Instinct.
You're back.
You saw his gun. He was flexing on that picture.
He was flexing.
Like I've seen, this is another part of the experience, right? All the pro player like team picks and all that good stuff. Your player interviews. For these players, it's almost like training to be a pro, isn't it?
Definitely. That's like a project, you know.
Yeah.
They're getting to be like professional, just like you said. By the way, Canadian team is starting with the attack, which they started against South Korea as well in the round 16.
Yeah.
And they got 9 rounds on the attack.
What do you think about this double controller? I mean, we're obviously seeing two completely different compositions here coming out. This is a clash of comps. I mean, I want to pick your brain specifically. Double controller on Split. I mean, how are we feeling?
I mean, double controller plus one of the controller is Astra, which is a side holder himself, and the other one is Viper. So they gave the way to Chamber as a half duelist, you know.
It's so weird because I feel like I haven't seen Chamber in like forever. Like he just went missing. He went to the French Alps for a bit, and now he's back and he's you know, gracing us with his presence. We
is
had
he
Gecko
still that strong? I'm not so sure.
No, I agree he's not. But if we have Fab coming in and doing the fabulous things he does,
he's gonna deliver.
He's like the Yay, the old Chamber Yay. I think he can bring that back in sort of different ways that can really help the team here. It depends how he uses it.
All right, for anyone who has just literally tuned in, Jess, who are the players here that we really need to be keeping an eye on?
Fab. If you're looking at the left side of your screen, playing for Zen. If you're not sure who Zen is, that's Peru, of course. And then the right side of your screen is Canada. This one's a little bit tricky because I've seen KU, who we spoke about, be the highest rated player in the entire tournament.
This is where it matters though, Jess, right?
Yeah.
It's all well and good doing it before now,
Correct.
but it's the big dance.
Is this a map where I think a Sky player is going to be the pop-off one? No, not necessarily. I don't think Split is the one.
In Split,
I don't think Split's the one where he should step up. So I'm going to say Fab, and I want to see Instinct step up. He's being consistent, but not the star player.
Yeah, I mean, KO is just stealing all the roles from the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he? I mean, like, there are lots of different corners and choke points in Split, so they can actually, with the breach and Cypher camera contacts, they can do lots of watch peeks with the, like, get ready for the lots of setups.
I really like Cypher on Split, personally. I've always been a big Cypher lover on this map. I love the control. I love the kind of intimidation that Cypher gives their opponents. So, obviously, you know, on attack, it's a little bit of a different story, but on the defensive side, I definitely think it gives you a leg up.
Can we take a look at any point? I know this is a lot to ask, but I would love to see a close-up of that trophy again. If we get chance, just if we get chance, because we talked a lot about the money. We talked a lot about the pride. Like, let's, you know, just to recap.
Look at
20,000 euros up for grabs, exclusively for the winning team. But more importantly than that, something that will live forever. We're going to spend money, right?
Yeah.
But at your university, in the cabinet, you're going to have that glistening. And every student that comes after you will say, who won that? Which team won that? Legends won that.
Okay, so for you, it's about legacy.
Yeah.
You think it's about legacy?
I think it's about legacy as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I don't know where I sit on that, because if someone said, I will give you 20,000 euros or legacy.
You buy a legacy. You buy a legacy.
Maybe I say 20,000 euros.
I would
okay.
definitely choose legacy.
Okay.
That's what I like to hear. Me too.
Yeah. In my esports like area, like the facility or something, I would like to showcase that trophy itself. Rather than 20,000.
Well, I think, look, we still talk about what Egypt did in Madrid. We still talk about what the US did in Sao Paulo. For a long time, people are still going to be talking about whoever wins here in Istanbul at the third and arguably best edition yet.
Oh, that's a big statement.
It is, putting out there. We've seen some strong performances. We've got some amazing players here, some amazing teams.
You know what? All I care about right now is that when we jump into this match, I don't want to see like a one-sided affair, because it shouldn't be. Peru has proven that they deserve to be here in this match. I am so worried that just like last year, we have this team that is so well equipped to go up against a wide range of compositions, teams, different play styles, and I just think Canada is that team. So if we come into Split and you're watching this, you're like, whoa, this seems really one-sided. Do give Peru a chance. I'm just hoping it's just not going to be.
I don't think with any of these, you never want to see a stomp.
No.
Do you, Vlad? You want to see it go all the distance.
No.
From a neutral perspective and from an analyst perspective, you want stuff to pick apart and you want to see these teams go head to head.
No. Like, I mean, definitely head to head, because like I want everyone to show their best potential in here, and then we can say, like, even they lost against such a big team or like the underdog team, they still did good. They managed to win so many rounds, even they didn't win in the end, and that's what importance.
You know what else I love about this? It's another example of why esports is on top right now, right? It's popping off. There's even a player on Team Canada, Caillou, right?
Yes.
Gave up the NFL, a scholarship in the NFL, right? to pursue esports?
Yeah,
Wow.
I have this written down as my secret little, secret from about KU.
That's crazy.
And I can't believe he admitted it because a lot of people fight tooth and nail to get an NFL scholarship.
Oh, it's everything.
It's everything to them. And he said, that's really nice, but I play Valorant, and I play Valorant really well, and I'm just going to deny you, and I'm going to go to St. Clair's instead. I think that is an incredibly big decision to make.
Yeah.
And for him to come out here and show and be the highest rated player, it's a big decision, but he's proven that it has been worth it for him. And I have no doubt if the scouts are watching and they're listening right now, this is your boy. If anyone is primed and ready for the pickup, it is probably going to be him, and the versatility of his roles will really stack up.
I respect him even more because I'd be able to put Premier League contracts to be an esports host.
Were you goalkeeper?
Hey, shout out to the goalkeepers out there.
The amateur version of it, I decided to quit rowing for basketball.
Okay.
And then I quit basketball for esports. And then I started playing computer games not long before esports in the internet cafes, like during night hours. And then here I am, like 7 years later, 8 years later.
You made it, baby. You made it. Right, listen, I am so sorry to you watching at home because you're desperate to get into this. I apologize to all of our fans here in the arena. By the way, shout out to the fans who rocked up to the Volkswagen Arena. There's a good amount of them here checking it all out, and I'm loving it. We are still experiencing just a couple of technical difficulties. This does happen sometimes at a LAN, but we will be back. And we will give it to you. I promise. Peru versus Canada soon. Don't go anywhere.
In my zone, really, I'm really that fly. Time is of the essence, don't let a second pass by. No losses, only lessons, they testing the stats fine. Genius with the flow, mastered the craft, I'm a mastermind. Now I'm on with it, mama on her own living. Building big in my city, feeling King Kong with it. Man, a little words, but boy, that money, long-winded. All off with these songs, did it, I'm trying to bring it home with me. Hand in the pot, but I have my whole damn arm in it. All in it, boy, they all give me. Hit them with the authentic. Kinda set it off in it. Hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. Far from what they used to, had to flip the script on them. No cookie cutter for the dough, all about my chips on me. Quit the 9 to 5 to set the city on fire. Went from living where they died to living the full life. Fuel to the flame, we got that gas, boy. Trailblazer, better be careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, action, time to get it cracking. It's a fact, we make it happen. It's that magic, like the magic, set it off. Cracking, it's a fact, we make it happen. Careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. take a bite. Full moon when I howl at night. Nocturnal, no sunlight. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better run when I'm out my cage. Hungry, got wars to wage. Carnival on the rampage. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal, I am an animal. Predator in my bones. Take what I want and go. I am an animal. I am an animal. Jump blood when I take a swipe, 'cause I am sharp as a knife. Everybody run for your life. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Better hide when they set me free. I'm leaving you R.I.P. Watch out when I'm off my leash. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. Watch out, 'cause here I come. I am an animal, wild out of control. Take what I want and go. I am an animal, I am an animal. Predator in my bones. Take what I want and go. I am an animal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Final live in Istanbul. Mimi, we've gone through a quarterfinal, but it's time for you and I to jump up here on the stage and talk about Peru and Canada. My name is Katie Bedford. As I said, I'll be joined alongside the incredible Mimi to talk about the next two teams up on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one here. We've talked a lot about tournament favorites. Yeah. Canada is one of those. This is a team that had such high expectations going into this event. Really a purpose-built team, not just a collegiate squad, but players who've had experience in Tier 2, competing at a very high level. But on the other side, Peru has been impressing a lot of people thus far at this tournament. They've been together for a long time as a squad, so I'm expecting this to be a really close competition for that second semifinal slot.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And I think something to note that we just heard the desk touch on before we jumped back in, Mimi, is that, yes, Canada might be that favorite, but it is the fact that Peru, they've been playing well, they have the ability to get it done, and they're already doing some funky picks like what we saw here with the chamber on split.
Destroyed.
Bob will be the first one to take contact in mid. Canada is starting off with the default and taking their space up this way, as it will be that very heavy A setup out from Peru for the moment.
To see potentially a push through Mail, not willing to commit to anything just yet, but maybe a push through sewers.
With this chamber composition, a lot of the time you'll see defenders rely on leaving the chamber on one side of the map alone, with that trip, with that trademark, to be able to hold down that space and allow his teammates to more heavily stack on the other side. So Canada's job is always going to be finding the stack on this attack, and they might have guessed wrong. They're moving back towards A here.
Yeah, no intel off of that Sky Bird, but we do have Instinct lurking over by Vent, waiting to make that play. The push with the team is going to be the first blood coming out from Giza. If they can take this site control, the push is in, but no dice, Mimi, and this is going to be a very fast 3v1.
Giza still has a chance, though. He's already gotten one, and down to the 1 versus 2. Not a lot of time to work with, but just below him, he spots another.
Nice shot.
Giza's got it to 1. The ace needed if he wants a chance at winning this one. Just on the other side, Uchi knows exactly where he's standing. There's enough time, though. He's going to try and make a foot race out of this one. We'll head all the way back towards B, and with only 10 seconds on the clock, the question all comes down to time.
Time, you got to get that plant down quickly, and while you don't have a lot of it, we'll be able to get it, but Sky well on their way through spawn.
A flash already ready for Ricci. That's a huge piece of information for him to have a chance in this clutch.
And now a moment of pause. Wichi not wanting, especially with 33 health available, to overcommit to something without getting intel from that bird, but potentially a look in the wrong direction, and it doesn't pay off. That is going to be Peru. A nice way to start things off on split. Something that we heard on the desk, Mimi, perhaps a bit of anxiety about Peru playing split.
Yeah, I mean, regardless though, that is just an incredible round to be found from Visa. Finding all 5 kills in that one, and you can just see the talent on this Canadian squad.
Yeah.
He's the guy who, sure, he's playing collegiate now, but he has been competing on tier 2 teams at the top level in North America. So coming to this LAN, this is where the guy feels comfortable. And if you're Peru, that's going to be a tough one to recover from, letting a round that was really in your hands slip away.
Yeah, maybe get some of those jitters out of the way, shake it off. A lot of these players, as you said, right, they've been together for a long time, but spray through the smoke, and it is again going to be Canada striking first, exactly what they're going to want to see as they commit onto this B site. Ray's already out, gets a tag on to Sky, and looks like this should be an easy plant.
Yeah, just simplifying on this anti-eco. They've gone for a hard hit on B and should be able to secure this one pretty easily. Nice work by Visa. Again, he's playing the Sentinel. He may be a star player, but he still is committed to that role, always holding down on the flank. For Peru, though, not too much hope of finding damage in this round still. Going to be looking a bit more towards the future, and what I'm going to be looking towards is going to be the chamber of FOB. A lot of your defense is reliant on getting the operator online, and once that does, that's such a big piece to build on your defense that can be really tough to get online if you're starting with a pistol round loss like this.
Well, as that spike timer ticks down, you can see everyone backing way up into that spawn point. You know that Peru's not going to find a lot of opportunity here. As that timer ticks down, it'll be a nice 2 rounds on the board for Canada. A very solid start for them. But it is, as you said, right, going to be that chamber. What effectiveness can you do with a pick that might not be as frequently seen on average?
Yeah, still, it is, I think, the most common map, maybe besides Bind, that we are getting this agent picked in. But even at the top level, we've seen a lot of kind of middling success with this agent. It is really still reliant on the individual performance beyond just the information he can provide. But hopping into this next one, it's going to be the first rifle round for Peru. And unsurprising for a raise on this map, Juto does have the judge in the mix. He's just going to be in charge of kind of baiting off his chamber here, who will teleport out of mid initially.
And it really has been those first blood openings on Canada's side that have spelled a bit of disaster for Peru and maybe a bit of a slowdown. Figure out exactly what you want to do. That wall is up through mid.
Nice reclear there. Trip will be broken, and that's some good information that nothing is going towards A. This should force Canada to pick up the pace a little bit on this B split. The linchpin really does come down to that judge and how much it can achieve in holding B heaven.
There we go. It is going to be Peru evening up the odds at least somewhat. Another challenge. Caillou able to get one, immediately traded. The smoke is down. Bit of a moment in heaven to wait as the team's looking to get that plant, but should be clear now.
They do have 2 flashes, so could go for a quick flood, but the aftershock does keep Peru at bay. So they have to wait just a moment for retake, but with everyone here, Seth will be the first point of contact.
It is going to be that smoke. Slow things down. Peru, you don't want to fly through that. You know, Canada waiting on the other end, but time not on your side. Bird out. Doesn't connect. The spray through the smoke trades, but it's going to be Tillo with 2. Seth on the final, and a nice few rounds continuing here.
Yeah, a really nice fault line coming out there from the breach of Tillo. Completely sets up his teammates to dismantle this setup in B heaven, and thus far, Canada has been very thorough in that regard. They're getting this mid control pretty much every single round. And the thing about Chamber is it's not really an agent that's going to be able to perma hold A, mid, in the same way you can if you're cycling util with the Astra, with the Viper there. Instead, it's really about buying a little time, maybe getting an op shot and getting away. But those setups towards heaven later in rounds are going to be so important. It's another eco here for Peru. And again, Fob a chance, but not hitting it this time. Canada, another strong start here.
Well, now, at least at this point, it feels like Canada very comfortably in control. As again, another push onto the site, and it's going to be Seth. Wabo doing what they can to even up the odds, but right now, things falling apart very quickly for Peru. Seth with 2, 3K on the round, and a clean push. It feels like every time they commit, it just falls apart for Peru. They don't have an answer just yet.
Yeah, and this is the territory we start to get a little bit worried. They're check and go at a rifle round here. And again, they're not going to quite have enough money to be able to get much online here if they lose this one. They do have the op in this round though, and Fab could prove critical here. But Sinclair, they've noticed a weakness. This B site, it's almost always been a solo anchor holding here with more of a fixation on mid. But now both the Astra and Raze holding down this space, and Peru, they have to keep these members alive if they even want to have a chance of playing retake on this B site. And Robo, very aggressive in main here, has to invest his util to try and stay alive. Or not.
Nice. That is exactly what you want to see out of Peru. A beautiful 2K to get themselves hopefully on the board. They have to keep working. Chuto adding on to that, just like that. A 5v2 Canada. See if they can make something happen, but
It's all one
like
man.
that's gonna be tough.
Doesn't need any support, it would appear. Just cuts down 3, and Caillou, very unwinnable situation here. Very nice double swing to close the round out of Peru, and they will finally find themselves on the board. Good adjustment with that second anchor over towards the B site, and he's just good for it.
That answer to the B question you had at the start of the round, Mimi. Can Peru stop this B push? It's worked almost every single time for Canada until finally we get there and they fall apart.
I would expect Canada to just go back to the default that was so efficient in these first few rounds yet again. Mid control ever important on this map of Split, and they've always been able to get that one. The question now comes back to what is that setup over towards A for Peru? They've had the Viper here, the Sky here, both anchoring and getting information every round. And now they've rotated the Chamber over to this side as well. Another chance for Fab, and the Chamber nearly loses his life to that double satchel.
That is not what you want to see, the investment of the op as well. Fabazan had to back off Raze, getting a nice amount of damage in, but no control over Heaven for Canada just yet as they look to push in to a commitment on this A site. The Viper wall, though, will slow them down as another bird comes out.
The spike was never a part of this, though. They just wanted to get space in mid. Now in this next phase of the round, you have to look at the aggression from Peru through mid. And Chuto's ready for it. That's a spike down. Puts Canada in a bit of a tough position, having to re-clear a lot of space.
We'll see that pickup, though, coming out of Caillou. But look at this. Back through spawn. It is going to be Cypher. In a little bit of a dance. And, well, we saw what Wabo did last round, but not going to be the case this time. Giza able to come out on top. Big for Canada to push through mid with that spike now.
Chuto has to rocket here. If he gets contact, he has a chance to try and fight forward, but he doesn't know how many members of Canada are on the other side of this smoke. They have one final destination, and it's going to be that split towards B. Only the Viper to hold for now, but rotates are coming quick.
They are going to be able to get on to site, though, without too much difficulty. Some utility invested, but that spike plant coming out, and now we're going to see that showstopper. What can you do with it? Nothing as of right now.
Drop in towards Hell. It's going to be the first anchor down on the site. Only 3 left alive to hold in this post plant for Canada.
So far, bird out for some information. They'll know at least one is nearby. A nice shot. Fuji is not looking the right way. Canada, you said it might be a 3v4, but we blinked, and just like that, they picked him apart easy.
Seth is so critical in that round. He was the player who, since the very beginning, had the priority of holding the space in a ramp for his team. And that late replank is utter perfection to secure the round. I think Peru there slowing down a little bit too much. They were worried about re-clearing mid and end up missing that timing. You oftentimes see this when you start to see teams losing momentum, losing round after round in a row, where they try and go for those aggressive re-clear plays. It's really easy when you're on the pressure up there on the stage to get into the idea of, hey, I have to be the guy to make the play. But I think this timeout from Peru is well timed to reset, because there's still a lot of time left in this half.
A lot of time left in the half, a lot of time to figure it out. You know what Canada's been executing on very effectively, especially when we take a look at their pushes onto that B bomb site. Peru, I think they'll figure it out. I have faith. Throwing back to what we saw from what the desk was saying, Mimi, I think Peru can maybe cause an upset here, maybe cause something funky to happen. We know that we'll have Sunset following Split, and I think they can get it done, but Canada, a very strong lead for them so far.
Absolutely, and this round is going to be tough for Peru to get over the line. Canada's ult economy has built up quite a lot. They have the Seekers, the Rolling Thunder, some big tools to just go for a heavy execute if they want to. And again, it looks like they're returning to this B site that has treated them very well throughout this half. I'd hope to see Peru in a setup where if they get hit by this Rolling Thunder, they can get away safely. But again, we see this Astra player really far forward. This is a risk.
It is a risk. You do have those stars set up from Astra, but you called it right. You have to assume they've been favoring B so heavily. Will they have the commitment of something like that breach ult? But so far, not yet. A backup toward mid here. Cypher, see if they can find anything as another bird comes out.
And Fob will get away from that one. So a bit more of a heavy presence being put in mid as that Astra has rotated over. But I think the idea was always to end this one towards B. That Rolling Thunder is still a massive tool to try and secure this round. And Shuto just re-clearing through B main. He finds Seth. That is a big player to drop.
Nice shots. They're going to know at least one. Chamber scrambling away through vents. As it seems like all roads, Mimi, all end up at B right now for Canada. But Wabo, great job picking one off from Heaven. Going to try and hold it down as the rest of the team comes back to regroup. And again, you have Raze sitting in the back as well. So a bit of a tricky position right now for Canada.
St. Clair only 30 seconds to try and make this one happen. And this B side is so heavily set up. They'll make the push now.
30 seconds left. When we see it, feels like when it comes to these pushes, Mimi, Canada is so very effective when they're forced to commit. They're able to get two, but not going to be good enough right now for Peru. I mean, Tillo all on their lonesome in a 2v1. Not a lot of time to make this happen either.
And no spike. There's no chance he can pull this one off. 11 HP, and it's only a matter of time. Peru find their second round here on the defense of Split. And I think what it comes down to there is being a little bit more proactive, but in a coordinated way. Earlier we saw players alone pushing through B main, re-clearing in mid. In this one, they start with that heavy B setup to stop a rush with that Rolling Thunder, and then they move back to a setup on mid, which punishes St. Clair because they've been conditioned to be able to just kind of walk up into B heaven. And not allowing that is absolutely massive. So a big chance now to build momentum. But again, it comes back to the ults. All 5 online for Canada.
Well, it looked like that tactical timeout perhaps paid off for them for this round, but you said it, all ults online for Canada.
Another change in setup here. This time very heavy in B heaven. They just want to play this retake setup on B and are ready to flood back in if they see any of these ults invested onto that site.
Nothing just in. We'll get some of that information from that dog out of Caillou. We'll only spot one. No one willing to make a move just yet. Investment potentially here for those Seekers, and out they go. Astra Smoke comes online. That's going to be the Omen teleport if they try to take control of this B site.
Critical factor. These ults have stayed online into the post-find. That lets them push forward here. Unsuspecting position for Seth. He takes down one, but the trade is there swiftly. Still a chance for Peru on this retake.
Well, and Salada, nice job at least getting that snake bite down onto the ground. You do get that spike planted out of Canada, but at the expense of Caillou. But now that showstopper didn't see a lot from the first time around, and well, with that investment, won't see a lot this time either, but it's Tillo with 2. Looking for a third. Giza up in heaven, loses the fight, but now Tillo down below. It's going to be a nice 2-piece on either side, maybe, and just like that, 2v1, but Timer not on their side either, although a nice flash. But you're going to have to go for it, and there's not a lot of time to make it happen.
No chance here. High-low setup is good, and Canada will hold on to it yet again. Post-find setup is wonderful, and crucially, they hold on to a lot of that ult economy, or at least, sorry, I forgot about that final investment there of the reach ult to be able to hold on to the round. Still, that was a massive swing round. That was a chance for Peru to really arrest their fall in this half, and we always have to keep our eyes on Giza. He's going to be so impactful with these late round lurks whenever he's playing on the Sentinel role.
It's been that story of the B site this entire time for Canada, and I mean, why change it up? Working so effectively for you, but as I say that, of course, full stack onto A, and may work out very well for them, Mimi, because, well, almost all of Peru was at B.
Yeah, good read here. Both eco rounds previous, Peru put a heavier B-sided stack. They read into that and will be able to waltz their way onto a completely free A site here. Not a lot available for Peru to try and make a retake happen.
No, the plant will go down. The retake will have to come in, but it is going to be a nice opening shot. Chucho gets one, Seth with the trade, but Instinct, the flood onto the site, and it's trades back and forth. Now Fabazan, once again, a 1v2, but no plant just yet.
No shot for him. Swings around, wants to isolate a fight, and Caillou takes him down. Honestly, a valiant effort by Peru. Respect to the double satchel judge retake attempt. Does a lot for Chucho. It's been good thus far in this half, but St. Clair holding on to control, 7-2. Now in their favor, and looks like this round might be where they slow things back on down. See if Peru will receive those tendencies of doing something proactive, something punishable, because players like Giza, like Seth, have been really good to get those openings whenever Peru is making those more aggressive plays.
And Canada, a lot of folks on the desk and otherwise saying maybe a favorite to take this home. Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals, and for good reason. They look excellent so far, but you got to get through Peru first, and with the investment, that Viper Pit out as well.
It's a cool idea, honestly, from Seth.
I mean, right, it's going to work out well, too. I mean, you don't have that push, you got to back off, then make their way back through sewers.
What can my man do up here? He's like a pigeon sitting on a wire. No clear. What's lurking below him? And with only one TP left, he's hard-pressed to get out of this situation either. But surely they have no idea.
I mean, if they don't know you're there.
Yeah. When does he dip his toes in? The pool's nice, come on in.
I don't know, that doesn't look like a nice pool, Mimi. I don't think I'm jumping into that, but Seth, maybe an opportunity to make something happen, but now the action at B is a go.
Rocket's good, it'll funnel these players back in towards A, but they've gotten a critical opening, and now things are so awkward in the pit as Weechi's trying to flood in on this retake, but not finding a shot just yet with the Cypher ping coming through. He's got to run away. Here goes the teleport. Seth's behind him, and Saeed has no idea what's happened to him. It's a bamboozle on both sides, and look at the spike. It's eventually making its way back towards A. A chaotic round here.
It's making a full tour. But it is going to be Caillou. Nice shots. Now a 4v3 of not a lot of time, but that spike plant will go down. The Viper Pit still active, but
spike planted.
But at what use?
Yeah, you don't have a lot of site control.
Yeah, Saeed is just stuck in there. Wanted to make his way out, but there's no opportunity, and the flash is just great on the re-clear towards heaven there. That's all Caillou to hold onto yet another for St. Clair.
And Seth, really, I think my favorite part of that entire play out of Canada, in a little bit of an awkward position, makes the most of it, still able, after a bit of a journey with the spike, to get that plant, get that site control in A, and at that point, that Viper Pit's not doing anything for you. There's not a lot of ways to get that retake effective. 8-2 now for Canada in the first map against Peru, the quarterfinals here at Red Bull Campus Clutch.
On a team of mostly a lot of young people here for St. Clair, Seth is 27. He's got a fiance back at home rooting for him. And this guy, I mean, maybe a bit of a mentor for the team. He's played on a lot of great teams, even before his time here with Team Canada. And on this eco round, Peru has had some chances to make magic happen before, but it's never been enough to find a round. Fob, though, might be that guy. He's already found two towards heaven, but Giza will eventually trade out, and the A site secured. But look at the spike.
Careful. You're going to have to retrieve that, and Silad, do you want to push your way in? No. Giza ready and waiting. Smoke goes down, spike retrieved, and again, that A plant imminent. Wabo trying to get some shots and doesn't connect with anything.
Spike planted.
And well, maybe you push around screens, you're going to run right into Instinct if you're not careful. And what do you do here, Mimi? This is a tough shot, a 1v3 spike plant.
With concealment.
You can see how confident Canada is at this point. Players just forward, taking 1v1s to their own, and for good reason. Instinct very good at winning those out. Now 9-2, the advantage here for Canada, really showing why they picked into this map of split.
Effective so far. Getting close to the end of that first half, and Canada, we've seen some moments from Peru, but really it feels like they've been so firmly in control through the entirety of this offense. See if they can tack on another round before we flip things over. And again, heading toward, at least initially, looking like an A push.
Yeah, and losing all those rounds means that the economy is tilted away from them. No operator for Fob, still just this rifle, and again, he's pushed off his line. It looks like this might already come down to another retake for Peru, and I love how proactive Canada is here. Steph already into heaven.
Already into heaven. You do have that Seeker investment out. You might as well use it now. It's going to be Instinct with that two-piece, though. Caillou following it up, and unfortunately, things not looking good for the side of Peru to at least make it 9-3 going into the half. Fab is in.
Spike planted.
Slad, what can you find here? A spike plant, spots one around the corner. A bit of a spray through the wall, won't find anyone, and another site set up. Canada so firmly effective. Once they get onto this A site, it just feels like Peru a little bit of trouble figuring out how to dismantle it.
Fob 1v3 now, and not going to be able to even get that one started. 10-2 the half here for Team Canada. They are looking incredible right now. And even in that final round, still showing us new stuff. Using the double dive of the Raze and Omen to fully split into heaven. Works wonderfully for them. If Peru want a chance to really even make this one competitive, it does have to start with the pistol round here.
What I think interesting, we know Canada, they have, what, they've been together a couple months now, this full team. Peru, on the other hand, for a while, about a year and a half. So they definitely have that synergy. Maybe we'll get to see a bit more of that in this second half as they take their stab at offense, Mimi, and see if they can get a few desperately needed rounds on the board.
Yeah, and they're a serious squad as well. They're practicing together 5 days a week, hours on end for the most part on Team Peru. They're no strangers to playing as a team, but we'll have to see what their attack has in store for us. Double satchel up ramp, they'll take that space initially. And it's the idea here to split back through mid, because Juto's gone all the way around the world to link up with his teammates back in middle.
Canada, ready and waiting. Caillou does get hit by the dog, but it's going to be Giza, always in that Overwatch position, ready to get a two-piece to stop this heaven push. Forces Peru to back off, but a nice answer from Bravo.
Getting too silly there for Canada. They fully re-clear, end up lining up a little bit, especially with that shorty in hand. Now this is winnable for Peru. 2v2, but there's already a reflank coming in from Tilo. The decision in the split second will be important. Do they make the call to go back towards A? They will, but Tilo's heading there as well, and he might beat their timing. A flash still online, the fault line still to follow. It really just comes down to who sees who first. Can Team Peru isolate Tilo and take him down, or will he get the drop? Because his timing is very good, and it just catches the edge.
Already spots Astra. You know Tilo's got to understand both are going to be here, and they just aren't expecting it. The spike goes down, but Wabo said you might have been stalking us through screens. You might have heard that plan, but it does not matter. Peru, a great answer to what I thought was sure from Tilo to potentially be a nice little two-piece to close things out. Not the case.
I mean, they needed the pistol round, but surely it does not come down to this. Hopping off the spike, strafing right, and instantly hitting the shot. It's beautiful. But you have to rewind even earlier to really capture the miracle of that round. After losing 3 players in heaven, rallying back, and I think making that, what, a 2v4 to win things out. It's unbelievable, but you need a lot more rounds like that to actually make this one a comeback. Some Sheriffs, Ghosts invested here for St. Clair, and they're dangerous even on these lighter buys.
Caillou, at least a little bit of information retrieved here at mid spots. At least one, but no idea of the players hovering in sewers. Will back off up into heaven as Dog comes out on the side of Peru. We'll spot one, and the information there. So many on Canada still holding down that A site, but Peru a bit indecisive here. Not quite sure exactly what they want to do.
And Peru a real opportunity here. They were top 8 at the last Red Bull Campus Clutch. And this year, they've kept some of the same members going into this one. They've already achieved at least that top 8 margin being here in the quarters. But if they could make this game happen, make a comeback over Canada, well, then they can not only usurp their previous placements, but have a chance for more, have a chance to bring something home to Peru with them. On this anti-eco, though, it's looking clean thus far, but a bit of an awkward position here, because somehow Instinct has gotten
30
behind, and
seconds
now
left.
that's at least one rifle stolen away.
Rifle that you will happily take. Shots go out as Fabizon striking first. Chuto right behind. Seth able to get one, but that will be the spike plant. Instinct.
Spike planted.
Now in a 1v3. Spike planted and dwindling time to work with, especially with the setup right now that we're seeing out of Peru. Chuto ready and waiting. Instinct pushes through a nice initial, but Wabo there to answer. And I love what I've been seeing out of Wabo on this Astra, especially on this offense.
Yeah, Wabo has been
great so far.
Stellar here. Had some of his moments in that first half, but stepping up here in the second as well. Still way too close of a round there. Canada getting a lot of those weapons down, and Peru is going to make the decision to put a little bit of investment back behind this. They will still have money to buy in next, but with at least 3 rifles taken in, there is a chance to build momentum. It'll be very critical here to try and make a comeback happen. And similar to what we saw in the first half, they're going to start with this slower default setup. When you're playing with this solo sky composition and just that one dive agent of the Rays, you won't often see these very fast executes. Instead, it's going to be slowly working space in mid.
Salat does back off into sewers. That push from Canada, forcing him to move away. The wall goes up, but especially you think after getting shot like that in the back last round, maybe expect someone's got to be very nearby as Bird goes out mid, but it is going to be Instinct again. The first blood.
Confident on this one. Had no teammate around him, but it's just aggression on both sides, and it's a kill for either. Fob will trade back. That's another rifle that can be picked on up for Peru.
We'll see a push through mid, making their way toward ropes. Fabizon, a nice pick. Does still have to deal with Tillo in screens, and we know what Tillo has done so far on this map. Some very, very strong plays. But you're gonna have to be careful. Giza, not a lot of health to work with. And well, especially with something like those paint shells out, you will have Peru onto the site, a satchel over. They're gonna look to get that spike plant in.
He has Aftershock here, but doesn't know the position that Chamber teleported to. One flash, though. That's going to have to prove critical in the retake, along with this paranoia. Canada can't fully group up here, but with the Omen wrapping around, they have a chance to isolate this Chamber if he goes the right way, and he's chosen the other option.
See a push down onto site, but again, Fabizon, they are there, they are ready. Round after round, sometimes that's all you need to focus on, maybe one round after the other to start trying to move things in the right direction.
And you can't think of any round being more critical than winning that bonus, than getting 3 in a row, building that momentum. That's what comebacks are made on here. And Peru, I like the way that they play that round, keep things pretty simple. Wait for the aggression to come on the extremities. And while they didn't initially punish it, I still think they do a good job of grouping in that late round and setting up great positioning into that post plant. St. Clair back onto another eco here, but they're very close to at least a few of these ultimates. The Raze Rocket in particular, trying to get an orb, a kill or 2 in this round would be massive to give them these tools to arrest the momentum that Peru is building.
Fabizon won't come out on top this time. Caillou and Seth immediately turning this into a 5v3 for Peru. Chuto answers back, but Instinct ready and waiting, and everyone falling apart mid.
That trap play is perfect. Off contact, it's a stun, it's a nade, it's everything being invested in. But on the other side, Peru's still fighting on this one, and that's 2 picked off. Now odds even back, and Giza left alone. Peru making miracles happen 2 rounds in a row here.
Salat, sometimes that's all you need. Heading back toward A. It will be Giza. Perhaps understanding Peru, that comfort zone has really been some of those A plants so far. You want to head to where you know that they're going to end up. But again, Peru, I think you said it best. They've just managed to make these mini miracle plays each round to bring it back from a potential disaster. As those stars go out, those smokes up.
But it's not a miracle till you actually get it done. And if there was someone to win the clutch in this 1v2, it would be Giza. He's been good in these moments before. Remember, he started the game with an ace clutch to give Canada control.
Spike planted.
And he's working a flank here, has a chance to isolate a player in hell, but he can't hit the shot in time.
Wabo.
Shut down immediately. Peru, they do conclude on that recovery.
I like what I've seen out of Wabo, and it feels like Peru maybe getting a little more comfortable as time goes on, getting a better feel for what they can expect out of Canada. And again, so many rounds in a row where perhaps they've been put in a bit of a tough position and they've been able to work it, find those minor advantages, exploit them, and then come out on top in those rounds. And now that deficit getting ever smaller. A timeout coming in, and it's 10-6 in favor of Canada. But Peru, Mimi, they are clawing their way back into things.
They absolutely are. Canada, one of the teams in this event that really has some investment put behind them from their school. Obviously, all of these members just coming from St. Clair. They have a whole coaching staff, 3 people helping them out. So a lot of knowledge behind this squad, a lot of experience in these moments. I think this timeout is very well taken. They're just around the corner from some big ults. They have their first rifle round in this second half. And this is really their chance to shut down this comeback from Peru before it gets out of control.
And we'll see how they decide to play it. Can you deal with Wabo? It just feels like every time there to save the day when need be, as some of those star placements coming out. But we'll jump into this round 17 in Canada. The bounce back, right? You still got a 4-round cushion, but Peru, you want to stop that momentum before things get a bit out of hand.
Need that back. Peru holding in a default here. Again, you see a similar trap setup here to last round in middle for Team Canada. That'll come off the contact of likely someone just jiggling around the corner. A stun, a nade. Will Peru get caught by it again?
Chuto sends out that boombot looking for what information knows. At least a couple sitting in mail, sitting up in heaven. Committing that util, but what are you going to do with it? The creep forward. The first engagement going to happen. No damage taken on either side, but just like that, it is going to be instinct. Taking down Chuto. Player advantage, Canada.
2 rounds in a row, that same trap play in mid has been effective. Now the question is, can Peru make another recovery? St. Clair just want to shrink the map here, not give away any advantage, but look who's crept his way into this site. There's still a trip waiting on the other side, and Canada knows exactly which angles are covered here, so there's no risk just yet. But if the rest of the team can rotate over in time, there's an opportunity for Peru to dive onto this A site.
30 seconds left.
They can dive onto this. If they can make this happen, a lot of these players, Cosmic Divide, going out very close to their ultimates as well. They will get that initial push, but it's Seth ready and waiting. Gets one, gets two, doesn't matter. You pull out the Seekers because, well, it's just Fabizon all on their lonesome. 8 seconds left. I don't think Peru can do it one more time, at least for this round.
Yeah, it's really a question of whether Fabizon can keep this operator, and looks likely for the moment. Really, big credit there to Seth. He does excellent work as an anchor, playing around his teammates' trips to perfection. And honestly, that that Astro Wall almost works against Peru for a moment there. It allows Giza to slip back into the site, help his teammate hold down on the anchoring. So Peru, I'd really like to see when they're going for these default setups and they're re-clearing space in mid, the way that they have been in these last few rounds, they really need someone closer up with their raise, because it's been 2 in a row now where that spacing has been imperfect, and Canada has been able to secure that advantage cleanly.
Well, it felt like for Peru there, tough bite on the fact that you get some of that, not just Cosmic Divide, you get multiple ult usage for a round that simply doesn't go your way. You do have, I believe, that Showstopper available right now for Canada going into the next round. So I think setup really well, able to stop that momentum gain from Peru. Does force out that tactical timeout, but now Canada 2 rounds away, Mimi, from taking map 1, taking that 1-0 in a best of 3, and that's always a great position to be in.
It absolutely is. For Canada, a team who has very high expectations in this tournament, keeping that momentum, getting these cleaner wins is very important for them. On the other side, though, for Peru, my question goes back to this chamber that we had a lot of interest in the first half. With buying an operator here on the attacking side, how does that change the way that you're going to play? Because if you're not getting opportunities in the mid round and you're being pushed into these late round execs that we've seen multiple times now for Peru on their attack, that op can almost work against you. It's a big risk reward that really relies on Fabizin finding value that we haven't seen, I think, the full potential just yet of in this map.
But I like seeing a player willing to take those risks, even if they don't pay off.
You do. But look at the setup. Another trap here for Canada. That paranoia ready. If Wabo gets spotted here, he could be in trouble yet again.
Wabo careful, though. Does have a little bit of backup, but it is that showstopper. Flies out.
It misses.
Misses, and we've seen so many showstopper misses throughout this map, and it's Wabo with the cleanup and the 5v3 advantage.
He's a little further ahead than I think they expect there off that contact, and with that rocket missing, it all goes to pieces. There's still a chance, though, for Canada to make a go of this round. They found 2 kills, and Tilo picks off another. Peru, their biggest priority needs to be grouping up here. Stop giving away these individual opportunities. And again, Chuta in a bit of a risky spot, but that spike has made its way all the way over towards A, and with that op still up, it becomes a big asset now in this post plant.
Well, take a look at it, right? Fabizin does start to get that utility out of the op, gets at least 1 pick. Now you have spike planted, still with that player advantage. Chuta ready and waiting. And now, just Caillou. A 1v3. Perhaps not quite used to this feeling, Peru, in a few 1v3s of their own, but we'll see, Caillou, what you can get done. Does get some information out with the flash. Fabizin, you're going to want to hold on to the op, but the trade will come out. We'll see if they go ahead and get that picked up for the next round. But Peru, especially, again, Wabo, the plays, that showstopper miss over at B, that's got a sting for Canada, but you make the most of it. You get those 2 opening kills, and then the rotation back over to A.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the depth of some of these defensive-sided setups for St. Clair Satans here thus far, but in that one, just one little misinput, one miss can make things all fall apart, and instead gives a great opportunity for Peru. Still a 5-1 record in this half, but they have a big deficit still left to climb.
We do have showstopper now available on the side of Peru. A few ults on deck for either team. We'll see if they choose to commit to any of them. Now making their way up, you do have Dog out. Doesn't spot anyone because, well, there's no one to see.
He sees the toes. Giza spots out these players creeping their way up towards heaven. That will call for at least 1 rotate back over towards the A site here for Canada. And Giza actually gets himself into position on A. He only has 1 trip to play off of, but even getting a kill, maybe 2 here, could prove critical for setting his teammates up to win in a retake.
And Peru, maybe no surprise, a bit of hesitation. You don't want to overextend. You've been picking these rounds up, but it's those slower plays, perhaps, some of that caution that's been playing so well for them. But now it's going to be an engagement, potentially Tilo right around the corner. And they know now, as that showstopper does come out, when we see a commitment from it, it is going to be Giza falling first.
Giza's lost in it, and Peru will make their way back on through, split through heaven, but here comes Instinct. Fast double, Satchel has to get out of the stun, and he can't in time. Taken down, Peru up in numbers by 3, and Canada, can they still get something out of this round? A 1-for-1 trade, not enough. Put Seth in a 1 versus 4, and with the economy in the dumpster, he's just going to back away. Another round on the tally for Peru here.
Peru, slow and steady, making their way back into things, making this interesting. I mean, when we went into the half, you look at that score line, you were like, this is going to be tough, Mimi, but you blink and suddenly Peru right back into things, looking to close this gap even farther.
And I think the adaptation in that round is really great. Spotting that Cypher setup, they know that Giza has often been the solo anchor on site. Instead of fully pushing into his utility, they just stem that showstopper and use it as a distraction to wrap around towards CT and actually get their advantage through the aggression there. Really great ideas coming out of Peru.
Let's jump into things. A nice job again out of Peru, but can they keep it up? Those A site pushes for them seem to be their comfort zone at this point. Really the opposite of what we saw at Canada, right? They really prefer to take that site control over onto B, but Peru now down just 3 rounds.
Cover going out.
And at least when it comes to that economy, this is going to be a must-win round for them, especially with the amount of rifles in hand.
Stun ready off contact here. This could get risky towards ramp.
Chuto, when are you going to do the swing? Almost goes right in to that flash, but it's going to be trades. Chuto able to keep it alive, but Tillo picks one off, and just like that, 3-3, no advantage on either side. But what would have been early site control, it's Seth picking one apart, especially up at Heaven over at B in Peru. You gotta be scared. Look at a rifle pickup out of Seth.
Canada just has to group now. They have Rolling Thunder to win this in the late round. If it comes down to a retake, you say Tilo, you're just backing away from A, but that jiggle just at the wrong time. And it's an opportunity given back to Peru. They have this A site cleanly, and it's even odds. Rifles recovered, though, for Canada could be massive here in this late round.
Investment of that neural theft, Giza. You want to know exactly where they are. Chuto, not a lot of health to work with either, but the smokes are out as they look to get onto site. You will have Fabazin not on site as well, just waiting for any potential push. But it's going to be full commitment. Goes around the corner. Chuto with 1, Chuto with 2, a 3K on the round. And well, that neural theft, you might have known where they were, but it doesn't matter if you can't win the gunfight.
How do Peru keep getting away with these rounds? They're losing so many of these opening duels, so many of these early advantages, and we keep seeing out of Canada great setups like this one. But despite being stunned, despite every odd, they're still finding opportunities in these rounds, and so much of it has come down to Chuto really coming alive into this second half. 2 rounds away now. Canada, another chance with the rifles. I mean, their loss bonus is massive here now. They'll be able to continue to scrape together buys. But really, it just has to be, what round are they going to arrest the fall? Or is it already too late?
See what happens through mid. I mean, I take a look at some of that ult economy as well. Peru in a comfortable spot. Tillo, when do you invest that Rolling Thunder? We've been talking about it, feels like almost every round when that's going to be committed. But perhaps not just yet, as a bit of a split across the board for Peru. But it is going to be Chuto. That trap wire right in front. Fabazin with that op. Going to run into, well, the end of Giza's 2-piece, and that is not what you want to see over at B.
That's a great setup by Giza. He knows that Peru has been contacting in and getting right up to the edge of his trips before they execute round after round. So off of that, he instead gets an aggressive angle and punishes exactly that contact play. Really nice work out of him, but St. Clair, they've lost a lot of these advantages. Right now, they just need to condense the map, set up crossfires, and not let this round slip. And I think they're doing a much better job of this in this round. Viper's pick committed, but there is that Rolling Thunder to work with, and it's just narrowly kept online.
Narrowly kept online, but it's going to be Salad. How many times have we seen this? And then Wabo to top it off, because of course, why not? Wabo with that Viper pit, so effective for them. And just like that, you turn around, it's a 3v1 Peru. You said it, Mimi. Can they do it again? They can. 10-11.
How many 3v5s are we going to see out of Peru? That's got to be the 4th one at least in this map.
I think it's a buff. They get first blooded and they win rounds.
They get better. And you can hear the Peruvian fans getting excited for this one, for this team to break through their barriers. Only top 8 the last time we saw them at Red Bull Campus clutch. But with a comeback like this, already building a chance for much more. They've put Canada onto an eco.
Fabazin committing the ult ready as they swing back toward that A site. And it's really been astounding what we've seen from Peru on this offense so far. Just such a great job.
Fabazin behind the judge on attack side, despite the wealth this team has built up. Does have the tour de force to work with as well, though, of course. Towards a Heaven. It's another one of these signature trap plays we've seen. Stun ready, flash on the other side with a nade from Instinct, but he's ahead of the curve. Taken down by Fabazin, and for once it feels it's actually Peru starting the round with an advantage.
We'll see if it works out for them. Hopefully it's not a reverse curse. Chuto says no way, no thank you, Fabazin. That's going to be 2 on the round. Make it 3, why not? The satchel up into heaven, the control of A, and we might be well on our way to a tied up round count, 11-11. Seth in mid, you're going to have Wabo just around the corner, ready and waiting alongside Salad. And especially with a spike plant here, I don't think you're going to see too much happen out of the side of Canada. Back to the drawing board.
And he's down. What a clean round to find there. A flawless to tie the game. Remember how this one started. Canada in full control. But now the energy is back for Peru. And they're just 2 away from stealing this map.
I think really the standout for me with Peru is that clutch factor. It doesn't matter, you're in a 3v5, 1v3, you're getting first blooded, it's irrelevant. They find a way to use that pressure and use that intensity to their advantage to come out on top in rounds that maybe they have no business winning. Canada on the back foot for some time now, and well, this is the first time we've seen an even round count in a long time.
This might just be the most important round that we've seen in the game thus far. A chance for one of these teams to be the first to map point. Can Peru make this comeback really happen? Or will at the last second, Canada start to shut things down? Giza set up as it often has been. Is broken down early, at least in way of that camera, so that's A heaven control. Towards the side of Peru. Now they'll turn their attention to re-clearing space, at least applying some pressure in mid here.
And so cautious out of both sides for good reason. Canada, they've been on the back foot. They don't want to give that up. They don't want to be put at that match point. Peru, not wanting to overextend, get over eager rather in the momentum that they've built. But now everyone working their way over to that A site.
They have great tools for a late pop here. Cosmic Divide, and that rocket online as well. Giza, you see, set up with a new tripwire towards A, but with this wall coming up in a moment, I actually don't think it'll cover him. No, it will. Blocked off, no spam to come through. Rocket into the site. It again will come down to a retake for Canada.
Showstopper looking to find something with it. Doesn't just yet, but they do get that site control. They do get that plant down. A huge moment for them, the pressure on. The first blood comes out, trades on either side of 4v4. Fabazin a menace with that op so far, just not giving any comfort to that heaven position out of the side of Canada. Now a full push through screens. They're gonna have to make it count. They do not have a lot of time.
No, they don't. Teleport up. Seth is gonna try and find information. That stun, though, will be the first line of this retake.
Chuto able to get one. Salad from heaven. The trades from Tillo, keeping things at a 2v2. Seth, a big moment as the defuse at least gets started, but it's Wabo with so many amazing plays, and then why not top it off with a spray through the smoke, of course.
How many collections, how many moments can Peru recover? In so many of these rounds, they look damned, and then a hero like Wabo steps up and saves them. Playing late through heaven. But the post plant perfectly set up for him, and the time on the side, he secures map point. Remember the expectations for Canada. This was the team that everyone was looking towards. You have tier 2 players back from NA. You have a squad that was purpose-built to win events like this. And here comes Peru, an underdog stepping up. It's still a chance, and it's a satchel forward already. They're confident. They're getting aggressive in the final round of regulation. And Chuto, he takes care of the first.
I like it, that aggression from Peru, right? You're not quite used to seeing that in a lot of these rounds, but it will be Tillo answering back. Salad trades, player advantage to the side of Peru. Can they seal the deal on this comeback? A pause as they reassess.
Canada re-clearing through mid. They're gonna push their way all the way back through sewers. And Peru, the question is, where are they going to finish in this round? In mid, though, the angle's held, and Seth is gone. It's down to only 2. Perfection yet again from Wabo. Who's the hero? Who's the player that can save Canada? Could it be Giza? Could it be Tillo? Or is it really Peru making this comeback happen? And look at the rotations. Canada's headed the wrong direction.
Headed the wrong direction, which seems to be the story really of this entire half for them. Just headed in the wrong direction in the round count, and now onto the site. Some util out. Doesn't find anyone through heaven. Should be a free site for them. The plant goes down, and already Canada sees the blunder on their way back through sewer.
Not a lot of util for this retake. 1 stun. That's all they'll have online. Giza's flank, though, is ever important. Can he win this 1 versus 1 against Fob? No. 1 man left.
Fob is outstanding. The entire side of Peru, so excellent on this offense. Tillo falls, and that's all she wrote. Mimi, Peru looked as down as you could get going into that half, and they said, just wait. We are here to play at Red Bull Campus Clutch.
These boys have been together all year, over a year, that is, as a squad. They've been through highs and lows, but now here at Red Bull Campus Clutch, the biggest tournament for them of this year, in the position where they lost last year. And from down 9-3, being dominated in the first half, they make a recovery happen. And that was their opponent's map pick.
They talked about it on the desk. It was that split map pick. It was that comfort out of Canada. And it just doesn't go their way. Peru, I loved it. The crowd was getting loud. The chants were there. And Peru, they have that ice. They have that clutch factor. And well, Chamber, it was that off that paid off, not only in the ult, but the off investments as well. Wabo, so many amazing plays, so many. I just can't get over it. I feel like, how could you even pick a specific replay out of Peru? There were so many moments from every player on that team.
Yeah, there absolutely were. Incredible work from Peru across the board, making an incredible comeback happen. But to talk more about that one, we got to head back over to Ian and the desk.
Woohoo, guys, what it do, Peru? I don't think anybody saw that coming. To many, it was David versus Goliath. Well, guess what? David just took Goliath's map pick, and we have got a best-of-3 series on our hands here. My name's Ian Chambers, on the desk with Jessica and Vlad to pick that one apart. Peru, well and truly, just found something different in that second half, Jess.
I am gobsmacked. I'm actually sad you came to me first because I just need a moment to take in the fact.
It was something else, wasn't it?
I was like, oh my goodness. I think for Peru, I think this is a great feat to be able to take split away. The casters spoke about it. We spoke about it in the pre-desk. I'll just come back and slam the fact down that that should have been Canada's map pick. It should have been a confident map win. I'm a little bit blown away. I actually think Canada played fine. It's not that they played bad. It's
you know
just
what?
Peru
I mean, the
played
kickoff. I mean, Vlad, let's talk about Canada in attack. They were just
that was exactly what I was planning to say after the halftime. You know, I was feeling like Canada is gonna just win this way and go to the second map, but they won 10 rounds against Peru on the attack on split, 9 rounds against South Korea, and you know what? Peru just took it back to 11.
They just kept clawing and clawing. They kept pulling off miracle round after miracle round, and you were almost sitting there thinking, nah, surely this ends here now, right? Canada just going to get that last couple of rounds done and dusted. But Peru just said, absolutely not.
How many times can the caster say Red Bull clutch?
Yep.
I mean, there were so many moments. I just felt like I was in a photo reel all of a sudden. I was like, this is way...
Look at this.
He knew.
Look at this. This is where they started to realize, okay, it's on now. And Vlad, you know that feeling. If you're a coach standing behind these players, look at them. This is when they started to realize this is our map for the taking here.
Yeah, definitely. Like, this is where they started feeling like they're getting somewhere, you know, one by one. But surely they're getting somewhere. And they found the space. They found the space on A Heaven especially. And that was like a gold mine for them, to be honest.
I mean, after they worked out that if they just ran in with their utility rather than sending out the utility without action behind it, they were like, oh, if I go with the dog, I can pick apart all of this defense up towards Heaven. And then they were like, oh, this works. Oh, and then they started moving with speed, undeniable. And I think that that's the kind of thing that, you know, Peru needed. What are these kind of things that we're looking for? And I mean, I said this would be a raise map. I didn't expect that we would see the initiators who are currently dominating the tournament come out. Right now, I said your boy Instinct And, well, he did manage to come out, at least in the first half, but the second half, that was all Judo.
It was Judo just popping off big time and putting his team in a wonderful position here where you could get this 2 and done, moving on to your own map pick. Just briefly, let's just reflect a little bit. You were talking about Canada in attack there.
Yep.
Jess, when they were doing so well,
Yeah.
what made them so effective?
I mean, it's just got to be the utility.
Yeah.
No, at the end of the day, I mean,
Definitely.
this has got to be what it is. It's the confidence, the speed. I think in the end, I'm going to have to side with my man and just go, the confidence that they had had to be what it was. They weren't using their utility very effectively in that second half to begin with. Round 20 to round 21 was when I just saw this light flicker for them. And they're like, if I play really tight with my team and my utility, we get in, we get the job done. I was happy with that.
Canada's plants, super impressive too.
Mate, you know, I finally get to show you guys this really cool thing that I've been hiding in the back room.
Oh yeah, go on, bring it.
Go on, bring it up. I want to show everyone a beautiful little graphic that we have pulled up on the big screen. Production spoils me.
That.
They spoil me. This is a heat map of the plants from Canada. You can see, of course, where the red spots are or where they planted predominantly. I wanted to talk about that because they hit B like B was the only site in the entire map. And when you hit B over and over again, yes, they were dominant on their attacking half and they were confident to go there. But I think the readability from the side of Peru, they started to work out, okay, this team is a team of habit.
Yeah.
And we can start to unravel that in the second half. And they did. And I'm glad they started to read their opponents because instead of just trying to fight fire with fire, they stepped back a little bit and they said, actually, we can really work out what Canada's game plan was. And I think it started after that first half where they got pushed around and bullied a little bit. And they said, no, not anymore.
I mean, in the first place, like I completely agree with you. In the first half, I mean, most responsive, most disciplined, and like in terms of chemistry, Canada is supposed to be the best, but Peru showed much greater resilience with the second half.
And the diversity, I mean, again, that heat map, it just really solidifies to me that there was a lot of play on the attack from the side of Peru, that they were willing to use the entirety of the map.
Yep.
We knew the game plan from Canada, it was going to be B, maybe a little bit of mid-hit here and there. Maybe they'll lurk over towards A, but for Peru, you didn't know which site they were going to hit. And sometimes it looked like maybe they didn't know either, but they still, managed to put it forward. I'm going to fall off the stage in a second. This is
behind the scenes, Jess on a box. I'm kidding. She's not.
I am on a box.
Okay, she is on a box.
We have to admit I'm on a box.
Okay, Jess, heat map. I like that. Hit me. I want more of that going forward. But what I will say as well, Peru, the crowd came out for them, right? We heard it loud and proud in this arena, in the Volkswagen Arena here in Istanbul. Yeah, because it was one of the things we haven't really touched on that much. We talk about the pressure of playing in front of a crowd. On the flip, it can really help you. That was an extra man on their team, if you will, because it was loud, they were proud and vocal. Glad, right?
Vamos, Peru.
Yeah. Was it Vamos, Peru that we were hearing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Definitely.
I heard 100 different things.
I think they were a bit louder than that.
Oh,
yeah.
Definitely.
Go on.
Vamos, Peru!
Vamos, Peru.
There you go.
Well, I'm not gonna, no, not me.
But the replay, we saw like shots of fans in the audience just like hands on heads, like.
There was one guy that had his hand, all over his face the entire time. Every round that Peru were clawing back, and I was sitting there and I was like, well, if I didn't have makeup on, I would be an absolute mess right now. My hands would just be clawing. I just couldn't think of a better way to kick off this quarterfinal than to steal split the best map of Canada right now. I genuinely think this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah. Well, where do the Maple Leafs go from here, right? You're looking at Canada, and it's been said across all sorts of competitive play, esports, traditional sports, whatever. There's almost a curse with being the favourite, right?
Yeah,
you're coming in and all targets are on your back. Everyone's talking about you, saying, you're going to win it, you're going to win it. They were super confident coming out here with the Grinch, saying they're going to ruin Christmas for everybody else.
Yeah.
They're on the brink of heading home for Christmas pretty quick. How do you bring it back? Because mentally you've got to switch gears real quick.
Yes, I mean, NA does mean near airport though. They could just live the meme for us if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They could just go, just fly home.
They could.
I mean, US is already gone, so join them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
This is the Jess I like.
Home
Can't be
countries
too much of
are
it.
as well by Peru.
Okay, so
Peru's kicking 1 by 1.
I think.
Is that it?
I think, no. Okay, here's what I want. I want all of the big countries, because you said there's a big tournament and everything. I want all of the really big landmass countries to just be squashed by the smaller countries.
Is that what you want?
I don't know why I'm on this vibe right now.
I'm sensing some bias here. I think I got to balance it out. I love Canada. I want Canada to come back just for Vansili, if he's listening. But look, you can see here where we're going next. And it is, again, this time round, it is Peru's pick, and it is Sunset Vlad.
Yeah, on Sunset in the opening game, they won against Taiwan in their group, 13-3, and their agent pool is like something we come across with. Just like Jess said in the first game, I mean, map selection, they tend to pick Harbor as well.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, this should be scary for Canada.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, how often are they playing up against, you know, on Sunset, obviously the new map? I haven't seen all of their scrims, of course, but I can't imagine they're getting to play it too much. Teams are banning it. You're not getting a lot of exposure on it.
Yeah.
And of course, looking at all of their compositions, I don't know what they're going to run necessarily on this map.
You're a coach as well, like.
Yeah.
So being exposed to one composition or a new map is never the same when you watch it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I mean, the only thing I have from them is one Sunset match ever. And like, this is like a throwback to like, what, November 18th. Okay, so they have played it pretty recently. And when they did manage to play it, it was a 13-8. That's very close. But I'm looking over and I'm like, is this composition what I would necessarily run? They got the Fade, Cypher, Raze.
That was just I wouldn't think, like, they're not going to do the same, maybe.
Surely they've changed from there.
Yeah.
This is our only evidence.
Yeah, well, we'll find out shortly. I'm trying to get a glimpse of like body language and stuff because we've got the
Come
best
on,
view.
Mr. Analyst.
We got the best view in the house from up here.
We do.
Right now, I'm looking at the Peru team. You know, sipping some water.
Okay.
Feeling pretty light. They're looking a bit loose.
Do some body language analysis. Let's go.
All right. Well, now I'm looking at Canada. We've got some hand warmers going on.
Okay.
They don't look as you know, buzzed up as they were earlier on. Because they were super up for it before.
And they were very loud, and they have, I guess, a pocket of the crowd that are also incredibly loud. They have this giant face cutout as well.
Yeah.
I don't know whose face that is, but they hold it up every time Canada wins a round. So I don't think it's one of the players. Maybe it is, but I certainly couldn't find a match for that one. So
I think we'd be ridiculous to write these guys off. They are hungry, and they are going to kick back because I'm predicting the 3-map series here.
Yeah.
Speaking of maps, let's take a look at Canada's map picks in the tournament so far. You asked for it, you were talking about it, we got it. Here's where we've gone so far, Vlad.
Yeah.
What does this tell us?
Yeah, this is the, the 3 games out of this all were in group stage, so they were banning their insta bans or dismantling opponent strong maps as well.
Yeah.
But I think there's still something to see from Canada.
imagine that one loss given to you on your first debut on stage here in Istanbul. You are one of the most dominant teams, stamping your name here. The USA team's already gone, so you are the next favorites in line, and you come out on stage on one of your best maps, your most well-known map here in 2023, and you lose.
I think what's tough as well is when you put up 11 rounds, that's even harder. You know, it's a harder pill to swallow, isn't it, Vlad?
Yeah, definitely. Like having come back from 10-2, and this should be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Let's say something positive. The Canadians,
pick ourselves up. Pick ourselves up.
The Canadians are going to come back. I'm putting it out there. So even if there's any of you Peru fans in the crowd who want your team to win, Canada are about to come back. I can feel it in the air. How do you feel about that, Jess?
I think you shouldn't go into the crowd after this desk.
Okay, I'll stay up here.
Yeah, stay up here.
Top.
Keep yourself safe.
One thing we can get into right now is agent select.
Okay. Oh, they are going to be a little bit stubborn. You know what? I actually don't mind the stubbornness, because go with what you know. You just got taken down on your best map. Try not to, change up too much, because you really need to go with what works. And you are a team that is used to winning. You did win on this map with this composition last time you played, and then you went up against, a mirror comp at the time. But I mean, it depends. The Harbor coming out. Are you really ready for it?
Let's rewind to the first quarterfinal, which was Ireland. Yeah.
Yes.
We wasn't sure about Gecko, but after that game, we all knew Gecko worked, right?
Yep, it did.
How about Faye? We have to give it a try before
do.
making any comment.
They've made it work before. I can see them making it work again. Also, to remind everyone, of course, Caillou on the Faye, one of the highest rated players in this entire tournament, so he will be making that work. Their utility usage is superb. This is something that we have touted them being one of the best in the tournament. So I do want to still sing their praises. They barely lost map 1. We're making it sound like they got absolutely dominated by Peru. Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go on.
We will definitely see some micro setups again, just like Split. Yeah.
We really will. And I have no doubt coming into this map. I just think you're looking at the fact that 13-3, that's what Peru did last time they played this map. 13-3, they gave their opponents 3 rounds.
Well, I'm about to remind you guys of something really important. You both predicted Canada to win this entire thing. So let's see if they'll do you justice in this second map. Will Peru put this quarterfinal to bed, or will Canada kick back and take us to 3 maps? Mimi, Katie, back to you guys. Take it.
Thank you so much, Ian. And, well, we got to talk about it. Peru have looked immaculate. The comeback was real in map 1, Mimi, and now they're looking to set the sun for real on Canada as well. We're heading to the newest map in the lineup.
That's a great pun. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Peru has played this map a fair bit already, and it's looked comfortable on it. And I love the comp that they're bringing out. I think we've seen a lot of teams move away from the Harbor Viper meta that was so prevalent throughout this year. But on this map, I think it provides a lot on your attack, splits through mid, on your defense, constant hold. I'm excited to see what they have.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As am I, that Harbor Viper. That's something we saw from them coming into this, that they wanted to get that on Sunset. Previously, they did well on this map, 13-3, but it is going to be Peru on offense to kick things off.
And it's Canada taking some space here in A main. Peru on the other side was set up waiting for that aggression to come through. With the Viper already committed, they're going to all swing together, and Instinct gets great info off that. Rotates will be Swift here out of Canada.
Swift, but it is going to be Peru striking first. Caillou falls. Dog out looking for some information. Now, how do you recover from this? Some shots in. Chuto, not a lot of health to work with, only 19 HP, so maybe a pick potential.
It's possible here. Stun and a flash still online for Tilo. Those pieces of utility could be massive in this retake. But one advantage of Harbor Viper is you have a lot of smokes to sustain, but they're down now, and Canada's back in.
Canada's back in, and a fast push through alley as well, but Wabo, Salad, doesn't matter. Push onto the site, but it's not going to work out in your favor. Peru, a nice turnaround to start first round up on the board, map 2.
Yeah, keeping the momentum from that last map. We see already one of the advantages that this Harbor Viper comp provides, and that's in the amount of layers you have when you're scaling into a site. You saw initially it was the Viper wall up to take A main, then they scale into back A using the Cascade, then they wait and they have yet another Harbor wall to come up and cover the rest of the site. When you have so much utility to really segment off the map, it makes scaling into these sites, which oftentimes are already tough to defend on Sunset, that much easier.
Giza
I must wait a moment.
does try and get that spy cam out, immediately taken down. As an entry onto the site, Babazin, no surprise, gets that first blood, but Instinct answering back. Does take some damage in the process, but stalls out that push for the time being.
But it's only when those pistol players lost. We've seen these kind of PX-style buys come out in most of the second rounds for Peru thus far. One of the big ways that they were able to get that momentum on map number 1. Canada will rotate heavily back towards this A site. It's a good call, but Peru have already taken space. You see the Viper very aggressive on this line.
Careful.
Slab will get that intel, at least one right around the corner. Wall goes up in response. Fabazin gets that plant down. The retake on for Canada. But Peru, control for the time being, and it's going to be this fade. Didn't get to see it on map 1. See what impact it can have here for Canada to try and even up this round count.
There.
This retake, Fabazin will just get aggressive with only that Ghost in hand, buys a little bit more time for the rest of his team. There's not much of a risk left in this round with the rifles on up. Peru is able to clean things up pretty easily. As we watch the kind of battle between these two comps develop, I'm really going to be keeping my eyes on Caillou and this fade. This map, honestly, in a lot of ways similar to Pearl, has a lot of really high angles where you can put the fade on. You can actually get above and scan through these Viper walls or these Harbor walls, which means that if you're playing these further back setups, spamming through smokes off of that, and then playing into these flood retakes that you see a lot on Sunset, there's actually a lot of kind of advantages you can gain with this composition against the Harbor Viper on this map. for the side of Canada.
Well, Canada rifles in hand now. A bit more comfortable. Looking to get that round on the board. Some utility commitment out onto that B site. Looking to find a pick, but patience here out of Giza. Happy to sit back a bit. Doesn't want to give away an early first blood again.
Giza is always important for his team, but on the last map, his defensive setups were oftentimes shut down by these aggressive contact plays into his trips, so that the opponents on Peru were getting ahead of his utility before he had an opportunity to benefit off of it. Let's see if that continues in this round. So just playing slow in this default. They have a lot of space to work with, though. With 50 seconds left on the clock, will pop the Seekers.
Seekers are out, so much noise, but it is Giza striking first. Babazon trades, Kaio there to keep the numbers in their favor. As Peru opting to work their way back over to that A site, but it's not gonna be clear. You're gonna have to deal with Instinct. You're gonna have to deal with Kaio.
Contact play back into this A site. 2 players holding on the other side from Canada. You mentioned Instinct's position is going to be so critical here. He's make or break in this round.
Ready with those paint shells. Kaio strikes first, looking to get that plant. Swings around the corner. Instinct trying to find one. Does so. Spike down. Wabo with 2, though. Not any time. Wabo another one, but unfortunately, he can't get that plant. And a good job out of them.
Watch their movement.
Wabo was so good on that first map for his squad, winning out so many of these late round clutches, and almost gets away with it yet again here on Sunset. But shut down just the very end from Canada staying alive. That does mean that this Harbor Reckoning is online. You have to remember, well, a lot of ults in the game have been moved up to 8 or 9 pips, making them really hard to get online. You still can get a lot sooner that Harbor Reckoning. And on the attacking side of this map, a lot of the times that means a free site or a secured post plant. Getting one online this early is definitely going to be important, as again we see that same cascade to take control in B main out of Peru.
Early noise as the orb pickup goes to the Seekers. We'll wait to see what they decide to do. Babazon pushing forward. The smoke is out. But it's going to be Tillo. They know so many of these players are over at B, but take a look. Peru with a 3-stack right in the middle. Mid, nothing to find just yet. They will have Tillo in market if they choose to swing left, but only that Cypher from Canada over at A.
Yeah, but he's holding everything here. Some forward trips on that A site, a cam he can periodically tap in mid to stop any walk up from Peru. Canada at this point are pretty confident that it's going to be a finish towards B, but with that timer ticking down, they've gotten suspicious of other ideas. But here comes the Reckoning. The fast hit into B. Canada is really forced to concede this space.
Tillo, despite the Reckoning, able to get one. Salad follows it up. Tillo with 2. Babazon and Seth trading, and well, the ult not guaranteeing them control that side as Seth another under the belt. Now Wabo all on his own, but how many times have we seen a potential clutch? But not today. Giza closes it out, and we all tied up.
Somehow they get away with that one. 3 players holding on that side. The Reckoning comes in, but just a few small gaps found anchoring on A. And to give credit to Steph in particular, playing around this pillar to absolute perfection. No one able to trade him out in that round. So for the first time in a long time, it seems like Canada is back into this game. You hear the players getting excited on the stage, bringing the energy back into the mix. For a team like Canada, taking a map off of them is one thing, but it's best out of 3s now, and you know that they are always strong in that recovery.
Showstopper online for Instinct. We'll see if there chooses to be a commitment as a fast push from Peru all the way through mid. They will again be running right into Tillo. That Till goes out. The 2-piece for Babazon. Tries to even the odds. Wabo there for the trade, but Instinct picking them apart. Wabo all on his own again.
He does have a rifle though. Does he have any idea of where this Raze could be hiding? Surely not.
Okay.
He isn't. Instinct takes him down, and St. Clair keep that tally going 2-3. I do like the idea, though, from Peru there. We're seeing some of the creativity that this composition allows. Viper wall up towards B. We have all of our harbor utility to invest into that split. Sunset is still very much a map where teams are figuring out the compositions, the ideas that they want to commit into. So creative plays like that can have a great surprise factor, especially since I'm sure a lot of teams at this event are avoiding scrimming it because it is still new and there is a lot to prep going into an event like this.
In Canada, well, we haven't seen them play Sunset in this group stage, into the quarterfinals here. Early success from Peru on this map. But who knows, maybe we get a situation where the map pick ends up with the loss for the team who picked it. We'll have to see what happens as Peru. 2 over at B, but it is going to be this push from Instinct, getting the better of them, and an opening pick at A gives another player advantage to Canada. Comfortable so far on the defense.
I think that's the second round. They've found some great value with that aggressive A main control, throwing down the one-way right at the beginning, getting a player forward on that line, and getting picks off of it has been massive. But again, it's a question whether they can close out, because man advantages were never a guarantee in the first map. And there's an opportunity here. Caillou caught out in the open, and that's Peru evening the odds.
Neural theft, and it does consistently feel like Cypher, at least on Canada's side, doing a great job on answering Harbor, but the Cove is out. Gives them that push onto the site they need. A nice little snap from Wabo finally falls to Seth, but
30 seconds
damage done.
Where's it gone? It was all the way back in spawn this whole time. It's a fast pivot over towards A, but there's plenty of time, and then it's a game of timing in mid. Seth just misses the opportunity. Now the Cypher on the other side has worked his way all the way back around. And Wichi will be able to join his teammates on the A site. It's 3 versus 2 in the post plant, but Instinct has a rocket, and Seth has timing here to get back in and re-clear space towards spawn.
A smart pivot. We'll see if it pays off. As the 2v3 retake. As you said, there's Showstopper available. As the smoke goes out on the side of Canada, the push onto the site. Instinct looking for any information and idea of where these players are. Paint shell in the back. Showstopper is out, flies around the corner. Enemy remains. But Fabazin, Salad commit, and well, unfortunately for Instinct, yes, you're going to find one with it, but well, you fall in the process.
Make sure to follow another player advantage round has gone out of the grasp of Canada. It seems like a lot of times when rounds get into the complicated stage, when there's an opportunity for lurks to come through, it seems like in both maps now, we're seeing Wichi closing those gaps, getting up, evening the odds for his team, and then opening up, honestly, these excellent late round decisions. So often, on both attacking sides for Peru, those pivots have been massive to get them into a post plant and into a winning position.
And take a look at that ult economy on the side of Canada. Pick what you want to work with at this point. A lot of utility for them if they care to invest it. But again, a similar setup for Peru. 2 hovering over by B. See if there's a pick A again. You have to think Peru's learned from the couple rounds now that first blood's happened today. Granted, first blood seems to usually work in their favor when they're at that player disadvantage.
Boom, but he does spot out Caillou on that angle, and he'll stick around just a bit longer before eventually falling back into the site proper here. Wichi again posted on his lurk position here in mid. The threat of the Cypher always being here means you're kind of hard pressed to make this normal rotate back through mid when you're going over towards that A site, but that's not the destination for Peru. Instead, they themselves are doubling back and setting their eyes back over towards this B site, where the question now comes to Giza and his Cypher setup.
And there we go, the blind is in, and Seth, it works out perfectly, able to take out Chuto in the process. Fabazin gets one, but it's going to be a collapse, a pinch out of Salad. Beautiful play up through CT side at B. My goodness, they collapse in onto him.
I thought they were just going to split through B, but what an idea they have there. Taking space through B to then pinch into spawn with their own Harbor utility blocking off, and on the other side, their Harbor ultimate actually funneling the players into that exact position. It's really well thought through stuff here from Peru. And you have indicates that a lot of these ideas are coming on the fly. That's something you can cook up, but there's only very particular situations where that kind of pinch can work out. Peru really showing why this long-standing roster is one that a lot of people are looking at to be a dark horse in this tournament.
A great job so far, retaking the lead. Immediate aggression in B main, keeps things at 4-4. That cage up. So we wait to see a potential push here from Canada if they want to try and get into spawn. But why do you need to do that when Peru's clearing everyone out of A? You do still have to keep in mind, Seth is there. But again, this rotate from Peru over to that A site.
One enemy remaining.
Easy takedown onto Seth, and now Instinct 45 HP, no shield to speak of in a 1v4. Peru keeping them on their toes very effectively.
Oh no. Instinct just barely misses the timing there on Dweechi in mid, but he's going to be blocked off by this tripwire and shouldn't really have any chance at getting this round above the board. Peru, we're seeing some great discipline in these late rounds. You see, even after getting that information, no one's over-swinging, no one's getting over-aggressive. They set up another one of these great crossfires and close the round out cleanly.
And it really does feel like every round, maybe there's an initial playbook out of Peru, but they adjust so perfectly no matter what the situation is. They get an opening pick. Canada gets the opening pick. These mid-round micro adjustments they have made have been perfect.
And you have to give so much of that credit there to Weibo, the captain, IGL of the team. Not only is he putting up these crazy clutches, these numbers as an individual player, but the leader there too, definitely, I'd imagine, adding some of the ideas to comps like this one. Turn our attention, though, to Canada, because they're taking their first time out here, and this is their chance to try and recover, not let this slip away in the way it did in map number 1. Thus far, seems like they've had a lot of success with these kind of early aggression into A main, taking that space. But it's really come down to, I feel, these retakes in the late rounds that have been really troublesome. I'd love to see them just making sure when they get these advantages, shrinking back together, making sure they have Tilo and Instinct in conjunction to make these more coordinated retakes happen. Because thus far, it has definitely been Peru winning out in those kind of chaotic late round situations.
And it's that late round that's been that key. Peru, the longer the round goes on, the less likely it is for Canada to come out on top. You said it perfectly, that hyper-aggression, Peru doesn't quite seem to be able to deal with that as effectively. But if Canada gives them the space to come up with something funky, something weird in mid-round, they're gonna do it. And more often than not, it's been successful for Peru. Investment of the bird. No surprise, early util out by B. Tilo forced to back off, but a standard from what we've seen out of Peru, although this time Wabo, a big player, take out Instinct with that first blood.
That's a great call out of the timeout. They know that Peru have been doing that B main default pretty much every round. They have a trap play set up with the stun and with Instinct as well. They're really good at those set plays. But again, Katie, it comes back to the situation we've seen many a time where Peru slows things down in the mid round. They have a disadvantage, but they oftentimes find their way back into these.
Weechi, potential to run right into Seth here. Peeks the corner, does get the wallbang, takes some damage in the process.
Toxins going up.
Spots at least one in market as well. The cage is out, but nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Instinct, another kill on the board.
There's that mid-round coordination we were missing for St. Clair, but look, that's Saeed here. He's getting forward on this angle, but Jeff spots him out. No funny business in this one. Giza around the corner to shut things down. Now St. Clair up by 2.
Up by 2, and you will get that plant, but a 4v2, 5v2 rather, excuse me, with that neural theft investment, this is going to be tough to get done, and well, they cannot do it. Canada, the defuse, they will get back on the board. A much needed momentum boost for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Great call there coming out of the timeout, and you always have to think about the pressure in the moments like this. You're up on a cage, you're a team with high expectations, and you come here and things start slipping away against a team who maybe you didn't expect to really push you this hard. And it doesn't come down to what happens in that initial moment where you stumble, but in the recovery, and that's what was missing in map 1. The question now, though, is can they build momentum off of that for Team Canada?
Peru may be learning, but Canada is showing that they can do the exact same thing. A single round difference. Nothing out of hand just yet. Standard issue of what we've seen from Peru on these opening moments. And, well, you got to be careful if you're picking up that orb, Mimi, that you don't have Instinct peeking around the corner to get that first blood.
That you do. So another first blood found here for Team Canada. And, again, they've shown to do a much better job in these last few rounds of really shrinking the map when they get in these positions. They have this gap in mid right now, and they know that pretty much every round Wichi has been lurking there. And he's been a linchpin in a lot of these recoveries that Peru has made. As he inches his way forward, though, the rest of his team turn their attention towards this A site. They'll break the tripwire, and you see slowly a bit of a walk up here.
It's going to be a nice smoke coming out of Seth. Will cause Peru to move their way around the right side of that site. But so many members of Canada ready and waiting. But again, Wichi, can you come out on top? Might not matter as Caillou gets an opening here on A. Walls go out.
Enemy remaining.
But Caillou with 2. Cypher, Wichi trying to get there to help the team. But, well, you're the only one left, Mimi. So a 1v4 going to be a tough call, a tough answer to be able to make.
Yeah, it is, and they know that this man is always working his way late through mid, but Giza's not watching. How many can he get here? He's up 1 second ready, but the time now becomes the issue. Spike will be recovered, but can he get a plant? Can he make anything more of this round? With the cage down, he'll tap it once, has another fight, another opportunity. It's messy, but he's got it. There's still not enough time, though. Wichi had a chance. He made it look magical, but it's not a round. 5-5, Canada tie.
Not enough time, but the play was there out of Wichi. I mean, that is something where you look at, maybe there's a couple extra seconds on that clock, enough time to at least get Spike down, and then who knows what you're able to get done. Regardless, a nice 3 out of Wichi. Round may not go your way, but again, Peru, that clutch factor, that ability to make what seems impossible, maybe have that chance, that opening window.
That goes there.
But a great job from Canada, once again, to tie things up.
The same B main default coming through from Peru. They'll push the race player away. They've never actually committed off of this one, and they'll continue with that trend. Instead, maybe setting up for a bit of a split through mid. Now 3 players posted in this area. We saw earlier a lot of success when they go for these split plays through market. As that reclear does come through from Canada, they realize now that no one is at least close to them in B main, and Peru have to look elsewhere.
They have to look elsewhere. A few ults that they could choose to commit if they wanted to. Wichi with that neural theft, but take a look. Tillo and Instinct as well. Those showstoppers can be so very brutal when used effectively. But again, this slow push back onto that A site, standard from what we've seen from Peru, and it will be the satchel on a site. Shuto, you have the showstopper out, but no one defined just yet.
Close situation here, and that Viper's hit committed as well. What do they have for the retake on the side of Sinclair? Rolling Thunder, that's going to be first. Rocket off of that as well.
Instinct does take out Chuto in the process. 5v4, you're going to have to get into this Viper pit, see what you can find. And well, it's going to be Fabizon ready and waiting, gets one traded by Giza. And Instinct again, big picks so far in this round. Wichi
remaining.
Salad keeping things at a 2v1, and with time not on your side if you're Instinct. Great plays, great picks, not enough to get it done. The ultimate utility pays off for Peru.
Salad is so good when he plays on the Viper. His most played role, he's so comfortable on it. And in these situations, in this hit, he absolutely thrives. That's a heartbreaking round for Canada to lose. Investing the Rolling Thunder, the Rocket, definitely the right idea there, but still losing out. It's going to be a big swing round to be able to take home. Last in the half here. Already, it's been a great bit of rounds built up from the side of Peru on this attacking side. Now it's a question whether they can close out there as well, as we see a change out of Canada. This time being proactive with mid control.
Proactive with mid control, not a lot to be found. Wichi not getting aggressive into the middle of the map, hanging back Does get some shots out to take down the door, but you gotta be careful. Because Seth, ready and waiting. You want to end this half of your Canada all tied up. And well, a pick like that, a great way to start things off. Fabizon also a little bit of damage taken, but Giza not feeling so great either.
No. Spot though has been great on these lords thus far. He'll get up to that tripwire yet again as it does get broken eventually. And in mid, still a lurkin is Seth. Can he get another? Or is trouble here? All the players will back away, but he hears those footsteps and will make sure that at least 2 of his teammates stay anchored here on the A side. They're set up to play a retake regardless, making sure that they don't let another one of these advantages slip them by.
Cover going
There we go. Seekers on their way. Seth taking down one. Looking to get that plant. Should be able to get it down, but you're gonna have to be careful, especially if Seth comes around from the backside, but it's Chuto with a nice pick, bomb down, exactly what you want to see to deny this retake out of Canada. Shots back and forth, Instinct taking some damage, but a nice headshot on the Chuto. Once again, moving in their favor, but as I say that, Fabizon, Salad, why not? Give them every single kill. Fabizon, whether it was split, whether it's this round, just feels so strong. Doesn't matter if it's Chamber, doesn't matter if it's Sky, looking amazing.
I mean, when the guy was younger, he was playing at one of the best football clubs in Peru. He moves on over to Esports, finds something different. Yeah, the guy's good at, it seems, anything he can apply himself to, and that is a great half to find here for Peru. In this stage of Sunset, I don't think you can really clearly say that one side is really heavily favored when pretty much every team is still figuring out the details. But one thing we've seen from Peru, at least in these last 2 pistol rounds, is that they've had some pretty good ideas around them. And if Canada wants to still stay alive in this tournament, they're going to need to put something together on the attack. The real beacon of hope for me, though, is Instinct. He's been so good on this map thus far, and Ray's on the attack is, well, he might just thrive.
A massive amount of impact from Instinct as they send 3 over toward that B site. Instinct hovering around mid. You do have the smoke out. Let's rotate back. No one to find just yet, but maybe a wrap through market toward B. Doesn't spot anyone with the dog though. And it's Chuto. Just waiting, really, for Canada to come to them.
Yeah, all the way deep up in mid here. Everything's going down in AMA, and Geese is just walking through this high tide. But on the other side, this ankle is still being held. Can he get the better of Weibo? Shoulder spotted. I'm not sure if Weibo saw him on the other side, but over here on B, it's another bit of an inch up, and it's another player shut down, reaching for one. Trade is there, but Tilo able to find a double. Now alone on this side as the rest of his teammates are falling, and Giza is left in a 1 versus 3.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds to work with, but they're holding from all sides, and Fabizon keeping that momentum from the first half. Another 3K and another round to Peru.
And what's so impressive, it feels like, is that you're going to get that 2-piece out of Tilo, and just instantaneously Peru answers back, gets 2 of their own, and then at that point Giza, a tough situation to work your way out of, not able to do so, but Canada, I think they've got it in them. You know they have what it takes to keep things interesting here.
But on this round, only Sheriffs bought into it, to speak of, off of at least getting a close pistol round there. For Peru now, it's a matter of trying to secure this game. Remember how this started, a 10-2 half into an incredible comeback to win out on Split, and now they're on what has really shown to be their home territory in this tournament thus far. They're so comfortable here on Sunset. And for a team like this to really prove that they're more than just a dark horse, but a team who could be favored to even win the tournament, to close out advantages like this.
Well, Wabo saw the whole cavalry on the side of Canada committed to that A site. Might now have to back off. I'm not sure how many people are there, but take a look at Fabizon coming down through mid. Might be able to catch Giza off guard. As really, Canada
pinched through the entirety of Peru.
And that flank is great out of Fabazin. On the other side, though, his teammates are holding things down perfectly. I mean, believe the players not even with rifles bought into the round, just the ghosts. And they're still doing just as well. Despite investing some sheriffs into that round, there's barely a lick of damage brought out from the side of Canada. But this round is going to be ever important. The bonus now here. If Canada lose this, it might just be them heading home. It would be then Peru into the double digits, and could very well be a repeat of what we saw on map number 1.
A round at a time, the focus for Canada. The rifles in, and you have to be able to convert this. So pivotal for this team. Mimi, as you said it, could potentially be the round decider. And well, Instinct, that's a great way to start things off.
It absolutely is. Finds himself a nice kill. Peeking its way through mid, but look at this really clear flash through the smoke, but the trades are very good out of Canada. They don't let anything more than one rifle fall out of their hands, leaving it down to Weechi. In a very tough position here in mid, he's flashed off, somehow gets the kill, and another is round 3 for his trouble, but it was never going to be a round.
A little bit iffy, Weechi with the 3, but as you said it, right, the rifle's so impactful, and a round so very necessary for Canada, able to convert it. Get some wind in their sails. Don't worry about what's happened up until now. Each round, all you need to focus on this offense on Sunset. Needed by Canada to stay in this tournament, the opportunity to get into the semifinals of the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Final. 3 rounds to try and tie it up.
A main control being taken here by Peru, and I didn't even notice that, but it's an operator on the Cypher of Weechi. An interesting call, but it works wonders to get an opening kill on a player peeking towards mid. And he's going for more. We'll repost on this angle and try and find another opportunity, as Canada has really starved for map control in this round. They didn't take early B, they didn't take early A. So now at this point, with a minute on the clock and a player down, they have to reclear pretty much the entire map, and 2 already spotted on that dog through rack.
2 already spotted, damage taken in the process, and now the rest of Peru well on their way. Maybe Seth able to potentially pick off Salad, but Salad not going through mid just yet. And Canada, yeah, you have a little bit of time, but not as much time as you think. You're going to have to pick a site here rather quickly.
And Giza's Cypher utility is still online here. They'll catch the players going into market and into the site as well, but they might follow even before that. Jutos found Giza, and now this play very much telegraphed out of Canada.
I must wait a moment.
The rotate coming in out of Peru. Salad on site, but it's Seth. Able to get 1, able to get 2. The plant denied. If just for a moment, 13 seconds left on the clock, you got to plant now.
10 seconds left.
As Wabo in market, one around the backside. Fabazin turns it into a 2v1. Wabo turns it into a 2v0. A nice job from them, and Canada's really not sure where they wanted to go. Not a lot of time to work with, and Peru ready for them wherever they went.
10-6 now for Peru, and showcasing some really great stuff in that round, setting up the off, taking Canada off guard as they've been going for that mid-control setup in most of the rounds we've seen thus far. They punished that. They're proactive in A main, but never over-committing while taking this early space. They're really showing that experience, that comfort here on Sunset. And Canada is running out of time to remedy this situation. Now down 4 rounds on another half buy.
Mimi, I might need you to start singing that national anthem. I might have to bust it out. I heard you doing it earlier. I know you got it in. You got to rally them.
I think I might have to learn Peru's. Because they're looking like they're in control of this one thus far.
We'll see if they can get one more round. Twist that knife a little bit further. 10-6 and a full commit onto A, but it's Fabazin answering first. Doesn't matter if the knight falls out, because that first blood going toward Peru. Waba with another. Giza answers. Tillo, a nice shot to keep things at 3-3. But with just Sheriffs, not going to be ideal.
Weechi on the way around, operator in hand.
Teal has one off his Rolling Thunder. If they can get him the spike plant, that'll be a huge tool. Cypher ult committed. That'll be information as to where each and every one of these defenders are standing. But with no smokes left alive, it's going to be very tough to push this operator off the angle.
Ready and waiting. Peru. And it feels like Canada reacting consistently. Not quite as proactive. But Giza, that's a great way to start. 3v2, a nice opening from them.
Where are they going? They're trying to figure out which way they want to pivot, but look who's holding the line. Not enough. Giza cuts him down, and now it's only on to Weechi. Giza, he has done everything for his team in such a critical round, but look at the HP of these members on Canada. If there was ever a winnable clutch here for Weechi, it would be this one. He's healthy, and he's already found a bit of a timing here through market.
Nice opening, connects with the Guardian. Giza falls despite everything they did in this round. Knows where Tillo is around the corner, which means, Kyle, can you get the shots in? Not connecting, the stun is there, and well, you gotta work on that bomb plant as well. Weechi going for that initial half on the defuse. Will go for it, backs off, gets another. Can this be a campus clutch in the making? Not a ton of time, and Mimi, unfortunately, it will be the three-piece, but it will not be the round.
But how does he almost win that? Picks up the Singer halfway through the fight, guns someone down at range, and just one more pixel around the corner. And the shorty could have gotten it done. What an attempt from Weechi. But it's not a round, and you have to rewind even earlier in that round and give Giza his flowers, saving what could have been an unsalvageable position into a massive round win instead. If Canada can make a comeback, that will be the round that Peru remembers losing.
Canada not out of the woods just yet, but a 3-round deficit. Very doable. Door taken down early into market. Seth gets the opening on to B that they were looking for. And now 4
there.
All onto the site. Seth ready and waiting through CT. Kaio takes out Wabo, and the cleanest offensive round perhaps that we've seen yet.
Yeah, just this half buy on the side of Peru, and just hoping to find a little bit of damage as Giza. Very good to hold on to his teammates' position there. This is exactly what Canada needs to start to make a comeback a possibility here in this second half. It's the last man standing will eventually be dropped. And again, you hear that energy coming back for Canada.
Taking advantage of the half buy out of Peru, Canada. Making it worth their while. Giza almost back to that neural theft now as well. Instinct very close to the showstopper. You have those ults online as you're just 2 rounds down. Every advantage possible that Canada, whether it's a half buy or anything else, they have to take advantage of them round at a time. They were able to do that. But now, a timeout coming through on the side of Peru. You have a lead. You don't want it to slip away.
You absolutely do not. Peru here a chance to try and look for some new ideas on this defensive side. Thus far, I think we've seen a lot of value for them in these early aggressive plays, taking extremity control, because so much of Canada's focus has been on taking space in mid. I'd be interested to see them play a little bit more heavily into the retake, especially considering their ults in this round. They have that Reckoning back online. They have Seekers, they have Showstopper. They have a lot of tools to win out in a late round. And at this point, with some control going back into your favor, with the rounds lead just a few away from closing this out, trying to rely more on those ultimates in the late round to win out might be massive. But on the other side, Canada has stuff to work with here as well. Their economy has slowly started to build up. Now they have a Rolling Thunder and a Rocket as well to work with. If they want to just go for a fast execute, they have the perfect tools for it.
4 over at A. Fast teleport right into the cage. Gonna try and take control. But what was an initial 4-stack over at A? Splitting apart, Dog is out on the side of Peru. We'll get at least a little information for it. But what could have been some potential early aggression, Canada? Backing off, slowing things down. And again, Seth, how many rounds now have we seen Seth with these opening eliminations? Giza following it right back up, and just like that, a 5v3.
The experienced duo of this team proving pivotal in these close situations, in these ever important rounds. For the first time, really, it was side of Peru backing away, playing more passive at the beginning. It was honestly, I wanted to see, but they get punished there by one of these contact plays from Canada. It's a really great call from them, subvert the expectations. But Peru's not out of this one yet. They found at least one to get back into this one, but upon getting in, the site is taken. That's B within the control of Canada.
Salad forced to back up, does try and get that snake fight out early, gets some damage in, but not enough to make too much of a difference. Wichi with one through market, Giza there to answer, and now that 2v3, Chuto, beautiful use of the showstopper, answered back by Instinct, Spike down, 2v1, Chuto, what can you do? Taps bomb, tries to bait, doesn't work out, goes for one. Instinct answers in kind. What a moment that would have been.
He was close to getting it done, but it's the trades instead coming through from Canada, and it's them getting now a third round in a row. That's the reset point hit for Peru's economy. And again, the calling there, beyond just getting that opening kill, I think from there, Seth proving ever critical. They slow things down, really, despite having that rolling thunder. Take their opportunity to just contact up, find that opening kill, and really punish this defense from Peru.
Peru a couple times, bringing it down to a 1v1 that they just weren't able to close out. Canada, such a good job here of this rally, of bringing things to a one-round difference, as they have that hover around mid, a 4-stack from Peru over at A. A bit more aggressive as they push out. Fabizin, a little bit of damage early in. Kyle not feeling great. One single HP to hold on to.
I like that idea from Peru, using the satchel through the window to break the trip. It works, though, just to call a pivot here from Canada. Viper Util actually does stall them out for quite a while, and somehow Instinct has fallen to a ghost. That calls for multiple ults actually invested into this eco.
Tillo, nice job with the entry from Market, gets two. Seth is right there with him. Wabo answering in the best way they know how with hot shots, but Seth just a little bit hotter. Great job. Tillo, 3 on the round, and Mimi, we are all tied up.
Maybe getting a little overzealous there from the side of Peru. They thought they had an inroad after getting that first opening kill off of the Ghost. Pop that Harbor ultimate into play, but they can't convert the round off of it. Now losing out on that massive ult could make things a bit tougher into these next two. Of course, that was traded 1-for-1 with the Rolling Thunder, so not the end of the world. But 10-10 here. It's going to be a very important round. Again, that economy for Peru has been on the rocks after this streak of rounds that they have lost, and this one might prove to be one of the most pivotal swing rounds we've seen in this map.
Wabo spots Seth just for a moment, teleport in. Peru, perhaps some of those nerves maybe getting the better of them. A bit too frenetic in some of the late portions of these rounds. Canada, calm and collected. We'll get some information for Peru on where exactly Seth is. Still will have 2 committed to that B site on the side of Peru, but a pause for the moment.
They have conceded, say, hall position pretty much every round thus far. Peru's comfortable with that one, instead electing to play one of these crossfires on site. Pabazin will be that first point of contact. And it really comes down to how much the Harbor can achieve. Anchoring alone on this site, what can he do?
What can he do? Well, at least Pabazin, if you're asking, can get 3 on the round. Chuto right there in the blink of an eye. Tillo, the last one alive, able to get one. 1v3, does have control of the spike, but Salad ready and waiting, and what a huge moment for Peru.
I thought that Salad was going to be the linchpin of that round. Was going to be having to go forward, make a hero play of his own with his Harbor stuck on site. But instead, it is that stuck Harbor himself. Wabo stepping up. He uses the cove to give himself so much more space to work around, to find that off angle. And instead, it ends up being a crossfire of their own as Canada floods out. Again, on the fly, Peru is so good at coming up with these little plays, and it wins them a very important round here. They're the first to 11.
First to 11 and potential to put it on series point. Wabo, that's exactly how you want to start things out. Punishes Seth tired maybe of those peaks.
Seems like so often this half, it's been Canada instead getting the advantage in these early engagements. This time the defense hold on instead. Wabo still holding on to this one. You see the confidence flowing, but just wants to get out and uses that high tide to escape to safety.
Will avoid the spray. Giza needs to reassess as Caillou moving over toward that B site. But again, no matter where you go, Peru going to be ready and waiting. They want to put this at 12-10. They want to force Canada into a scramble.
Canada will hold 3 in mid for the moment and try and find the next idea into this one, but instead it's just Chudo picking off Giza, who was looking for his chance to smoke. Now they have to commit into this B site. No choice left. With that orb up, the anchoring is strong out of Peru. It's 1-for-1 trades to start. There's only 20 seconds here, but Caillou will start to get that plant across, and Instinct has a massive kill.
Big pickup out of Instinct, but Fab is in again. Someone from Peru always there to answer a 1v3 for Fade. Potential here. Chuto, not a lot of health to work with, does get a bit of a top off thanks to that regrowth. And Caillou now a 1v2. What a massive clutch this would be if you can succeed. Not a lot of time. You got to know where that half defuse is coming through. Doesn't get it. 1v1. Chuto on the bomb, ready and waiting. And well, if you're Canada, a campus clutch, a beautiful job. Despite 2 out of those 3 angles being held down by Peru.
Yeah, what an incredible clutch to be able to win out in the end here. Canada, it seems like there's always those rounds instead slipping away from them. But it's Caillou with that Red Bull clutch to come out on top instead. And you can see how happy he is about them. Losing that round would have been possibly the death blow for Canada in this game, in this series, in this tournament, but they are still in it. And now on the cusp of 12, look at the money for Peru. Nothing to work with. 2 Bulldogs, the best to speak of.
Nothing to work with, but we've seen them get it done before, but a massive clutch for Canada. They've got to feel good about that. When it felt like the momentum swing was back in the hands of Peru, they shut it down on B. As Caillou looking to find even more, gets 4 on the prior round, still hungry, spraying through the wall. Not finding too much for it. But now, another stack toward A. But it looks like a bit of a read from Peru as everyone working their way over toward that A side as well.
Their calling on defense has been so good out of Wabo, and again, he picks the right site, sets himself up over towards A, and there's 3 members here. 2 are actually gonna both tuck behind this one site box. It's gonna take some good discipline from Canada to clear all these players thoroughly and not let this one get out of hand.
Paint shells are out. Bobbins are gonna have to be careful, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and it's gonna be Instinct, immediate showstop route, looking to close this round in fashion, 4v3 in favor of Canada. But still, not a lot of time, and just like that, Peru.
Another magic moment.
Peru.
There have been so many of them in this match, so many moments where everything looked lost, where they didn't have the money, where they didn't have the player advantages, and they pull something like this off. Canada looked like they were doing everything right. A stun and a nade to clear all the players on the A site, but it's really just that rocket getting forward, creating space for them, and Canada running out of time to get ahead of this Harbor utility and this Viper utility that is so pivotal in holding down these sites. The clock really has been one of the greatest enemies of Canada here in this half, and now it's them on the ropes instead. It's them with the impossible task here. They only have money for 2 rifles going into this 24th round.
It feels like Canada has been learning, though, progressively throughout this map. This is a Peru map pick. 12-11, it's not a blowout. Canada can make this happen. Take the pause, take the moment. How are you going to keep things alive? How are you going to force this to 12-12? This is not how you want to go out, but Peru on the cusp of eliminating Canada. One of the teams that a lot of us had our eyes on in the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Final.
People thought that Canada could be the favorite in this match, even in this tournament. But now they're in the position where they instead have to be the Grinch, the one to steal this game back, to take it to overtime, to stay alive in this one. And they have some tools to work with. Rocket online. That's really it. Looks like they might go for a fast hit into this B site.
We've seen this B site yield success for Canada before.
Take hold.
But that trap up, a brief stall from Peru. They teleport onto site. The showstopper is out, looking for the double blast right into the Viper pit. Takes down Slap. Beautiful Chuto there for the trade. Wichi. Now player advantage for Peru. Player advantage. Just one left. Just none left. Canada. They had a moment, and it slipped through their fingers. Peru with a sweep to close it out on Sunset.
13-11, back-to-back in both of these maps. Peru, it looked like they were out of control. 10-2 down is how they started this one, but they recover. They stay in the tournament. Peru has made it to the semifinals. They eliminate Canada, and in what fashion? So many of these players stepping up. Wabo, the IGL, proving clutch on any role that he's playing. Wichi's lurks in the late round here on Sunset. It took heroics, but they get the job done.
It took heroics. We saw the same on the side of Canada. That double satchel, that attempt with the showstopper. Yes, you get rid of that Viper pit. You have that opening, but it is not meant to be. Peru answers back in a dominant fashion with kills across the board to close things out. Canada blinked, and that final round was over. Peru, a dark horse, certainly after that, not a team to be underestimated.
And you can see what it means to them. They have a lot of people out here rooting for them, supporting this squad. And it's all worked out. Truly a magical moment for this squad. Again, they've been together over a year at this point now. These boys have been scrimming, have been working hard to get to this point, and now they've broken through their previous record of top 8. They're at very least into the top 4, into the semifinals here, and with the momentum they've built, eliminating one of the top squads with high expectations in this tournament, it seems like they are now taking that spot as possibly a favorite into the rest of this event.
A year and a half as a team together, that teamwork, that synergy, playing so effectively for them. And again, a testament to the comeback, the belief that they had in themselves in that map 1, especially when things looked so dire, to tooth and nail claw back a victory, and then to top it off with a nice win on Sunset. An immaculate job. Let's take a look now, Mimi, at exactly how some of these highlights played out on Sunset.
I love the way that they play this map. I think the Harbor Viper comp is really well implemented. Remember, this isn't a map right now where you can go back and watch the top level tier 1 pros playing on this. It's something where you actually have to come up with your own ideas and innovate. And I think the ideas that they implemented here were really good. The Harbor Viper to sustain and stall out on that defensive side. The use of Cove to flood back in so often was really excellently done. Huge credit to everyone over at Peru for being able to come up with interesting compositions, implement them, and also have the resiliency and the skill to, when those initial ideas go wrong, find that recovery, find that clutch, and stay in the match.
Yeah, that clutch factor, so prevalent in everything that Peru did, whether they were leading from ahead, whether they were leading from behind, like what we saw on Split.
it felt like nerves just weren't a factor for them, and that is so impressive, especially at a tournament where you might have players who have never been on a LAN setting, maybe have never had that crowd in front of them, maybe have never had that 2-10 deficit, doesn't matter. They looked calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, most of the players on that stage from Peru are 19, 20, 21 years old. It's all these really young, new guys, but they were looking excellent throughout this one. But to hear from those players on Team Peru after their big win, we have Keo standing by on the stage.
I am here with Webo, winning team here, Peru. Webo, what an incredible series to watch. Games were incredibly tight, but I want to focus in on one moment really quickly. Is map 1. You guys were down 2 to 10.
Yeah.
As a spectator, I was thinking, hey, this game is going to be over pretty quickly. But what was going on in your team comms to come back from a 2-10 and win map 1?
I mean, we always come back in almost every tournament, so our mental is very good, and that's it. Full mental, full mental.
Full mental. I mean, yeah, the iron mental right there. Going down, coming back from a 2-10 is just ridiculous.
It's kind of hard.
So, last game, it got down to the wire as well.
Yeah.
And you guys ended up winning an eco round to swing it back into your victory. First off, I mean, how you guys are feeling making top 4 for Red Bull Campus Clutch?
So it's our first time in top 4. Last year we finished top 8, and we are pretty happy to be here.
Jeez. We're getting some improvement from all the teams here.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Good to see. Okay, so you have 2 potential opponents that you might face. Sweden and France. They're playing right now.
Oh, right now?
Who do you think? If you had a choice to who you would want to play, who would you want to play tomorrow?
If I had a choice, I would pick France, to play against France, because Sweden, they are playing very good right now.
Yeah? Sweden's playing good? All right.
Strong.
You heard it here
but
first.
Not impossible.
Not impossible.
Also.
Well, those are some tight games. I'll give you a break. Congratulations on making top 4.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to throw it back up to the desk for Ian. Here we go.
Thanks.
You again tomorrow. Every single time you think you've got your winner's pick, it changes. That is the Red Bull Campus Clutch, right? It surprises us. Peru have just sent Canada packing. You're the favorite, right? Coming into this at the very beginning, you were very confident that Canada were going to go all the way.
Production, can I change my prediction?
Too late.
I didn't say
I've been
anything about
denied.
Canada, by the way.
I mean, look, you came across, you said
Yes, you
Turkey,
did.
you said Indonesia. Turkey got knocked out early. I was a little bit more correct than Vlad was, but I mean, what a shocker. We said there were dark horses in the tournament. We said Indonesia, we said Peru could be one.
Yes.
This is one that I'm actually really pleasantly surprised to see. Some of the ways that they talked about mental really resonates with me. I mental coached my team back in the day, and it's a hard thing to teach players how to be resilient, especially when you're staring down the barrel of a loss. 10-2, as Keo alluded to.
Yeah.
That is a hard thing to come back from, and then they didn't let it slip and get a taste of their own medicine in the second map there. So for me, I think they were steadfast, and I think they showed that the mental is really strong.
Weber said it there in the interview, didn't he? Said, we always come back. Now that is the sort of
Strong
mentality
mental.
you want, in a tournament like this.
Yeah, that's really important. I mean, like, not only coming back in any like common team. This is Canada, yeah. This is the one of the most favorite teams in the whole tournament, and this is something big they did today. Not only one shocker, but 2. They eliminated home country Turkey, and now it's Canada.
W1, your MVP, a player that you were incredibly impressed with.
I mean, the man did everything you need of your player, and then some, and then maybe just a little bit more. It's like the cherry on top. I don't think, and when you're talking about players that play Cypher, of course, a lot of them are already cerebral players. They have to be leaders, they have to be thought leaders, and they have to be a little bit independent on the map oftentimes. I think for him, it wasn't just independence. He wanted to be in on the gunfights as well.
Yeah.
I looked at the engagements between him and the top-rated player in the tournament, Caillou, and he killed Caillou 11 times. Guess how many times Caillou killed him back?
6.
1.
Wow.
Once he got 1 kill against him, and the rest of the time he owned Caillou. That's the best player in the tournament. That's how well he played. He dominated a 10+ KD against that one player.
Well, shout out to Canada, a phenomenal team that did really trailblaze their way through this tournament to this point. Commiserations to them. I'm sure that we'll see them somewhere in the future, that is for sure. Top 5 players that you might not have seen in action here today. Of course, we've had games going on off-screen, on-screen, and here are our top 5 players of the tournament by ACS. Some standout players here, Vlad.
Shooter, yeah. He's my guy from Pakistan, you know. He's one of the best operator players in whole tournament right now.
I mean, I just can't wait to see him play. I mean, he was off stream. We haven't seen any of the Pakistan games thus far. We knew. I already predicted they would get through. That's a much safer prediction, clearly, than my Canada prediction. So I'm happy with that. Harambe coming in. We've heard of his name before in other tournaments. So it's not a surprise to see him top performing there. And a couple of other players. Ali at the end there. That's someone that we've spoken about being a big hitter from Sweden.
Yeah, Ali, he's like one of the polarist players.
Exactly. So he should be doing well. He does play in a league where you're expected to perform.
Expectation. That's the expectation.
Exactly.
And look at the first blood percentage. 31% for shooter.
Wow.
That's too much.
He's living up to his name.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He is indeed. All right, as we start to wrap things up here on quarterfinals day, let's take a look at the bracket. We have got our top 4 teams locked in now. Today actually did start with our top 16 bracket. It took place off stream and then we moved into the quarterfinals. You saw the Czech Republic, if you were with us at the very beginning, make their way through. Indonesia are also into the semis. Peru, who you just saw eliminate Canada, and the French.
Oh, the French overcame Sweden?
The French overcame Sweden. One of the quarterfinals that we set ourselves was very tough to call. France will join us tomorrow as well. 4 banging teams, Jess.
Wow. I mean, I knew that would be a close matchup. We thought that maybe the experience of some of the players, like the Polaris players, might shine and be able to overcome France. But, I mean, we spoke about France teams with other French people. They said the protocols are strong. The coaching is really strong as well.
Yeah,
I mean, I know you know this intimately.
Yeah, definitely. Mane is like my friend as well from like coaching experiences. And like, I saw him back at the stage. He was like hyping up all the players, and players are completely trusting him. The work they have done all together, and that's something spiritual, you know.
All right, well, here is the schedule for tomorrow. We are kicking things off with Czech Republic versus Indonesia, then moving into Peru versus France. That will dictate who makes it into the grand final. But before we get there, Team Blue versus Team Red in a show match. Jess, we've been here twice before. We love these show matches. Absolutely anything goes. We've got some of the best content creators in the world, including Tarek, who's in the house. And it's going to be special.
I mean, for those who don't know or haven't watched previous tournaments, we have some wacky and weird rules that happen. I'll never forget, I think it was on Breeze, and everyone had infinite jet knives, and they had infinite updrafts, and it was just Superman style in the air. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. So you don't want to miss out on that. And of course, then you can sort of maybe tease some of your favorite streamers as they get absolutely obliterated by some of the foot players.
Well, we go a little bit crazy for the show match, and then we pick up where we left off with our best of 5 grand final. After that, we will crown our 3rd, and it will be our first ever out of the teams that are here, because we haven't got any previous winners left anymore. So it's going to be a brand new winner of our Red Bull Campus Clutch 2023 Grand Final. It happens tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
It's easier said than done. Look, Refine 101. We always up to some, and they all one and done. This flow hot as the summer, hot cold in the winter. Early bird gets the worm, yeah, that's breakfast for dinner. It's a heat check, we letting it simmer, and I don't like to lose. I've always been a winner. Whole or nothing, break the mold. The time is now. Don't you fold, push the limits. All of that, cause you can try and hold me down, but you ain't holding me back. You ain't holding me back. Beating a mile a minute, 10,000 hours. Now is the time to live it. No regrets, leave it all on the floor. Get a reward for your pain and shine on them some more. Why not? This is more than rap. I thought I told you. You can't hold me back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In my zone, really, I'm really that fly. Time is of the essence, don't let a second pass by. No losses, only lessons, they testing the stats fine. Genius with the flow, mastered the craft, I'm a mastermind. Now I'm on with it, mama on her own living. Building big in my city, feeling King Kong with it. Man, a little words, but boy, that money, long-winded. All off with these songs, did it, I'm trying to bring it home with me. Hand in the pot, but I have my whole damn arm in it. All in it, boy, they all give me. Hit them with the authentic. But I have my whole damn arm in it. Boy, they all give me. Kinda set it off in it. Hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call. Let's light the fuse and set it off. Far from what they used to, had to flip the script on them. No cookie cutter for the dough, all about my chips on me. Quit the 9 to 5 to set the city on fire. Went from living where they died to living the full life. Fuel to the flame, we got that gas, boy. Trailblazer, better be careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, action, time to get it cracking. It's a fact, we make it happen. It's that magic, like the magic, set it off. Cracking, it's a fact, we make it happen. Careful what you ask for. Lights, camera, hit the lights, the microphone, pull the curtain, and start the show. This is our moment, this is our call.